Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน Pay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しか
待ってます
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน Pay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しか
待ってます
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる王子供騙しか。
アマテラス
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男まだまだなしか
アマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะนะคะยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะเข้าสู่การแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand ซีซั่นที่1นั่นเองนะคะ Time to Light ค่ะนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้ค่ะแน่นอนนะคะเราจะเป็นบทพิสูจน์นะคะของการแข่งขันนั่นเองนะคะว่าทีมไหนกันแน่หรือว่าใครกันแน่นะคะที่จะได้เป็น number one ในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้นั่นเองค่ะสวัสดีค่ะดิฉันนะคะลูกปัดนั่นเองนะคะที่จะมาอยู่เป็นพิธีกรนะคะเป็นเพื่อนๆนะคะกับทุกๆคนเลยในวันนี้นั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยภายในห้องส่งของเรานะคะเรียกได้ว่ามีคนที่เป็น FC แล้วก็มารอเชียร์นะคะทีมโปรดทีมในดวงใจอยู่แล้วไหนขอเสียงชาวโมบายลีเจนด์แปลงๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะเย้โอ้โหนะคะถือว่าดังนะแต่ว่ายังดังได้อีกขอเสียงอีกรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมคะเราต้องแบบช่วยกันบูทนิดนึงเพราะว่าคู่นี้เนี่ยเป็นคู่แรกนะคะเราจะได้เหมือนส่งกำลังใจส่งแรงบูทนะคะให้กับนักแข่งขันด้วยนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับวันนี้นะคะการแข่งขันของเราเนี่ยถือว่าเป็นการแข่งขันวันที่2กันแล้วนะคะของสัปดาห์ที่1นั่นเองค่ะเมื่อวานนี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นคะแนนส่วนใหญ่นะคะยังคงเป็นคะแนนที่พี่ๆเหล่าแคสเตอร์นะคะได้มีการคาดการไว้นั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็วันนี้จะเป็นวันแรกเลยนะคะที่เราจะได้เห็นฟอร์มการเล่นนะคะแล้วก็เทคนิคต่างๆนะคะที่เขาจะงัดกันออกมานะคะว่าใครมีแผนไหนหรือว่าใครจะเล่นยังไงนะคะกับ2ทีมนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นสำหรับทีมแรกเลยนะคะที่จะมาเจอนะคะกับเราในคู่แรกนะคะนั่นก็คือปราสาทสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์นะคะแล้วก็จะมีอีกทีมหนึ่งนะคะนั่นก็คือกระต่ายข้างนะคะอารีนานั่นเองนะคะทั้ง2ทีมเนี่ยก็คือจะมีการเล่นหรือว่าการแสดงที่สุดมันนะคะขนาดไหนเดี๋ยววันนี้เราจะได้ดูกันนะคะแล้วก็นอกจากทีม2ทีมนี้เนี่ยทีมอื่นนะคะเราก็ได้เห็นฟอร์มการเล่นไปแล้วนะคะคร่าวๆเมื่อวานนี้เนาะนะคะก็วันนี้ผลสกอร์นะคะจะเป็นไปตามที่พี่ๆแคสเตอร์นะคะได้คาดการไว้หรือเปล่านะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยเราจะได้ดูการแข่งขันไปพร้อมๆกันนั่นเองค่ะแต่สำหรับวันนี้นะคะเกมแรกคู่แรกของเรานะคะนั่นก็คือบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะคะจะได้เจอกับไฮด้าอีสปอร์ตนั่นเองนะคะขอเสียงFC แฟนคลับทั้ง2ทีมอีกรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมคะเย้โอ้โหนะคะวันนี้ถือว่าคู่แรกเนี่ยอุณดาฟ้าคลั่งมากนะคะเสียงเชียร์ดังขนาดนี้เนี่ยทั้ง2ทีมนะคะน่าจะมีกำลังใจแล้วนะคะในการแข่งขันนะคะในคู่แรกนั่นเองค่ะเอาละค่ะเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียนาฬิกาเสียเวลาเล่นเองเลยนะคะก็เดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะเราจะไปเจอกับพี่ๆแคสเตอร์นะคะทั้ง3คนกันเลยดีกว่านะคะช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับหนุ่มหล่อแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนค่ะ
Welcome everybody to the second day of the first ever season of MSL Thailand, and you can already see from the crowd earlier, you can see from the host as well, they got the aura in the building with Buriram looking to go up against Hydra in the first match of day number 2. I'm here accompanied by a good buddy of mine, Midnight. How you doing, bro?
I'm very good. I'm very excited for for today's matches. I'm excited to see the amazing teams from Thailand. By the way, welcome to the family. I know there's a lot of fans of MLBB waiting for the return of MSL. Now we have the old gods in the building. Hey, Buriram United, we have a lot of original players here playing in the stage.
It's crazy to see the journey they've been through, man. The fact that they stuck through with MLBB, continue to grind. I've seen them in a lot of community tournaments. I've seen them in a lot of even international tournaments where it's grassroots, to see them still be in the scene for such a long time. And now joining a team with a lot of legacy in esports. Buriram, I'm already very excited. They definitely have the experience advantage over Hydra coming into this first match.
Yeah, it's always been the the question in a lot of the the minds behind competitive teams. Thailand has been one of the top regions before in MLBB, but they had little bit of like, I would say some sleep, you know, even though the original
yeah.
team's name was I Do Not Sleep, they slept for quite a few years and now they're back in the you know, the stage. We saw the games yesterday. I do feel like, you know, they do have the grasp on the current meta game, and I feel like it's, you know, it's the experience that will bring them forward and you know, advance in the I would say the power standings, because let's be honest, like there's a, you know, this power balance between the monster regions right now, like Philippines, Malaysia, and Indo. That's why I'm so excited to see Thailand back. You know, maybe they go back and reclaim that throne. You never know.
Hey, I hope so. I hope that's what's going to happen here, because again, we're seeing a lot of new leagues this year. This year looks like a big year for MLBB. And hey, it could shake up the scene. Again, IDNS did win MSC, and at that time, I don't really think anyone predicted Thailand to be a powerhouse in an international event, the first ever at that. So we'll see. With M8 being in Turkey midnight, maybe it's time for some surprises later on, right? Because they get a guaranteed slot later on to MSC. I hope they get a guaranteed slot as well to M8. And now we're going to move on to see today's schedule. Let's take a look at the regular season again for you guys who missed yesterday's matches. This is day number 2. So head on over to the VOD after the stream. But we are going to start with Buriram versus Hydra. Then we got Tenacity versus Solix. E-Arena versus VLTH Esports, and Sense, Full Sense versus Act Esports Club.
You know, I saw the matches yesterday. I'm expecting a lot of the teams to sort of bounce back today and maybe perform better. But also there's new teams. I mean, not really new, but because a lot of them are powerhouses in Thailand, but they will be debuting today, specifically Buriram United. We didn't see them yesterday, but there's a lot of expectations for this roster. Again, new players and also old players returning back to the league. And as you can see, there's the standings right here. Again, some of the teams will be playing today as their first game.
Yeah, dude. Yesterday was pretty sick, man. Bacon Time versus Full Sense was a very, very good matchup. Obviously, 2 Filipino imports in both those teams, man. Exord Spider Miles going up against Dominic and Nezia. That was hype. I really want to see what Full Sense can bring to the table, though, today, right? A lot of people are predicting their first win here today. But what about you, Midnight? Which match in particular are you looking forward to?
I'm gonna have to say, you know, I'm looking forward to ACT Esports Club and Valley Thai Esports, because these two teams came from the qualifiers. 8 teams were directly invited to play for MSL, but these two teams came from the qualifiers. So I'm excited to see their upcoming match. But I have to be honest, Miko. Like, you know, Hydra Esports, even though yesterday they fumbled, they have to get back on their feet for today. But it's a big challenge, you know. It's Buriram United.
Absolutely, man. And it's Blue War, we're calling it here for the first match of the day in day number 2. We're already getting, you know, those derby vibes, man, from these teams. I love the storytelling already. And it is a very experienced side of Buriram with Lois, with now no longer MZ. His name has changed, but it's still MZ from IDNS 2017 with IZ as well. So again, coming into this matchup, experience. Lois coming in with a lot of that calculation, experience from the internationals versus, obviously, the new boys on the block.
Yeah, you know, this team, I would say, they have a lot of like burdens on their side. A lot of fans are expecting them to perform in this stage. But again, as we call it, Hydra Esports, they're gonna have to make a comeback. As you know, this team really did show how capable they are yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. That's why this is you know, very important match. The boys in blue, you're gonna have to you know, put up a big, I would say, development for day number 2.
Yeah. I think we can talk a little bit about the styles of these two teams, right? Again, speaking on the experience, hate to sound like a broken record, but it is the biggest thing that they are bringing to the table right now for Buriram United. And it really just seems like if the game goes slow, I think Buriram's got it, man. The macro control over the map, the way that they can win out these individual lanes, it's good. The thing is, though, in the meta, you can force things to be a little bit more brawly. You can force things to be a little bit more chaotic. And I think that's an angle to take if you're Hydra currently.
Yeah, you know, it's something that even the top teams have been able to like weaponize. Some teams are just naturally, you know, objective minded, but there are those teams where they like forcing, you know, errors on the opposition. Which is, you're right, you know, this team, they can force experience out of the equation, because if they force a lot of like unnecessary stuff in the game, that's where the experience crumbles. Because hey, if they haven't experienced it beforehand, what are they gonna do to stop this?
And this is the first team walking up on stage. Please welcome Buriram. They're looking clean.
Man, the experience is definitely on the the equation here for this squad. They have a lot of like accolades in their roster, but I do feel like, as you've pointed out, this is something that has to be tested, will be challenged in this upcoming match against Hydra Esports.
Just gotta say though, there's one thing I am already skeptical about. MZ's new name, 0367 by 3. That's a very, very tough name to pull off, man. But here on the other side, we got Hydra.
Hydra Esports, again, they are, I would say, quite updated to the current metagame as we saw them perform yesterday against VLTH Esports Club, but they're gonna challenge the experience, the veterancy that Buriram United is boasting in the competitive stage. I do feel like it can be the weapon that they use in this upcoming match, because again, in this current metagame, you can force a lot of fights that most experienced teams don't expect. So I do feel like this series could go either Hydra heavy favored, or Buriram just steams roll with experience.
Let's see it, man. Can they make it choppy? Can they make it chaotic enough for Buriram to get overwhelmed? Obviously, the two coaches at the helms for both the teams. We got Trek Quartist for Buriram and Aumzin for Hydra.
Yeah, again, speaking about experience, the head coach for Buriram United has a lot of experience as well. He was the head coach for Leon Esports, if I'm not mistaken, back in M7. So this team is really packing, the tools, the experience, all the knowledge that they need to be able to come out as the winners or the victors in this match. But it is their debut game, so these expectations might be met, or maybe they crumble under the pressure.
Oh, interesting. They're actually going to be utilizing Agi. Substitute here, not their main mid laner Murphy for Buriram United Esports. Everybody else stays the same though. MZ going back to the old name as well. I like that. MZ sticks with us a lot better. But on Hydra Esports, it's Outcon in the XP, Clover K in the jungle, Yuri in the mid lane, Watson in the gold, and we got BLC in Rome.
Yeah, again, this team, Hydra Esports, they are very, very capable. We've seen their jungler Clover K be very aggressive in the early game. He does rack, the necessary jungle pool for this current meta game, but unfortunately, they didn't have the success that they wanted yesterday. So I feel like today is gonna be a big adjustment for this team, which is gonna help them come up with working strategies against Buriram United.
You're right. If you look at the hero pool, I think that they're very Onyx Philippines, if we were to get a reference over, right? Especially in that game number 2, man. They pulled up a Nolan. We have a few words from the players in this VT.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อ Cover K นะครับมาจากทีมไฮด้าสปอร์ตไทยแลนด์เพราะผมมั่นใจในทีมตัวเองและผมตั้งใจซ้อมเตรียมแผนกันเป็นอย่างดีเชื่อว่าผมชนะได้แน่นอนครับผมจำชื่อได้ครับน้องกาแฟเล่นดีครับเขาเรื่องเด็กคนนี้อายุ15พี่ลอยครับพี่ถึงพี่จะเป็นตำนานระวังโดนผมดึงมาเป็นตำลึงนะครับพี่ล่าสุดเหมือนได้ยินบอกว่าพี่คือตำลึงหรืออะไรนะน้องกาแฟเดี๋ยวแกได้โดนนะน้อง
Okay, Midnight. I don't know. I don't speak Thai, but it sounds like both of them were trash talking each other. It really sounds like they were going for the spice for this first match, and I like it. When we see a new league, it's always fresh to see these players have that personality. As the league goes on, I hope that doesn't disappear.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume this would be one of the matches that if you're a fan of MLBB, you like drama, you like the competition. I do feel like it exists between these two teams because you have Lois on the side of Buriram United, one of the most, I would say, most famous KOLs and players in Thailand. And then you have Clover K on the other side. He is a prominent jungler that is on the rise here for MSL Thailand. And as you can see, even on the talent prediction, it's quite obvious, their talents, they know experience is a big luxury, especially in this metagame, and Buriram has a lot.
Yeah. That's really everything we've been saying about Buriram is mainly gone towards the experience. And again, it's because they won MSC 2017, the first ever. We got our town prediction here as well, brought to you by Infinix. Both of us have gone for Buriram as well. So it's an all Buriram desk. On the Thai desk, on the English desk, it's all Buriram. You know what? This makes me want to go for Hydra. I want to root for the underdog. But again, it's up to Hydra to make it chaotic. It just seems like from yesterday's matches as well, they're playing the meta game a bit too much. They're playing the standard MLBB game a bit too much. And if you go up against Buriram with standard MLBB, it's a disadvantage. You're coming into it.
Yeah, I think you made a very good point earlier. Like, they're basically the Onyx PH of Thailand, right? Like, they draft the same, but I feel like the main difference is Onyx, especially Onyx Philippines, they know when they can slow the game down, and they know when they need to ramp the speed up. And I feel like that's something that Hydro Esports can learn from, especially from the games yesterday, because sometimes they're just off by a little bit when it comes to the timings.
And we'll see it here. Random map draw. We're going to get Flying Clouds for the first map of the day. All right. Now this is the map that you would want for Hydra. This is the map that you can actually push that chaotic style with. So let's see if they can draft a composition that suits the map. Actually, I don't think we've seen that much, right? I mean, especially from MPLPH, MPLID, we don't really draft towards the map. We just draft normal styles, and then the map is kind of like a bonus. But again, for a new league to make it chaotic, I think they can try to play around the map a bit more.
Yeah, again, the term is weaponized for Hydra Esports, and I feel like, again, this is one of the ingredients that you can utilize to sort of change up and maybe confuse your enemy. So when it comes to the drafting phase, I feel like fighters are going to be very, very important here, especially for Hydra Esports. Interesting that they banned Valentina, because most teams would actually go for Valentina first pick when it's Flying Clouds, because you are able to flex that Sora in the first phase position. But now they removed the Valentina. It begs the question, would you want a Sora first pick on the side of Hydra Esports?
I think that's what they're going for, man. They had a very similar approach in Game 2 up against Vali. So maybe we'll see that. You know, they banned out the Valentina, Guinevere, and the Claude in that game. This time it's actually the Hilda ban. I guess a bit of respect towards Buriram, but for Buriram, it's, I think, the standard MPL bans we have gotten accustomed to. You know, it's the Marcel, it's the Jusin.
Yeah.
I won't be too surprised if they go for the Freya ban next, but again, it really comes down to whether Hydra have that in their hero pool. They did play it in Game 1 against Vali, but obviously that was a loss, and it was a stomp of a loss as well.
Yeah. I would say one here that also begs the ban is the Harley. We haven't seen the Harley on hands of Clover K, so it does put into question whether he plays it or not. Because Buriram United, again, with experience comes with knowledge. You know that Harley is one of the top junglers in the current metagame. And if, let's say, Hydra Esports gets Sora first pick, Buriram United can just answer with a Phobius and Harley. It's something that we've seen so many times in MPLID, MPLPH. It's a very hot commodity hero. So now Hydra Esports, they do get the choice of whether they get the Sora or the Phobius, or maybe take the Harley for the first time.
Yeah, could still be the Sora first pick too if they really want to prioritize that with the Valentina setup. A lot of picks open right now for Buriram and for Hydra, and that's why Hydra are going to be taking their time here. First pick is great, but with all the picks open right now, Buriram can snatch away 2 massive picks away from Hydra, and then it'll kind of force them into a passive state in the draft. They go for the Harley first pick despite the Valentina ban, so that's the risk they're willing to take. They're going to go for some of those pickoffs, some of the a little bit more chaotic games, and I think this suits Hydra more than the Sora.
Yeah, dude, like, they're heading towards the right direction, I would say, as they can, put pressure in the early game, maybe break the system for Buriram United, but what is not breakable is the potential to just take Phobius and Sora here. 2 heroes that are essentially played on both sides. Like, you'd usually see Sora on the other side, and then Phobius will be used to counter it up. But now they just steal the Phobius, and then they pair it up with a Khalid. Maybe they want that meat shield from the Deadly Magic, because Khalid is freaking annoying, especially if you play it right in the first few minutes of the game, because he blocks a lot.
And it's such a good pick to actually scout the Harley, right? Early on, you get that mid-prio, you go and rotate, try to see where he is. You can even poke him down, and hey, depending on how snowbally it gets, you can actually get the Harley in a 1v1 too. So, hey, I like the picks coming in for Buriram. And I kind of see where Hydra's going. I think they really struggled up against Vali Thai Esports yesterday, because Vali went for both Phobius and Harley 2 games in a row, and they won 2-0. So for Hydra, it's the Harley takeaway into the Gatot Kacha here. Really good against the 2 physical damage heroes, and they snatch away the carry. Again, noticing Buriram have those very tanky frontliners, those meat shields. They go for some shred.
I like this carry pickup from Hydra Esports. What I don't, it's not that I don't like it, but I guess it's too early that they picked up the Gatot Kacha. Because you go to the second phase, there will be a lot of bans, you know, heading your way. Because mages are a thing in the current patch. And Hydra Esports, they could have gotten themselves a mage or an XP, something like an Alice, or maybe the Lapu, that is the usual answer against the Phobius. But now, Buriram United, they show the Fanny, a jungler that is normally just banned from from competitive play, because you don't want to be playing against this, because it's very chaotic, it's very snowbally. And with this with this pickup, it does change how Hydra Esports is going to be able to play the game, because you already have this Khalid problem. Now you also are going to have a Fanny problem, because you don't have the necessary lockdown to control this Fanny, because you picked up this Gatot from the side of Hydra Esports.
This also marks the debut for Fanny, so again, that experience coming into play here for sure, dude. Loy's so confident. I always have so much respect for content creators who still go pro, you know? People who've already have taken the chill pill, have taken that route to come back to pro scene, or to actually just make his debut into the pro scene and stick with it. Loy's definitely wants to show the world what he's got on this Fanny. The Sora does end up getting banned out. The Harith gets banned out as well. Interesting. I'd expect Hydra to try to win out that matchup with the carry, but okay, I guess they're just expecting a bit of magic in the gold lane with Buriram United's already very physical damage reliant composition.
Yeah, and it's also like, I would say, even though the matchup does look favorable for Hydra Esports, what you don't want is a lot of like ways for them to survive the burst of the deadly magic. Because Harith, when he is able to hit heroes, he does get the stacks on the shield, and it may be something that he can utilize to sort of like survive from this like burst damage from Hydra Esports. So I would say it's a fairly good ban, considering that they don't also have the best of mid-game timing for Hydra Esports. And if you look at Buriram, they're all looking towards that mid-game, you know, that essential burst of power spike in the mid-game timing. So now, Buriram United, there is still that Granger, though, something that we don't usually see, in competitive play. But if you have this sort of like aggressive lineup, you want damage in mid-game. You want early-game heroes, which is, I think, why they picked up this Farsa, even though some players consider Farsa as a horrible pick in the current patch, especially with like the physical defense and magic defense nerf. Farsa is still a good option if you don't need the scaling mage, if you just need something that can actually be utilized in the mid game.
Yeah, super high skill ceiling as well, Midnight, right? Like, it's a type of hero that maybe isn't in the meta, but a lot of the great mid laners can still pick it up. And Agi, hey man, we're saying experience a bit too much, man. XP bar kind of high right now, but Agi's got that experience. He was part of that Leon Esports lineup in M7. He's been around everywhere, winning every single, or not every single, but most of the Mekong qualifiers that he's been in. So, hey, he's confident. Up against the carry, it's really good. Against the Harley as well. If he fails on that dive early, that pickoff, he's going to get cooked. And that's a brave choice to go for. There's a Tian here with a Khalid already on the other side. The passive is good against some of these guys, but I think there's just too many gap closers for Buriram. Yeah. That passive is just going to get procced so easily. I do like the Lapu Lapu though. They're leaning into that XP, or sorry, they're leaning into the first turtle objective. So let's see about that. The Granger does come through. For Buriram, again, they got crazy poke, but they got to be careful. Clover K on the Harley. If he gets an opening into that backline, this backline is not going to have a good day.
Yeah, they're going to be cooked, but I like the confidence that they put on this Granger Trequartista. Man, again, I'm so sorry for saying the experience word for like the nth time, but you see the idea behind this composition. They don't want to go late, bro. You don't want to fight Harley carry late game. You want to finish the game by 10-minute mark. And Granger is going to allow that for their composition, because once you get to the territory of like the Sky Piercers, any catch that they get, any stun that that the Phobius lands or the Khalid lands on the side of Hydra Esports, they're going to be able to convert that into the Sky Piercer stacks, because they do have the damage to fall back on. They have these damage closers on their lineup. And then you also have like the coverage from the Khalid to sort of protect them in the early game when Hydra Esports doesn't necessarily have the right damage profile for it. So I'm really liking this early game tempo that Buriram United has fielded in with this draft.
Well, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 here of day number 2, obviously in the first season of MSL Thailand. It is a very... whoa, flicker already? Was that a tap? A mistap from MZ, I believe, in the mid lane. Hey, I know you want to get things started. I know you want to get that tempo. But all right, that's I think it's a fat thing. I don't think he really right. Revitalize already used as well though, so at least it's a trade there for both the roamers.
I don't know, man. Maybe he just wants to get outside of the base much faster, like get the vision, get a vision advantage, because it is a thing in the current metagame where roamers stand in front of the tower, so you provide the vision to the tower, so roamers don't get the enemy roamer doesn't get any golden XP for that, and you see it in the mid lane. Like BLC is still like level 1, while the Khalid had the access to the quick sand guard for the heal, something that you actually need against the Gatot and also the Gatot Kacha.
Yeah, for sure. A warrior boots straight up there for Watson. Respect towards IZ, MSC winner in the gold lane. The guy that Buriram are definitely going to be looking towards getting some of those Sky Piercer stacks to snowball. No invades happening in the early game. This is a very passive game so far, aside from the mid lane duo. That's always going to be brawling. Audience prediction, though. My lord. Sky high for Buriram, 98 to 2%. Hey, Buriram, they're a legacy org. Everybody knows them in Thailand. This is not too surprising. We went, I mean, all 5 of us went for Buriram too. So town prediction is 100 to 0.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like, people are expecting a lot of things from Buriram United, being one of the biggest orgs too in Thailand.
IZ.
I would say it is like enjoyable to see that the audience is celebrating Buriram United, but there's also a lot of pressure on the players because of this.
Yeah. Flicker burned down, by the way. Really good move by IZ there. Denying the trade over. Plays it safe. This first turtle will go to Buriram. Outcon was looking for a Bravest Fighter, I believe. Just didn't want to get it in the end. Agi. But the airstrike coming down. Oh, this might be a kill. Clover K. Solo able to jump back, but MZ's looking for the hunt here. Has the flicker as well. I don't think he wants to dive that tier 2 turret. Clover K. He gets the recall.
Yeah, very good moves coming out from both sides, actually. Hydra Esports knowing fully well that they cannot contest this Phobius as early as, his first turtle. They just went on to the gold lane to sort of like force a trade. At least they get a force on the battle spell from IZ, but MZ already covering the river so that Hydra Esports doesn't get the access back towards that mid prio, which is going to stop Hydra Esports from actually, I would say, forcing trades in terms of like resources.
So far, 3 minutes. It really feels a bit Filipino, if I were to say. You know, a lot macro coming in, trades that Hydra are going for. They're not really going to go for that chaotic fight that I expected them to go for. But look at these gangs, proactive by Buriram. I'll give it the rotation up top, doesn't? Pop in the feather airstrike. Good Fury of the Phoenix to spot them out. And now we get to check on the in-game equipment.
Yeah, Khalid, again, casually getting that tough boots. Going to help him to sort of like stay alive from the burst damage coming out from Clover K. In fact, the trio mid, they do a lot of like magic damage between the three of them. So this is going to be very, very important for MZ to stay alive, which also means that he gets to do things like this.
Yep. BLC is just going to respect it with the Revitalize and the AOG. Agi throws out the feathered airstrike. The Sky Piercer gets built up. So this should be where IZ starts joining the team fights. And you can already see that rotation into the turtle. This might be a bit too early, though. Wave up top is still alive. Okay, so IZ doesn't rotate. He's just going to go for the double lane. Really wants to get that funnel going in for the Granger.
Yeah, all in for the the gold laner of Buriram United, just to make sure that they slow the game down a bit, get the tempo coming, get the Sky Piercer. I don't even think he has a boots yet. It might have been a Sky Piercer rush for the Granger, but now Hydra Esports.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage. Agi able to flicker out. That's still Clover K on the turtle. Narakorn walks up. Clover wins out the retreat. Raging Sandstorm in the Dark Wave catches Clover. It's first blood to Buriram. No stack for IZ, but it's like still a kill. Hold on, Watson trying to go for the shred, but it's only onto MZ, who gets away with the flicker. IZ going for that double lane in the mid lane. What? BLC decides to walk back up. The Fury of the Phoenix is right there, and the AOG gets used up defensively.
Yeah, Hydra Esports. Good force, though, on the Fanny. Unfortunately, Clover K had to suffer the consequences of their action. But here's the thing, like Hydra Esports, at this point, you are the team that wants to force trades on the map. It's unfortunate that it has to happen in the turtle fight where Phobius gets to play the game. He likes playing turtle objectives. I would say, as beside from Yuzong, he probably is the next best thing, like the turtle enjoyers in the current metagame. And Buriram United, this is the perfect time for them to actually ramp up the pressure, ramp up the speed, because you are starting to build up damage on the Granger and the Farsa.
Yeah, it's so much closer than you would expect, though, from this kind of composition, right? And you can already see that pressure for Buridam. They're really trying to make that move. Raging Sandstorm lands with a Feather Airstrike as well. BLC to be taken down by Lois. Still no stack for the Sky Piercer. Lois doesn't get the purple. It's Agi who steals it away. Interesting.
I mean, they steal a lot from each other, right? Like, they stole the Sky Piercer stacks from IZ, and Agi was like, I got you, bro. I'm gonna steal the purple away from the Fanny Lois. You get back to the purple. And again, this is the the timing that we are expecting from Buriram United. They know fully well as well that Hydra Esports cannot do anything against this Khalid because he does have a quick Sandguard. Hold that thought though, Agi.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's caught. MZ waiting for him there. Just on the hat up top. It's a 1v1. A flicker in as well by Watson. IZ still... Oh, he doesn't have the Death Sonata. It's down. He's going to go for the shot. It finally comes back up, and that's the first Sky Piercer stack of the day for IZ on the Granger.
Ooh, a bit greedy player from Watson. I mean, I get the idea. Oh!
He catches him. IZ! No! Unbreakable for BLC. IZ gets away just with the dash, and he keeps the Sky Piercer stacks. Meanwhile, with BLC up top, this is an angle for Buriram to burst out a turtle. That's 2-1 in turtles in game number 1. 4-0 in kills too. Wait, I thought it was much closer to that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of hard for Hydra Esports to sort of like play the early game because of this lead. And I get the idea behind the play coming out from Watson and BLC. Like, they want to force something, at least something on the map. Maybe do something to this Granger. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the kill. And it ended up being, you know, a horrible play after everything that's happened, because now you gave the Sky Piercer stack towards IC, which is going to ramp up the pressure coming out from Buriram United.
Really good cut up top there. Oh, a read by Agi too, man. Again, that experience, bro. That experience coming in handy. Clover. Okay.
Ooh.
I thought MZ was going to get a big chunk of damage back on Clover there. They group up in the mid lane, but this just gives Lois an opportunity to go to the bottom lane. The AOG, Agi respects it. Bravest Fighter by Outcon doesn't land it. That's a flicker out from Nara. Corny gets covered. Bravest Fighter jumps back in. He gets traded out though as Clover takes the kill. IZ doing a lot of damage. Clover with the jump in forward, but doesn't have the deadly magic just yet. And it's Buriram who disengage. They respect the damage output of Hydra.
Yeah, good setups actually from Hydra Esports. They saw the Granger going back top, and Fanny showed himself bot side. So even though the Feather Airstrike was already used by Agi, it was a call for Hydra Esports to fight, because there were two people not in the team fight for Buriram United. So I would say that was a good call coming out from Hydra Esports. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough damage to sort of like extend the fight and maybe get a kill onto IZ. Clover K was quite late to that, you know, to join the team fight here for Hydra Esports.
Yeah, it's something that you always have to think about as a Farsa, man. When you pop out in the Feather Airstrike, there might be an AOG in respect. Oh, the all-in over on Outcon. Lethal Ignition doesn't do as much. BLC, great peel for his XP. Outcon gets to live. Not a deadly magic on MZ, but the Raging Sandstorm gets him out. AOG over on IZ. Watson getting the turret down below, but now it's Lois, who might be looking for the trade. Nope, just goes for the minion wave, trying to build that slow push down below to play around this Lord.
Yeah, I like how chill Buriram United is right now. They're not forcing the kills, even though some players would usually be aggressive at this point. You have the Sky Piercer from the Granger, but they're playing the macro game. They're playing the map, essentially. Oh, Clover K!
Dang, just a quick pick off with the help of the Death Sonata as well. Man, what a read by Agi again. Clover K is just getting read out completely by Agi. That means it's a free Lord. It'll be crazy to see Hydra contest this one. And yeah, they take the safe route. They're just going to play it safe. Outcome with a dash over on MZ. BLC. Oh, great juke by MZ.
Man, it's the experience. Oh, he's not. Okay, I thought he was jumping on somebody else, but he just used the Raging Sandstorm to sort of like move past the tower in the mid lane. But again, as you can see, Buriram United, they're just playing the map so well, setting up that slow push on bot side. Hydra Esports couldn't even react. And Agi, as he mentioned, good read. Usually it's the other way around. It's the Harleys surprising people in the mid lane. But it's the Farsa. He knows where the Harley is hiding. With a Feather Airstrike and the Death Sonata connecting, just took down the Harley of Hydra Esports.
Good cancel. Oh, Bravest Fighter with a stun. Agi still gets away with the wings by wings, man. Can't get close enough. The AOG. What? Oh, Lois in the back line just tearing apart his back like Clover. K gets a deadly magic but falls to the Lethal Ignition as Outcon gets caught by the passive. The Infernal Pursuit. MZ right there to back him up. It is a 3 for 0, and Buriram still have a Lord! Dark Wave of the Flicker and the dive from the Raging Slash! Izzy gets the 3rd Sky Piercer stack of the game, that's 30.
Oh my goodness, look at the synergy coming out from Buriram United. It feels like these players have one brain. Whoever the shot caller is, it's working wonders for Buriram United. You see the plays they're making on the map. It's all interconnected. The pressure in the mid lane, Fanny playing backside, and also just the overall peel for the Granger. So he's able to land these shots with the Death Sonata. And I feel like Hydra Esports, they want to bring the chaos, but now they're being forced into a corner here. Oh,
yeah,
flicker out.
VLC. Yeah, I just respects it, and now with no AOG, all right, I thought Buriram might just be going for more there. They have enough damage, certainly, but again, it's them just leading onto the experience. There's no reason for them to take any risk at this point of the game. 7.5k gold lead. They're at a healthy amount of stacks for the Granger. They have everything now. Winter Crown as well for Narakorn on top of the Chastised Pauldron and the Radiant Armor. Even in itemization, you can see that experience come through, man. Instant immortality by MZ. So much respect.
Yeah, again, there's no point like giving Hydra Esports the chance to take him down. So what you need right now is another layer of life for the Khalid. He is the protector of this lineup. He is the one that is giving vision to Clover K, preventing the Lapu and the Gacha from just going frontline. And essentially, he's the guy that dismantles this whole concept of how Hydra Esports wants to fight in this game, which is allowing Buriram United Esports to just do whatever they want.
Okay, they're able to get the far lane as well, by the way. That's 2 base turrets down. Buriram playing such a controlled game of MLBB. Feathered Airstrike coming down by Agi. This time, no AOG by VLC. Good move there, you know? Could have been a free kill over to Buriram. And man, even through the slow pushes, dude, the macro gap definitely is what I want to highlight here in this matchup. The micro, I think Hydra's been doing pretty good in those team fights when they've tried to make it chaotic. They've done a pretty good job. Unfortunately, the macro gap's just too crazy. Look at that slow push up top. It's almost like Hydra just can't match up against this experience of Buriram.
Yeah, dude, they can slow this down. If Hydra Esports shows up, they're going to be jumped on by the Khalid, by the Phobius for the strike, though.
Yeah, lands on all the backliners there. That's a free Lord coming down. And look at the front line. They're still so healthy. AOG into the back. Lois actually gets caught. Izzy gets caught away by the Deadly Magic. Izzy trying to go for the regen, but the all-in now by Narakorn and MZ. Agi's still there doing a lot of damage. Lois gets the cutthroat, and now a kill over on Watson as well. A jump from Narakorn. A feathered airstrike with the flicker from Agi.
Wow.
BLC's recall gets cancelled out by MZ, who still has the immortality. And now he's just buying some time, stopping BLC's recall for Agi to rotate over. And he gets the kill in the end. It's just Yuri, no ultimate, a Lord to play in the mid lane. This game is over. Buriram United takes game number 1.
Good macro coming out from Buriram United, showing the experience, the veterancy against Hydra Esports. I mean, you can say whatever you want. Hydra Esports, they did try. They pulled off an amazing team fight execution in the last Lord, but it was just so big of a lead for Buriram United, and also just playing the textbook game of slowing the Lord down, fighting if the enemy comes. Even though they got Izzy, the Fanny was just too big. It was able to lead the back lines of Hydra Esports.
Hydra are definitely frustrated, man. They tried their best to make it chaotic. They tried their best to play it towards their win conditions. It's just, when you got a team like Buriram United with 2 MSC champions as your second matchup, and your first matchup went a bit off according to calculations, that frustration built up is going to be a problem. We've seen so many teams as well just build on momentum in a regular season, Midnight. I hope this doesn't impact Hydra too much. I hope they'll be able to reset for game number 2, but it's still just so frustrating when you try your best to even go for these fights and Buriram get that macro control, the slow push is over, and it's all the little things, the little wins that built up to that quick finish by Buriram.
Yeah, it's again, it's a textbook plays coming out from Buriram United, playing the slow game, early game, not forcing anything, just playing around with the Khalid, getting the items up, and when they got the Sky Piercer on the Granger, that's when they shifted the gears, played for the Granger, giving him all the waves, stacking up on this passive, just to, be able to utilize the Granger more for the mid game. And even though they could have played fast, they played it still a bit slow because they know there were a lot of conditions they needed to be cleared. First off, they needed to find Harley, and Agi was very, very good on just being on that task, that responsibility of taking down taking down Clover K. Matter of fact, he just needed to find Harley, but he was like, no, I'm gonna kill the Harley. Let me do it one more. Let me do you one solid. And Buriram United, with all these conditions checked and cleared, they were just able to play a macro game. The Fanny didn't really, I would say, pressure the team fight that much, but he was a bigger threat on the side lanes. Like, Hydra Esports could not farm anywhere because the carry was not able to play the side lanes because Lois was always in those areas.
Exactly. Lois was able to pick up those side lane turrets as well, those small leads again that built up. And we get to see our MVP here. Let's take a look at it. MZ with the map control, man. Really good choice of MVP by our official telecommunication partner, True 5G. And hey, you seem to agree with this.
Yeah, dude, I have very big appreciation for people who knows how to do their jobs well, and MZ performed so good in this game. Again, just there's three things that he needs to do this game. Number one, just overall control of the river. That's very obvious from the first minute that he walked on the map, even using the flicker, by the way, just to be able to control the river. Maybe it's a wrong tap, but who knows? But second thing is just constantly finding the Harley, peeling for the Farsa and also the Granger. And third, most important thing, just staying alive. Because I know some, Khalid players, they would gladly die in front of the Harley, but he played this game so calculated. Like, if he doesn't need to take more damage than he's supposed to, he backs off, uses the quick sand guard, and goes for round 2. The reset factor was very important for this Khalid because he puts a lot of pressure against the Lapu, against the Harley, also the Zetyan. And maybe in the late game, if he dies, Watson might be able to play the game. But because of the way how the Khalid played this game, the carry was a non-existent threat in the team fights.
Definitely, man. Again, it was MZ also just creating the angles for Lois to come in. And now the big question for me would be, Hydra, what are you going to change up in the drafts in the banning phase, right? Which of the heroes that you banned do you let go in favor of the Fanny ban right now? Because I think this is something you gotta respond to. There's no way you leave the Fanny open again in game number 2. Looking at the tempo that Buriram were able to play with the Fanny, looking at the macro that they were able to set up around the waves up top, the far lane. So I think the most logical choice would be the Hilda, right? Replace the Hilda ban with the Fanny.
Yeah, I think so too. Because if you look into the heroes that are quite popular in this meta, there's a reason why top teams keep banning the Fanny, because there's almost no counter into this hero. Like, if you look at the past counters, like Moskovs, Badangs, they're not essentially first phase. Like, these heroes are usually reserved for the second phase, which a lot of the times when the Fanny's picked up, they just usually get banned. So I feel like you're right. Like, Hydra Esports, they have to be concerned about this Fanny pickup from Buriram United, because they've shown that, hey, we first face Fanny. We don't care. Like, at this point, we first face Fanny, especially on the red side, like Red 3, one of the most annoying slots, for like heroes like this, because you pick it up and then you get to remove like a lot of the counters for it. So for Hydra Esports, even the side is, I would say they have to think about that a lot. Like, if they're red side, they still need to be concerned about the Fanny, because if Buriram United just picks up Fanny first pick, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and especially the way that he plays it, right? It's such a slow Fanny. It's not the type of Fanny that gets purely countered by those brawly picks. If you pick up the Phoveus on Hydra, let's say with a first pick Fanny on blue for Buriram, Fanny might just go on the side lane, get a trade, get a turret instead of going for those neutral objective battles. And then Buriram can just out-macro you through that. So yeah, I think the best option to go for would be a ban. You can see here the rich guy. It is IZ. It's Agi as the carry, doing crazy damage with the poke on Farsa. And just as we said it, high skill ceiling. If you're able to really pop off of the Farsa, if you're able to understand the calculations with this hero, it's great. Yeah. It's also a very underrated pick to get away from assassins, right? The Wings by Wings is such a safe ability to get you out against the Harley. Much safer compared to, I'd say, the Juice Sin. Much safer compared to the Yve. Just because you need the Crimson Beacon in battles. You can't just waste it because of a Harley, right? And for the Eve, same thing. You just plant yourself down, poker trick comes in, you're dead.
Yeah. Also, just the fact that you can move from the mid lane to a side lane in like 3 seconds, dude, Wings by Wings. Yeah, very important, especially with this Khalid pickup from Buriram United. Hydra Esports wasn't allowed any sort of like river control this game. That's why it wasn't awkward for the Harley to play the game, because what you want as a Harley is to be able to, like, find ganks in the mid lane. If we don't find anything in the mid lane, we move to a side lane. But this game, they were met by MZ, like all the time, 24/7. They were just constantly seeing dusts and sands, debris from like the Khalid moving around. So it was a bit of a problem, I would say, for Hydra Esports because there was nothing in the early game for them to find.
Absolutely. Hey, we'll see if they can reset. We'll see if they can actually, go back to the drawing boards, find a way to beat out Buriram United. Because I really think we gotta go back to the point we made. They gotta make it a bit more chaotic. Buriram played their tempo and they played it super slow. They just utilized that experience. They utilized those winning lanes. They utilized this very early game-centric composition to win out those neutral objective battles, to take the neutral objectives as well. And maybe if you want to go for the Harley, go for a little bit more of those, try to lean into the winning lanes. The carry against the Granger, you can't really put on kill pressure there early against the Granger. The Lapu against the Phobia, same story there. So the Harley just struggles so much to find that winning matchup for him to gank.
Yeah, I agree. Like, even the Lapu, like most people consider Lapu as like one of the better options against Phobias. I would have liked the Glue, honestly, because it just brings so much chaos and disruptive ability in team fights. Even the Gatot, bro, like I like Gatot as a hero. Like he's very macro oriented. He peels very good. But at that in this game, like there was nothing to peel. They were just constantly being outplayed by the Fanny Cables. Nothing to really punish. I mean, the Farsa, he can technically punish and force battle spell from Agi. But that was about it. There was nothing that is forcing Buriram United away from mid prio. In fact, they didn't even get mid prio at all in this game. So I would say the Gatot pick was too early for my taste, because when they picked up the Harley and the Gatot Kacha together, they were just countered essentially by one pick. The Khalid was just able to freely roam around the map because there was no punish. Like who stops him from healing? Who stops a quick Sandguard if he's like 1,000 miles away from the Gatot?
Who gonna stop him? Nobody stopped him in that game. Literally, he just opened up every part of the map. He got those engages. He baited out deadly magics. And he won out the lanes for the boys as well. Those gangs over to IZ. Hey, if you guys want to redeem the code, go ahead. Follow MSL Thailand's social media page on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok and redeem that code. We got a lot of gifts later on as well. Definitely a lot of redeem codes here for y'all, so stay tuned.
Yeah, for all the MLBB fans, even if you're not from Thailand, even if you're not like, I would say watching a lot of MSL tournaments, just gotta get the redeem code, because I know you guys like the gifts, the rewards that you get in game. I know there's a lot of like Indonesian fans, Filipino fans watching right now, especially in the Philippines, because again, there's a lot of Filipino imports in MSL Thailand.
Yeah, for sure, man. We're getting a lot of eyes definitely on MSL Thailand, especially with the promos and MPL ID, MPL Philippines.
Yeah, dude.
A lot of our pro players have been asked, in the interviews, in the loser interviews, in the winners interviews, what do you think about MSL Thailand if you scrimmed against them? And some teams have actually scrimmed against the MSL Thailand teams, and they've said they're just very, very aggressive. I think we definitely got a taste of that aggression yesterday, but today we're seeing a lot more of that calculated style, the macro from Buriram.
Yeah, it's the classic story of like scrims versus tournaments, because I know some teams out there are very aggressive, but when it comes to like the big stage, you have to know when your lineup is able to play. The difference between playing fast and playing it slow. And I feel like Buriram United just understands it much better compared to Hydra Esports, but also the fact that the draft didn't allow Hydra Esports to have this early game chaos that they wanted to bring. Buriram United, what is this?
They're taking an approach from VLTH Esports. Vali also banned out the Lancelot. I guess this is just pure respect to Clover K. Maybe if he gets into a tough spot, he just goes for his comfort heroes, which might be the fast-clearing junglers. Like sorry, not fast-clearing junglers, but the very mobile junglers, right? Because, again, Vali, they banned out 3 junglers in the first phase for both games they won against Hydra Esports. It's the Lancelot, Yi Sun Shin, and the Guinevere in game 1 against Hydra. In game 2, it was Lancelot, Yi Sun Shin, and Suyo. So at least we see the Lancelot here. Hydra, I think we gotta let go of the Hilda. I think we gotta get that Fanny banned out, because Buriram, I have a feeling they're confident enough to pull it off first pick.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe they're reserving it for the last ban. See what Buriram United bans out for their third. But honestly, I think for Buriram, you do what I call a throwaway ban here. Just ban anything, because honestly, you want to open up a lot of heroes, especially if you're on blue side, because this match is I would say, out of all the patch, this patch is the one that favors the red side the most because you are able to flex a lot of heroes on first phase up until the very end.
I agree with
so
you.
if you're Buriram United, what you want here is to just open up a lot of viable options. So even if Hydra Esports gets 2 good picks, there's still some left. So I like this sort of ban. It's something that we usually see from the blue side, because even if you pick up the Valentina, or let's say you pick up something else, the enemy doesn't really need that Sora on the red side. So it's just a throwaway ban for Buriram United.
Yeah, it's also something that shows up in Red 3 a lot, right? So a little bit more respect there as well. Hydra, I think this has to be the Fanny ban. I think it has to be the Fanny
100%.
ban, right? If they go back for the Hilda, I guess there are ways to counter it. Again, if you really just want to counter the Fanny, we did see it earlier yesterday in the Classic Derby, RQ versus Evos, I believe. Or was it RQ versus Evos? No, it wasn't RQ versus Evos. It was another game, but it was a full counter towards the Fanny. Kalea and Moskov, they ban out the Guinevere. The Fanny's up for grabs. Buriram go for the Marcel. They pull a sneaky one there. And I guess they're calling out Hydra. You've never shown the Fanny. In your 2 games against Valley, we didn't get to see the Fanny, even though it was left open. So we can pick it up in Blue 2, Blue 3. Hydra, you got to make a move right now.
I like this. They flip the script, honestly. Like for Buriram United, maybe they're not thinking about the Fanny right now, because Hydra Esports, the only way to answer this Marcel first pick from Buriram United is to get the Kalea. So even if the Fanny comes up, at least you have a Kalea to deal with the Marcel, with the Fanny. But it begs the question: if you're going for a Kalea pick here, you're already revealing your cards to Buriram United, and they might just answer up with a different strategy for for Lois. So they get the Valentina on the side of Hydra Esports. Do they take the Kalea? Okay, they take the Khalid. It's a decent choice versus the Marcel, because you can force a platinum stab. But now you see Buriram United. I don't know. Maybe this is just confidence from their side, because usually Khalids are used to counter the Harley, but now they pick the Harley themselves.
Yeah. Good move, I'd say, by Buriram here. They don't go for the Fanny. They don't lean into it. They don't give Hydra a chance to adapt and to really look for counters for the pick that we saw just in game 1, right? So they go for an entirely different composition. None of the same picks here for Buriram. I wonder if they want to lean into the mid lane now, or if they just go for a Moskov. We were just talking about how we don't see this in the first phase a lot, but Buriram, I guess they just love to flip the script.
Yeah. Or maybe, just in case, right? Like, Buriram United are thinking about, okay, what if they do pick Fanny? At least least we have some answers.
There is a what if, for sure.
Because even though the Marcel is quite annoying to play against as the Fanny player, it's never enough, especially on the hands of like a good Fanny player. So I guess this is sort of like a redundancy or a fallback plan for Buriram United, just in case of emergency, So like Hydra Esports, they don't get overly confident in picking up the Fanny for Red 3. So I think you go for different routes here, you go for a different approach. But like, I guess the only decent answer... Oh, okay, they picked up the Arlet. This is something that we've seen from MPL Philippines, by the way. The Arlet counter against the Harley.
Yep. We've seen a lot of that in MPLID as well. I really like the Arlet into the Harley here, especially considering they have a lot of CC resets here for the Vengeance. The Khalid's already there. You got the Valentina Terrify as well. And I really think they're going to build upon this. Maybe get a hyper carry in the gold lane, something like a Claude. Pretty sustainable as well. And then go for utility in jungle. So it is definitely a new version of Hydra. We haven't seen Mr. Clover on any utility jungles just yet. But I really think this is a composition to do it. But really good read by Buriram, man. That Fredrin ban might be a Baksha ban next, if they're really reading into this. There's then no more utility junglers to go for. The only one maybe would be Akai if you're really leaning into the resets, but I'm not a fan.
I'm not a big fan of Akai, honestly, especially in this patch. Especially against Marcel, by the way. Like, he stops the heavy spin. He doesn't stop the skill, but he stops you from, like, walking in. So, I feel like for Buriram United, I really like coaches when, they know what's happening. And this Fredrin ban, maybe they ban Baksha. Okay, they banned the YSS. It's good. It's a good read, because I feel like Hydra Esports, they're leaning towards that Baksha and Yisun Shin pick up for their side, because Yisun Shin, he can fight Moskov. He's quite okay against Marcel, and he also has an advantage against Harley, because you get that vision. The Harley's job is kind of hard, because like you want to snipe the YSS, but he gets the vision from like the ult. So now Hydra Esports, I guess you fall back to the the normal Grangers. The Claudes as a hyper carry. But what do you pick up on the utility jungler. Do you go Baksha Claude? Okay, they go Suyo.
Oh, they still go for the Suyo. This was banned out. Remember, we were talking about this already. Fast junglers. The thing is, though,
Yeah.
Buriram can... I don't know if they want to take the risk by going Yve. It is a really good pick into the Suyo, but the Arlet and the Valentina get so much value up against this Yve.
Yeah.
Buriram, they don't really have they don't really have guaranteed mid prio with Marsa. I think the Khalid gets a little bit more mid prio too. So this game, it's Hydra who can play that fast tempo, who can just go for those brawls. Buriram gotta go for those trades. They gotta look for pickoffs around the map. So winning lanes against the Arlet, that's something that they're gonna have to think about here. Do they go for the Alice? Oh!
Oh my god. I was
Wait.
gonna say like
Hilda XP? All right.
yeah.
Wow, aggressive. A very execution-based composition by Buriram. They're feeling it, dude.
Well, here's the thing. I've seen Marcel XPs before. I don't know if they're willing and if they're crazy enough to pull it out, but Marcel is quite okay against Arlet, I would say, especially with the Brave Smite. Like if he uses Vengeance on you, it's an insta pop on the Brave Smite, so you're essentially removing the poke damage from the Arlet. But this Farsa pickup, it's quite dangerous. You're playing it into a Valentina, Khalid, and Arlet. But if they can make the mid prio work, I see this as a way to sort of like help the Harley ramp up the pressure in the early game. Now they pick up the Harith on the side of Hydra Esports. Very good choice, I would say. They do need magic damage on their side. I don't think the Valentina is enough, and it's a hero that can survive this aggression coming out from Buriram United. And also, it's leaning towards that early mid pressure that we were talking about that Buriram had on game number 1, and this time around they can bring the chaos early on against Buriram United.
Yeah, I see the vision for sure for Hydra, but to play devil's advocate, man, that Farsa, Aki's been on point. Farsa can really wreck that game plan if you're playing with the Harith, dude. If you get zoned out, if you get poked away, especially with a flicker. Ooh.
Yeah.
I think even the Moscow's going to have a good time in lane here, you know? Again, that prio in lane, we know Izzy again comes in with experience, so laning phase, something that he's bringing to the table as well for this matchup. So let's see, will Buriram be able to get a clean sweep 2-0, this time in game 2 with a little bit more individual flair after showing us such a slow, calculated, systematic game of MLBB in game 1. And it's Hydra who are trying to match that, who are trying to go even faster than Buriram in game 2 with their own version of game 1 Buriram, with their own version of neutral objective control on the Suyo. But he's got to be careful. So much magic damage on Buriram. This is something that the Suyo struggles with, but I have confidence in this composition by Hydra. But if it's just you, draft-wise, who you got, Midnight?
I'd say Hydra Esports, man. It's it's an easier lineup to execute, and they do have the snowball potential with these heroes. My biggest concern, however, is the fact that there's a Marcel on the other side. He stops a lot of like these aggressions coming out from Hydra Esports. So I don't know how good of a Marcel player MZ is, but we've seen from game number 1 that he's able to do his job really well, and I think that's the biggest poison to Hydra Esports right now. Like if this Marcel is able to fulfill his duty very well, I think there's a chance that we might see Moscow scale towards that late game.
And we've seen a lot of that, by the way. We've seen a lot of Moscow carries here, at least at MPL ID. I'm not too sure about MPL Philippines this week, but Erlan went crazy just yesterday in the Classic Derby on the Moscow, man. Only died a total of 2 times in 2 games and got those big fights. Stayed forgotten for the longest time, and that's where the Moscow really shines, right? Especially here for Hydra. They're a composition that really wants to stick together. They're a composition that wants to team fight. So that gives Izzy more space to push, more space to farm. I wonder if we're going to see creative emblems too, because for Erlan, he actually went for Bargain Hunter, knowing that he's not going to be part of those 1v1s. He's not going to be part of the team fights for the longest time. He's just going to scale up. So he went Bargain Hunter, got the Swift Trinity super quick, and then he popped off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in Atlanta Dawn. We go. Buriram this time on the blue side. It is the Khalid. Mid-prio should be on for Hydra.
Yeah, one of the most impressive duos in the game right now. Valentina and Khalid. So hard to trade against these two, especially with the resets. Like the Valentina gets XP and HP from poking. You have the Khalid when it gets level 2 is able to reset that lane. And as Marcel and Farsa, it's quite annoying playing a sort of like passive game, because usually these two also wants to be oppressive, but against Valentina and Khalid, you're not able to do that. But we see Lois, however, very aggressive jungling, went straight towards that green camp against Clover K, and he didn't see that. There's no catch. He didn't see, Buriram United doing this.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, Outcon. Dude, he's already losing out in this lane, dude. And it's so frustrating if you're behind on an Arlet. It's just so tough. He can't even walk up here in our corner just waiting in that bush. If he goes for a cheeky vengeance, he's going to get caught. I like the emphasis on last hitting, though, for Narakorn. Something that even to this day, we see a lot of XP laners, a lot of players in general, kind of, they don't care about it. But last hits, hey, it gives you a lot of value.
Yeah, it's a extra 15, 20 gold. Not even, like 30 gold per wave. So it's a big thing, especially in the early game. Especially if you have heroes that depend with farm. Whoa!
Great move there. Blade Surge into Soul Sever. A little bit of a James Panks move by Mr. Clover.
Oh,
another Blade Surge with the Soul Sever almost takes Agi down. Oh, Lord, that fast tempo from Clover. Is he going to go Sky Piercer? It looks like it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the chance. Oh, Clover K.
Uh-oh. All right, Lois can't really get his hands onto Clover. BLC gets bonked by the Power Wilderness. Oh my goodness. It's a brawly game. Clover trying to go for the pickoff. Gets shot at the turret once, and now it's Lois with the control. The Feathered Airstrike comes around as well. Clover's out of the fight.
Oh, they overextended, I would say. Like, I was happy for a bit for Hydra Esports because they got the mid prio, but when Clover K went onto that green cap, I was like, that's too much, bro. That's too much. Even though the Khalid followed up just to block some of the ganks from Buriram United, they do have damage. And they were able to, like, find a trade in the mid lane, which is going to give back the mid prio towards their side, which I think Lois is going to be happy with that. Oof, Alcon.
Yikes. Solo kill down below. Narakorn, what is he build? Is that just the base damage and concussive blast? Outcon.
I think so.
He got nuked.
Oh my man. Hilda XP, it's back. MSL Thailand, they're bringing it back. This is one of the most annoying heroes in the XP lane. Even before, like when people flex Hilda as a Roman XP, it's quite annoying because there's not a lot of heroes that can deal with him. Watson though, oh, Agi once again. Feather Airstrike to pressure top side. Look at this control from Buriram United.
They're not even giving him any space to farm. Clover K can't walk in his own jungle. Despite the Valentina and the Khalid, they don't have that mid prio, dude. And it's so quick by Buriram. I love how they're flipping the script, not just in game, not just in the draft, but in game too, right? They don't even clear the mid lane before that rotation earlier to really play with the minds of Hydra. And now they gank in the bottom lane. Outcon, I think he might be dove on for the airstrike. Comes in time. They get a gank successfully. No trade on the other side. IZ reads their rotation.
Yeah, as you mentioned, like Buriram United, they don't care about mid prio because they know they don't have the best of control in mid. What they want is to just maximize the side lanes. That's something that we typically see from top teams. When they know they cannot fight mid, they go side lanes immediately, and that's the advantage of having the Farsighter here. MZ though.
Oh, the golden hour by MC is shot deadly. Magic and the SOD lands. Raging Sandstorm with the flicker, but he jumps into the golden hour. Oh no, BLC getting outplayed by the Marcel of MZ.
Oh man, what a fast-paced tempo from Buriram United. You know what? Screw mid lane prio. Let's go side lanes. Let's bring the side laners to mid so we equalize the fight. Instead of 3v3, we fight 5v3. And because of that, Buriram is able to completely dominate the match, dominate the river. Agi does not stop in this rotation.
The Zaman Force was good. He dodged a lot of Feather Airstrike shots, but at the end of the day, Yuri gets assassinated in the mid lane by Lois. Way too aggressive I guess, from Yuri. I don't know where exactly he got caught there, but Lois is going straight to the purple buff. And Narakorn was able to bring the rest of the team over to the enemy purple buff, actually. Over on Outcon, Agi survives with a sliver of health as Lois comes back in. Izzy gets a turret. It's so fast-paced. 4,000 gold lead in 5 minutes, Midnight.
Oh my lord. Look at this mid prio. It's gone now for Hydra Esports.
It's gone.
Even the Valentina and Khalid cannot walk over it. And MZ doing a fantastic job of just holding down these two guys. So if you do proper math, it's not even 5v3, guys. It's 5v2, 5v1 at best, because Valentina and Khalid, they're stuck in mid.
They are. There's not much they can do as well. MZ can just stack up the Thunderbelt.
Oh my lord!
Feather Airstrike. Yuri's gonna go with gold. My goodness, the lethal ignition ticks down on him. He even flickered out of that, dude. It ends up being a wasted flicker as Narakorn holds them down the bottom lane, and Clover can't even look for rotations because he doesn't know where the Harley is. Oh no. Harley. Lois. He's waiting for Clover. Clover's gonna clear this way, but after that, I don't know what happens, man. Clover's gonna go for the orange buff for sure. Uh-oh. Lois is waiting for him in the bottom lane. That's a gank onto Outcon. That's a big bonk and Agi. Hey, good moves by Outcon. He still gets sniped down. Clover K actually survives against the deadly magic. Good Spear of Misery, man. Peels away from Lois. Feather. Oh, good Raging Sandstorm with a flicker. IZ now in a 1v1 against Watson. 2v1 make it. He flickers out.
Ooh, Clover K. I was about to say, like, he was in a risky position in the mid lane. He dashed into the bush. He dashed into the bush. He knew that Harley was there. And he was able to land a Soul Saver to sort of like get some HP back. And he used the Queller to get out, which caught Buriram United off guard and off position as well, which allowed BLC to sort of like take the opportunity to punish the Harley because the space escape wasn't available for Lois. That's a good sequence coming out from Hydra Esports, but it wasn't enough.
Oh,
how they take down Clover K in mid?
Got pinned down by the Moskov, bro. It's such an underrated part of his game. A lot of people just forget about it, man. You jump in, you're thinking, okay, I can deal some damage, and MZ's kind of low. Oh, Narakorn is not going to get taken down. He just walks into the bush. MZ gets the frozen moment. I wonder how many stacks he's on the Thunderbelt. That's perfect turtle on the Harley. A whiff on the Raging Sandstorm. A picture taken of BLC. Caught in 4K. He goes for the clear. Another. Wait. Oh, that was Marcel. That was Yuri's stolen ult. IZ with SOD coming out again. Zamanfor's coming around. Clover gets baited. Agi gets the pickup with the lethal ignition again, and it's a win, 14-2. Lois walking up, baits out a few abilities.
Bro, Agi and MZ, they're doing a lot in this game. The control from Marcel, the punishes on the heroes on the side of Hydra Esports. When they dash, he goes in with the frame moment, uses the platinum snap to extend the stun, and then uses the golden hour to sort of like stall Hydra Esports and get Agi in position. That's why it feels like there's no way for Hydra Esports to actually engage, because their main problem right now is this guy walking around with a camera.
This camera's lethal, man. He's like a paparazzi, an HD. They're really big celebrities, bro. It just gets so annoying, you know? Every time you walk out of your house, there's someone with a camera right there. MZ's catching him in 4K and in places he shouldn't be, man. It's so tough, and he's stolen the camera a couple of times. He just can't really get the usage of the golden hour because there's so many moves, so much artillery from Buriram that they can utilize against the golden hour, right? He just gets stuck there, he gets shot down, and then it comes all at once. That burst is ridiculous. Clover trying to open up the map. MZ's just getting free stacks on BLC, and IZ's just getting free farm in the gold lane, dude. Or XP lane, rather.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram United, they understand. This is the part of the game where they slow things down. They just let the Moskov free farm. And Yuri and BLC, they cannot do anything. Even though if they have the copy of the golden hour. Wait!
A flicker, Outcon. Now the final slash, he tries his best to survive. That's a big golden hour. Narakorn gonna go for the kill. Gets Clover under the turret, survives as well. MZ gets caught, but now it's IZ with the SOD, forcing out 2 flickers from both the magic damage dealers. Almost a kill again. Watson, lethal ignition? Oh, with the glowing one, I thought that could possibly be a kill. But he gets out to safety with the chrono dash.
Yeah, oh man, Hydra Esports, the only guy that they were able to kill was MZ, but he's already taken the pictures. He printed it, sent them to his friends. And Buriram United, they just get away with so much lead out of that fight. They got the bot lane tower, free farm in the Moskov. They still get mid prio and mid. And Hydra Esports, I think this is where this lineup expires. They had the chance to snowball early game, but now it's gonna be hard to fight against this Moskov. This guy's so fed. Even the Harith cannot stand the damage output coming out from Easy. Agi!
Whoa, Agi. Waits in the bush, assassinates Watson. The golden hour by MZ, zoning them in the back line, and look at this. The isolation of Outcon as IZ just farms up top, gets a turn for free. Outcon, he's trying his best to survive. That's Agi going legendary, 9-0-4. IZ lands it, flickers forward, gets the kill. It's a wipeout for Buriram, and IZ's on a killing spree. The Lord is still alive. They only have Watson left, and guess what? Agi has a feather airstrike. Is this an end angle midnight?
Yep, and Easy. He knows he can fully kill the Harith from 100 to 0. There goes the better airstrike. The zone!
They take him out, man. It's GG. 10 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock. Buriram, this isn't just a win. This is a statement for the rest of the league. A 2-0 super quick series. That was under 25 minutes in total.
Yeah, dude, it wasn't just experience. They also showcased class and swag, man. Agi on this Farsa. Screw the Fanny, man. I think this is a game where he showcased, if you don't ban Farsa, I take it and I take the dub. Buriram United outclassing Hydra Esports. Even with a draft that Hydra Esports could have run away and taken the snowball early games, maybe establish a momentum in the mid game. It wasn't enough. The Khalid, the Valentina answer wasn't really enough for them to stop Agi from doing Agi things. He was able to solo kill people off the back of one play alone, a feathered airstrike in a good position from the bushes. Man, Buriram United, this is something else.
Absolutely, man. It's a solid win for Buriram. A lot of fans in the building obviously rooting for Buriram, man. 98-2 audience prediction. Everybody got their prediction right, or at least everybody except for that 2%. Obviously, it's great to root for the underdogs as well. Gotta see Hydra improve here, man. With these matches, they can only improve, and honestly, I see glimpses of brilliance here and there from some of their players, right? It's just, they gotta learn a little bit more of that macro. They need to fix their rotations in the early game. And unfortunately, in this game, they just got completely outclassed, and it's the Harith who would have worked in theory, but again, the Farsa cooks him. Let's throw it over to an
ต้อง
interview.
ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะสำหรับชัยชนะนะคะในคู่แรกด้วยนะคะก็ถือว่าสนุกมากๆเลยนะคะอ่ะเดี๋ยวก่อนอื่นเลยแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะว่า2หนุ่มหล่อที่ยืนอยู่ตรงนี้ชื่ออะไรกันบ้างคะ
สวัสดีครับชื่อลอยครับชื่อในเกมชื่อลอยครับชื่อเล่นชื่อภูมิครับเล่นจังเกิลครับผม
ค่ะนะคะเล่นตำแหน่งอะไรนะคะเมื่อกี้
จังเกิลครับ
จังเกิล
สวัสดีครับชื่อแมนครับชื่อในเกมชื่อ MC ครับตำแหน่งโลมครับ
โอ้โหนะคะวันนี้กองเชียร์มาเชียร์เยอะมากนะคะอยากจะถามลอยนิดนึงวันนี้มาคนเดียววะคะ
วันนี้มาคนเดียวครับ
เอาทำไมอ่ะ
แฟนอยู่ที่บ้าน
โอ้ยวันนี้ก็เหงาเลยอะดิเหงาไหม
เหงาครับเหงา
นิดนึงนี่ถ้าเกิดว่ามีแฟนมาดูด้วยนี่เราจะเล่นโหดกว่านี้ไหมคะ
บาปครับบาปเยอะเลย
นิดนึงนะคะอ่ะเดี๋ยวถามความรู้สึกกันบ้างดีกว่านะคะว่าหลังจากที่เราได้1แต้มนะคะกลับบ้านกันไปในเกมนี้แล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะใครตอบก่อนก็ได้ไม่ต้องแย่งกันค่ะตอบทั้ง2คนรู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการได้1แต้มนะคะในแมตช์นี้
รู้สึกว่าเป็นการเปิดประเดิมที่ดีครับเพราะว่าชนะก็ดีอยู่แล้วนะครับผม
โอเคเราต่อเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะในการได้แต้ม
ก็โอเคครับเป็นการประเดิมสนามได้ดีครับแล้วก็จะทำผลงานให้ดีแบบนี้ทุกแมตช์ครับ
ปกติเราเป็นคนพูดเก่งนะ ไม่ต้องเขินคนดูเยอะแยะ นะคะเดี๋ยวคำถามต่อไปเลยนะคะความรู้สึกที่ได้มาแข่งในลีกของ MSL Thailand นะคะพร้อมกับนี่เลยเรามีผู้ชมเดี๋ยวมานั่งดูสดนะคะในห้องส่งแห่งนี้ด้วยเนี่ยอยากถามว่าเรามีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
รู้สึกว่าการแข่งออฟไลน์เป็นอะไรที่สนุกครับเพราะว่ามันมีเรื่องของการเสียงเฮของคนดูครับมันก็เลยเอนจอยไปด้วยเวลาคิวได้หรืออะไรอย่างงี้สนุกครับ
ค่ะและเราล่ะคะ
เหมือนกันเลยครับเวลาแอสซิสต์หรือคิวได้ก็มีเสียงเฮแล้วรู้สึกตัวเองเท่
โอ้โหนะคะและอันนี้ส่วนตัวนิดนึงนะเมื่อกี้นี้เนี่ยไอ้ที่มันเป็นพื้นสีไฟเหลืองๆอันนั้นนิ้วลื่นปะคะหรือว่า
ปุ่ม
อาจจะแบบว่าเราเหงื่อใช่ไหมที่นิ้วอะไรอย่างนี้นะคะแล้วตกลงเราเป็นนักบิดหรือนักอะไรนะคะ
ไม่ใช่
ไม่ใช่นะ
คนเขาพูดกันไปเรื่อย
เขาแก้ข่าวนิดนึงค่ะเพราะว่าเขาใส่เรามา
ในเมนต์
ไม่ใช่ค่ะคนภาคค่ะเขาบอกเราเป็นนักบิดจริงไหมคะนี้
คนภาคเขาพูดไปเรื่อย
พูดไปเรื่อยนะโอเคค่ะนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับการเตรียมตัวนะคะในการมาแข่งขันนะคะลีกครั้งนี้ถือว่าเตรียมตัวกันนานไหมคะ
เตรียมตัวชุดนี้เราเตรียมตัวตั้งแต่เดือน12ครับปีที่แล้ว
เดือน12เดี๋ยวก่อนนับก่อน4 เดือนธันวาค่ะนะคะแล้วก็มีอะไรพิเศษไหมในแคมป์ของเรา
พิเศษก็คือมีน้องคนหนึ่งที่เล่น FPF น้องนารากรเป็นเด็กที่ผมรู้สึกว่าถ้ามันมั่นใจมีของน้องแบกได้
อันนี้คือพูดถึงน้องอาจจะไม่ได้ยินใช่ไหมคะไม่ได้ยินเนาะโอเคแล้ว MC ล่ะคะมีอะไรอยากจะเมาส์ในแคมป์ไหมคะ
ในแคมป์ครับ
ที่เราเก็บตัว
ไม่น่าไปตีแบตก่อนแข่งครับปวดไหล่ไปหมดแล้ว
อันนี้นี่คือเสียงในหัวใช่ไหมคะแอบบ่นนิดนึงนะคะ และก็อยากจะถามค่ะว่าในบรรดาทีมในลีกเนี่ยทั้งหมดเลยนะคะเราอยากเจอทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ MC บ้าง MC ก่อนบ้างเดี๋ยวเราก๊อปปี้
ผม
อยากเจอทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหม
ก็เจอได้หมดเลยครับเพราะว่าอยากเป็นแชมป์ก็ต้องเจอได้หมดครับ
เจอได้หมดนะคะแล้วลอยล่ะคะ
ผมอยากเจอปอซ่าน่ารักครับ
อุ้ย
เพราะว่าเมื่อวานนี้เห็นเปิดตัวทำโลโก้อย่าง
อันนี้คือส่งเขาไปแฝงในทีมนู้นหรือเปล่า
ไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่
ไม่ใช่นะ นะคะก็อยากเจอปอซ่าเนาะนะคะสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะให้ฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยที่มาเชียร์เราในวันนี้ค่ะ
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์วันนี้นะครับ แล้วก็จะทำผลงานให้ได้ดียิ่งขึ้นไปนะ วันแรกอาจจะตื่นสนามเองนะครับ ขอบคุณครับ
ค่ะ MC ค่ะ
ก็เหมือนกันนะครับขอบคุณแฟนคลับแล้วก็ครอบครัวนะครับมาหมดเลยก็ขอบคุณครับฝากเชียร์แมตช์หน้าด้วยนะครับผม
โอเคค่ะนะคะขอบคุณทั้งลอยแล้วก็ MC ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ยินดีด้วยสำหรับ1แต้มนะคะในคู่แรกนะคะและเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้เนี่ยเราขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มหล่อแคสเซอร์ของเราอีกเช่นเดิมค่ะ
I really wish we would be able to understand Thai. You know, maybe by MSL Thai season 4, we would already understand the language. Maybe we get to go there for playoffs. You know, Amen Midnight, get a little bit of that Tom Yum and the MLBB games, Thailand's flavor. Hey, that was a solid performance by Buriram. You know, I'm usually a red team specialist. I love supporting my red teams, but I might be blue for Thailand. Not gonna lie, man.
Yeah, I mean, for Philippines, we've been blue for quite a while now, you know? So I enjoy watching a lot of like good stuff coming out from a blue team, especially from these two teams, Hydra Esports. Again, as Steve mentioned earlier, there were a couple of like, you know, moments in the game where we've seen them like pull ahead, like good fights, good ideas behind the moves. But man, I would say just experience is something else. Like it's something that you cannot just develop overnight. It's something that you actually acquire over time, and I've seen that from MZ, especially with the Marcel performance. Like he applied the same concept from game number 1 to game number 2, just very annoying from the early game.
It truly was very annoying, but our MVP, I think there's no doubt to who the MVP is for game number 2. I think the player of the match, in my opinion, as well, man. Again, brought to you by our official telecommunication partner, True 5G. It's Agi on the Farsa.
Bro, no fanny ban, maybe, in the next games. Ban this Farsa, I would say. Like, this guy is, even though we haven't seen him on, you know, different heroes, because this is the first series for Buriram United, but for all the teams that are going to be matching up against Buriram United, they have to be concerned about this Farsa pickup, because we've seen a lot of, like, good plays from Agi. Game number 1, he was forcing the Harley kill. Game number 2, he was like, okay, we don't have mid prior. Let me go side lane. Let me punish Watson. Let me punish Outcon. And they were just so oppressive on the map. The Valentina Khalid wasn't able to do their jobs, not because of not because of like the players' choices, I would say, but because of the fact that Buriram United understood that, okay, we cannot force anything on mid. Let's just go side lane, and then maybe we force them to react to side lane. Don't bring the side laners towards mid. That's where the numbers game came into the equation here, because even if you fight with the Suyo, the Valentina, and the Khalid in the mid lane, if you're just getting outnumbered, you will essentially just lose the fight. And there's a lot of moments in the game where we see the Moskov joining the fight in the mid lane. A couple of times they get outnumbered on the side of Hydra Esports, and it led to this overwhelming advantage that Buriram had in the late game.
Yeah, I know we were saying, you know, in game number 1, it really felt like more of an outclass towards the macro side of things for Buriram. There were times where Hydra were able to pull off some pretty good plays in terms of just individual micro play. But then we see game number 2, and I think we get a big gap in micro here, you know? So micro, macro, both of it getting gapped this hard. I think even in just the little things in laning as well. Again, something that I expected, but I didn't expect to be that big, was a win for Izzy in lane. He was stomping the Harith in lane, man. It was so tough for Watson, because if you're already losing in 1v1 against Izzy and the mid lane loses as well, Agi just gets free rotations, free kills up top, free ganks. You're not able to pick up the gold. And unlike the Moskov, you can't play in the side lane. You're kind of built to go for the 3 items. Once you get 3 items, you play around the fight. That's how you get gold for the most part. Moskov, you lose out, you go 0-5, you can still play side lane, you can still farm up to be a monster later. So it just gets really tough for Hydra. Again, hopefully they learn from this, man. This was an 11,000 gold lead for Buriram, man. Ooh. Such a quick game. 10 minutes and 50. Nothing on the board this time for Hydra. No turtles. At least in game 1, they were able to get a turtle. They were able to push Buriram to a tougher game, you know? It was longer as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was more clear in game number 2 where experience was, you know, in favor of for one team. Buriram just understood that, okay, we have an advantage. We have a mid lane prior problem. Let's go side lane. And that is what led to this amazing snowball. And usually when we see like lineups that have late game timings, snowball like this, it usually ends in a, you know, dominating fashion. And that's what we saw here in this game, because none of the heroes on the side of Hydra Esports had the resources nor had the items to deal with this overwhelming damage coming out from Buriram United. In fact, if you go back to like, you know, the last few fights that Buriram won, Agi was two-shotting people off the back of one ultimate. Like the Feathered Airstrike was taking down BLC, he was taking down Clover with 2 shots from the Feathered Airstrike. And all Easy or Izzy had to do was like, okay, let me play objective. Let me just snipe people with Spear of Destruction. He joins the fight, and then also the threat of the Deadly Magic really allowed Buriram to just play aggressive, because none of the heroes from the side of Hydra Esports can play front lines. Even the Khalid was not surviving any engage from the side of Buriram United, which is why I also agree. Like Agi is the player of this match because he provided so much aggression. He opened up a lot of moves for Buriram, but also closed out the winning conditions here for Hydra Esports.
Outcon this time is the one who takes over the sandbag on Arla too, man. So, hey, that's definitely tough. This is very, very tough. He got ganked so many times in the bottom lane. He was bonked so many times in a 1v1 again. It's just such a difficult game, dude, when you're behind on the Arlet, and that's exactly what we saw for Outcon. Again, for Outcon, unfortunate game on the Arlet, man. The combo was definitely there. You know, it would have been even better if they had a utility jungler, I'd say, still. But it would have been worse in terms of the gold lead if they got a utility jungler and lost the way they did in the early game. So it's a gamble you got to take against Buriram to go for, I guess, to go ban for ban in the early game, to try to win out in the early game. If you lose out, that's a 10-minute game. If you win, could be a 20-minute game, depending on how you execute.
Yeah, you know, it comes down to choice. Like, if you stick with the utility jungler, you have to be very careful with how you like play out the early game. But when it comes to playing heroes like Suyo, it's a risky move, honestly. Like, if you win early game, sure, you're able to stay in the game, maybe play the snowball, but there is a risk when it comes to like choosing that route. And I think it did bite them in the end, because even though Clover K performed really well on the Suyo in the mid game when they got dumpstered by the Farsa and the Marcel, it's just a natural like downhill for that roster.
All right, we're going to head on over to a break, ladies and gentlemen. It's been midnight in Mirko. We'll see you for our second match. That's going to be super hype because Tenacity will go up against Team Solix.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しか
アマテラス
行くぜ れが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供魂かアマテラス
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなるウフと子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなルーフ子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなルーフ子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる男子供騙しかお待てろ。
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
行くぜこれが俺 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะนะคะกลับกันเข้ามานะคะเข้าสู่ในการแข่งขันนะคะในคู่ที่2นั่นเองค่ะเชื่อว่าหลายๆท่านนะคะทั้งทางออนไลน์นะคะที่รับชมอยู่ทางบ้านนะคะรวมถึงที่อยู่ในห้องส่งนะคะที่ชมกันสดๆด้านหน้านี้ยังคงอยู่กับเรานั่นเองนะคะต้องบอกเลยนะคะว่าในลีกของ MSL Thailand ของเราเนี่ยถือว่ามีผู้เล่นนะคะหลากหลายสัญชาติมากๆเลยทีเดียวนะคะแบบว่าเป็นการแข่งขันนะคะแบบ international สุดๆไปเลยค่ะซึ่งหนึ่งในนั้นนะคะก็ไม่ใช่ที่อื่นที่ใดที่ไกลๆเลยนะคะมาจากทางเพื่อนบ้านของเรานะคะสปป.ลาวนี่เองนะคะแล้วก็แน่นอนค่ะในคู่ต่อไปนะคะเราจะได้พบเจอกับตัวแทนนะคะเป็นคู่แข่งนะคะจากสปป.ลาวนะคะทั้ง2ทีมเลยนะคะที่ส่งนะคะเป็นทางด้านของป่ามานะคะในแต่ละทีมนั่นเองค่ะเพราะว่าในคู่ต่อไปนี้นะคะเราจะได้เจอกับการแข่งขันนะคะระหว่างเทนาซิตี้นะคะเจอกับทางโซลิกอีสปอร์ตนั่นเองนะคะซึ่งก็จะเป็นป่าจากทางลาวนะคะก็จะนำโดยวอเตอร์นั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็จากเทนาซิตี้นะคะก็จะเป็นป่าจากทางสปป.ลาวนะคะนั่นก็คือ สเปกเตอร์นะคะจากโซลิกนั่นเองค่ะไหนขอเสียงนะคะแฟนคลับจากเทนาซิตี้หน่อยได้ไหมคะไหนเสียงแฟนคลับอยู่ไหนคะเทนาซิตี้หน่อยนะคะแล้วก็อีกหนึ่งฝั่งค่ะแน่นอนนะคะในเมื่อเรามีเทนาซิตี้แล้วนะคะอีกฝั่งหนึ่งอย่ายอมค่ะขอเสียงแฟนคลับจากโซลิกอีสปอร์ตหน่อยค่ะโอ้โหนะคะเชื่อว่าหลายๆท่านตอนนี้เนี่ยก็เป็น FC ของทั้ง2ทีมนะคะก็รอชมกันอยู่แล้วนะคะและเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้เนี่ยทั้ง2ทีมนะคะก็รออยู่แล้วแล้วก็พร้อมอยู่แล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับนะคะแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3ท่านได้เลยค่ะ
And there you have it. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to match number 2 here, where we'll have Midnight's favorite team going up against MSL. Hey, you know why it's your favorite team? You know why Tenacity is your favorite team, Midnight?
Why?
Because their XP laner is Song Jinwoo, bro.
I see. I know it. Oh my goodness. It's the hair, you know. But yeah, it's an exciting match. I do agree. Like, this is something I was looking out for, because for one, it is going to be a full thigh battle between these two teams.
You're right. Hey, this is going to be an exciting one, right? We got to see how Buriram were able to just cleanly dismantle Hydra. Now, for our second matchup, I think it's a bit closer. Honestly, if you look at the standings here, both the teams are 0-1 currently. They both lost 2-0. They both got swept yesterday. So, definitely coming in here with extra motivation to get on the board.
Yeah. To be fair, though, like, their losses are against... I mean, it's too early to talk about standings, but I would say their losses were up against the teams that were kind of favored to win. I believe Solix lost to King of Gamers Club, which is, you know, a lot of like fans are expecting for them to be, the favorites in regular season, because there's a lot of like imports on that lineup, and ACT came with guns blazing from the qualifiers. So I would say, yeah, it's not a tough spot for them, honestly. Like, even though they're coming from losses, this is a time to redeem themselves, but also they're not really that pressured. So this is a good way to like start off the week, you know, especially week 1. If they are able to win in this, in this series, maybe they start with like making that momentum heading towards week 2.
Yeah, hopefully they get their momentum again, because it's looking very competitive, you know, with Buriram just dominating earlier. Hydra now moved to 0-2. They moved bottom of the pack. So, again, so many teams here will be coming into week number 2 later on with a lot to prove. So, if you go 0-2, either one of these teams, again, can go 0-2. Tenacity, Solix, you guys can go and let us know who you think's going to win, who you think's going to lose, because we're going to take a look at the standings here. And again, updated standings from match number 1. It's unfortunate. It's not just 0-2. It's 0-4 in games, Midnight. That's a blow, man, for sure.
It's very important because, like, the points, although they're kind of graceful, that you get 1 point for winning, you don't get any point for losing. But when it comes to the actual game points, that's where it actually, affects the team. Because if you're tied with another team, then we start counting the game wins. And for Hydra Esports, it's not looking good. You know, they're down 4 games, so they're at -4. So hopefully they collect themselves, recover from the loss against Buriram United, and maybe have a solid reset after week number 1. But yeah, it's the same story for these two teams, even though you're not essentially looking for a reset here, but it's just nice if they get a victory here, they start building the momentum for week number 2. Because the one thing that, you know, teams are always looking out for is that revenge factor. Unfortunately, you don't get that in MSL. They're only meeting each other once, so there's not like, oh, I beat you, you beat me situation. The next time they face each other is in the playoffs.
Exactly. And for this matchup, if you guys don't know, Tenacity is coming in here with experience. Obviously not in MLBB, but in a different esport title. So they're actually proven champions who are now entering MLBB, trying to show the world what they've got, versus Solix, who's a team that are definitely just looking to prove to everybody that they deserve to be in MSL Thailand Season 1. Especially after that KOG loss. Again, KOG, kind of the favorites coming into the season, a lot of great imports on the team, but I think Solix, they definitely showed a lot of very, very good moves yesterday, right? So Solix, I think they'll be able to make it messy here up against Team Tenacity. I think Tenacity will be more of that macro style team. They're definitely more systematic. So I guess we'll find out a little bit more about the teams right here.
สามารถพัฒนาไปได้ก็เลยพยายามหารายการแข่งแล้วก็ฝึกซ้อมพัฒนาตัวเองให้ถึงที่สุดจนมาอยู่ตรงนี้ได้ครับผมมั่นใจว่าผมสามารถพาทีมคว้าแชมป์ได้ครับด้วยประสบการณ์ของผมที่แข่งมาครับแล้วก็สกิลเพลงของผม
Give us 2 seasons. We'll translate everything to you in 2 seasons. Give us 2 seasons, you know? Right, Midnight?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's always the one thing that people are looking forward to. And I think experience is very, very important. Like, for Solix, again, they're coming off from, I'd say rebuilding phase, even though some of the players here actually met before. They were, if I'm not mistaken, part of like the OG ITCT Bacon Club. So yeah, they have experience here, but it's just that in this stage of MLBB, you have to be solid with your team chemistry.
Absolutely. We're gonna go get a look at the rosters for both the teams. Again, Midnight's favorite team, Tenacity.
You know what? Solo leveling, team leveling, I don't care what it is, but they have to show up here with a level up gameplay. Tenacity, do they have that tenacity to stand the pressure coming off from a loss yesterday? We did see a lot of good moves from this squad. They have a lot of experience, but it has to show up today for them to get a W in week number 1.
Let's see if they can get that, because up against them, the team that's looking to go and create some chaos. Please welcome, this is Solix Esports.
Hey, Mirko can actually speak Thai. They ask for 2 seasons, and I think, this team doesn't need 2 seasons. They're coming off from a squad that was originally playing MLBB. This team has a lot of experience from not just MLBB, but also from multiple game titles. But again, they lost yesterday, so this is a stage where they claim that redemption back. They need to get that momentum going for the upcoming weeks. Again, they only get to face each other once in the regular season.
Yep, it's only a single round robin, so every match counts, every game counts as well. If you want to make it to the playoffs, if you want to go and push forward, these coaches will also have to go the extra mile. They're going to have to go for the compositions that I think suit their teams, right? Considering how new these players are to MLBB, I think it'll be better for them to just rely on comfort picks over going for pure meta picks that they might not be too comfortable on.
Yeah, it was obvious yesterday, like, they were adjusting and adapting to the current meta game, but you don't see that identity, There's not like, you open this, I get to pick this. Even though they only had 2 games, it was sort of like dependent on what the enemies were picking, and if it's good, then they just go with this current meta game solution. I feel like for Solix, they need to find that footing where they play around specific play style. But on the other side, you have Tenacity. This team, however, showed something very different. I would say this team is more of a comfort type of team. Who picks Zetyan first too, right? Like, this team likes comfort heroes. So I think it's a battle of like team identity, where you have Team Tenacity who knows how to play their game, but it's just a matter of execution, where on the other side you have Solix Esports still trying to find that identity. Even though they have experience, it feels like they're still lost in the current patch.
I agree, man. They're still going for a lot of picks that might look good on paper in a vacuum, but as a team, the synergy just doesn't look like they have got that down just yet. They're still moving as individuals, not really a unit just yet. Hopefully they fix those issues from yesterday, because coming up against this matchup, this is a very, very tough one. Tenacity, again, they've got more experience with Water in their lineup. Someone who's had the international experience, was just part of the M7 World Championship wildcard with Leon Esports in the jungle role as well. I think having an import in the trio mid is just so important, right? Because you get to dictate that pace.
Yeah. I feel like, it's about experiences. We have Water here.
คิดว่าเอาชนะทีมโซลิดได้ครับเพราะพวกเราก็ซ้อมกันมาอย่างหนักครับผมก็ชื่อเชลลี่ครับจากทีมโซลิดอีสปอร์ตครับเล่นตำแหน่ง EP เลนครับเขาจะเคี้ยวพวกผมไหวหรือเปล่าระวังโดนผมโซโล่คิวนะครับตัวผมแน่ครับถ้าอยากจะแก๊งเลนผม2 คนไม่พอนะมาทั้งทีมไปดีกว่า
there you have it. Some words again. Give us 2 seasons. We'll be able to translate maybe in 2 seasons. All right, hopefully, right? Like, well, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting very close to it. Okay. But again, speaking on the matchup, you were saying about Water Midnight.
Yeah, you've mentioned the experience coming out from M7, you know, being part of Leon Esports. They do bring that experience on the table. But similar to that story, you have Solix Esports. We just watched, you know, the experience be put on the table from Buriram United. The question is, can Solix do the same? Because yesterday, again, what I found was this team, even though they know the metagame, they know how to play MLBB, it just feels like they're lost, you know? Like picking up Alice as early as a counter against Baksha, some teams would prefer not to utilize that that hero early on because it does get countered in the draft later on. It feels like they just react heavily on the draft. So I feel like I want to see more of the team identity, the team playstyle from this team.
All right, man. Hey, they're reading books out here, and you guys can definitely read more about MSL Thailand in the social media pages that we have down there. You can check out MSL Thailand on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and while you're doing that, go and redeem that code. There's going to be plenty more codes for y'all to claim throughout the day as we get through more and more of these hot matches, man. And again, back to the matchup, back into Land of Dawn. We were talking about the synergies, we're talking about the draft as well. I think for Team Tenacity here, they also need to start respecting, or maybe they need to try to force out the Fanny. I think Solix have been the ones actually banning out the Fanny, and Tenacity very confident in leaving the Fanny open. It's always their opponents, at least for yesterday, who have to ban out the Fanny. And hey, if you're talking King of Gamers, and oh sorry, my bad. They were also the ones to ban out Solix were the ones to ban out Fanny. So against ACT, my bad. If you have ACT, a team as strong as that, respecting your Fanny, that means you definitely have some strength in that hero. You got to try to open it up by leaving as many heroes up as possible, right? If you don't get the Fanny, at least get your hands on the Guinevere, the Jusins, get your hands on those prio picks.
Yeah, and we saw Water play Fanny in the world stage. I think Solix understands that, okay, we can... Oh, actually, never mind. They banned the Fanny themselves. Oh, yeah, because the Tenacity is on the other side. Yeah. So Water's not going to be able to play, Fanny today. I feel like that is just going to be true for almost all games that they will play in the regular season. And Solix understands the assignment. Okay, we don't let go of the Fanny. Matter of fact, they put it on second ban. What's weird to me is they banned Valentina first.
It seems to be a trend. Valentina, before the pickup earlier by Hydra, was sitting at 100% win rate, so I think they're just leaning into the stats currently in the league. Valentina has been amazing, but I also think it's amazing because of some of the users, you know? The players who've gotten their hands on Valentina are very high-skilled player. Heroes, that hero is already very comfortable on their hands.
Yeah, and then we have an Eve ban coming out from Solix Esports, really just targeting that mid-prio. And I feel like, honestly, they're setting up for another boxer first pick here for Solix Esports. It's also to steal it away from Tenacity. Again, all reactive positions from their draft. But with this one, I do agree. Like, first pick boxer is so nice here. There you go. And then maybe they set up, like, a Zetyan or a Kimi later on the second phase on the draft. And then Tenacity, they're left with... I would say heroes that get countered by Baksha, like the Gwins, the Phobiuses. So they might have to look at different options here. Maybe they go Harley, even though there's a Baksha in the playing field. It's still, a very potent jungler in the first phase.
Yeah, it's something that they're actually taken away from KOG yesterday. They were beat up by the Baksha in game number 2. It was a Baksha Kimi set up for King of Gamers. And actually, it was a very, very long game, 18 minutes and 42 seconds. So Team Solix are definitely coming into this with a lot of confidence because they were able to bring the favorites into a 22-minute game in game number 1 and an 42-minute game in game number 2. So that's the Sora and the Yi Sun Shin flex for Team Tenacity.
Okay, I think Tenacity is also doing the same thing to Solix Esports.
Ooh.
Oh, Hellcut pick. Okay, so now the question is, where does this go? I've seen a couple of Hellcut and Sora matchups in the EXP. This can go either way. Either they put it on Rome or they put it on XP. But Tenacity, they just have to hold out. They have to hold out in second phase. Maybe they pick up the mage share and reveal the position of the YSS. Okay, they go for the Khalid pickup, so it doesn't reveal much. You see the YSS, you see the Sora, you're not sure where it's going. The YSS could still just go jungle, could go gold, Sora XP, could also go gold. So I think the idea here for Tenacity is, okay, we flex these two out up until the last pick so that we figure out what the position of the Hellcat is. And maybe we put, I would say, some decent matchups, because I've seen some Sora lose out to the Hellcat, because Hellcat is just so oppressive in the EXP. It's a type of XP laner that just doesn't lane, you know? He likes scratching people's heads with like the pokes and stuff. And then when he gets the tempo and momentum by level 4, he just rotates to mid.
Yep. It's always about prio, it seems, right? For Team Solix, I like the Helker pick. It really reminds me of MSL Myanmar, you know, another MSL league, and it's where Young and Galacticos were able to win it out with the Helker.
Yep.
So I like it in that fashion, especially considering they have the utility. And the fact that even in MPLID, we see a lot of the Helkers being utilized not just for the assassin prowess, you know, picking people off, going for the side lanes, but also as a utility pick. When a team wants to go for a pick without the Helker, while the Helker is playing in the side, just ask him to put the Dark Knight Falls. It creates a lot of chaos for the opposing team, and Tenacity is definitely going to feel that. That's why they tried to respond with the Khalid. They definitely want to shut this Helker down as soon as they can, maybe getting that snowball themselves. They're already banning out those early game heroes, those tempo-reliant heroes, Phoveus, Uranus, out of the board.
Yeah. You know what? Solid Esports, I'm not going to be surprised if they either ban Suyo or Kimi, because honestly, at this point, it's so obvious. They're just depending on, okay, Tenacity, these are the heroes that you draft, we steal them away. That's why I mentioned earlier, like, it feels like Solix Esports is not drafting for themselves. They're drafting more to remove the comforts on the other side, on the opposition, which I feel like in this game, it might be advantageous for them. But they ban a CC, they let go of the Suyo, which Tenacity could still pick up, considering that there's also that flex factor. You know, it could be like YSS jungle, Suyo XP, sort of gold, or maybe Suyo jungle. There's so many flex on the side of Tenacity, and they are able to do that, which is gonna help them like alleviate this Hellcat problem that they have right now, because they see the draft from Solix Esports. So this Red 4 pick is gonna determine how, I would say, the early game momentum is gonna go. But they revealed the Kagura. Man, I'm not entirely sure about this pick, though.
Yeah, me neither, man. That's definitely a risky choice to go for in this position, man. And they go for it. Hey, if you pull out the Helker, we can pull out something out of our own sleeve as well. And Tenacity, they decide to go for the Kagura. It's burst, sure, but right now, the question is, who are you going to burst, right? It looks like it's just a Zetian, if you can get an angle on her, but she's going to play so far back. So, kind of relies on the rest of the team. I think the setters mainly, Song Jin Woo on the XP Sora, if you can get the big shifting skies for the combo with the Kagura, and the Alice gets picked up here, a little bit more disengaged, a little bit more of ways for them to stop what Tenacity wants to do. And I think it's a really good pick here. They are adding more bodies to the fray. Tenacity, they are in desperate need of shred. This is a tanky lineup from Team Solix.
Oh, wow. I like this. I like this roundup from Solix Esports. You have a lot of like good aggressors on the front line, as you said, like a lot of meat shields. And then you have the Granger with an amazing tempo. And it's going to be hard for Tenacity to sort of like bypass these frontliners, considering that there's also that Fury of the Phoenix that you have to worry about. And they pick up a late game hero in the form of Joy. I get the idea. Like, there's no stun on the side of Solix Esports. But where's the damage early game? Who's stopping this Granger from just terrorizing your mid game? I feel like Tenacity overplay their hands here.
I agree with you, man. This is a very, very tough composition pull off. A flame shot as well from Zosnap.
Oh my god.
We're talking about Flare. They're definitely going all out on the Flare. It's an execute for Moss as well, by the way. So he's going guns blazing. He's looking for those pickoffs early on. Not the Petrify, not even the Flicker to get out. He's just looking to get kills on the map. And honestly, a lot of vulnerable targets in the early game. I'd say even Zosnap here on the Kagura. You'd expect him to be a bit harder to pick off, but with the range of the Zetian, that kill pressure of the whole team, and then an execute on the Hellcat, it's going to be tough for Grift, for Zosnap, and even for Water in the jungle.
Yeah, also Archix. Like, you think about Khalid, almost impossible to kill early game, especially when you get level 2. The thing about the quick Sandguard is, in this game, there's a lot of ways for Solix Esports to sort of like solve the Khalid problem. There's that Terrify from Moss. There's also the boxer roll. You could argue that Memark himself can actually stop the Khalid from healing. Maybe like a cute flicker play, push him back, cancel the heal, and then close it out with the execute from the Hellcurt. So again, there's a lot of like creative ways for Soul League's esports to pave their way towards that mid-game momentum that they are gonna be looking for Xiao Xiao, especially when the Skypiercer timing comes around.
Okay. We'll see it. Again, they can just play for the Granger. This is more of a hyper carry route, so in a way, if Tenacity does get a snowball, it'll be very concerning for Team Solix, right? If the Granger gets shut down in lane as well, that'll be really tough. That means they're going to have to wait a little bit longer, and then Tenacity can just make it chaotic. So it's actually a bit different to what we expected. We thought Tenacity would be the one with more of a front-to-back, a systematic playstyle. Turns out it's Solix who go for that, and it's Tenacity who go for a crazy lineup that just wants to brawl all around. With how crazy it's been in ID and PH with the brawls of some of the teams, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, right? But if they don't let it work, if they don't make it work in game number 1, it's going to be very tough for game number 2. I think they'll be read out completely. So ladies and gentlemen, let's just welcome y'all into the land of Dawn. Here we go. Match number 2, game number 1. After a stomp in match 1, will it be another stomp or will we see a banger of a full series? Uh-oh, already. This could be a kill. He brought execute. Arjex with the flicker catches the cockroach.
I think Moss overestimated his ability to step over the water, and water on the other side. The Joy literally fought the Hellcurt before the purple spawn, which is why they're able to get that first blood onto Arjex, even committing that flicker. And this is the dangerous territory where we were, what we were discussing earlier. Like, if they don't get proper early game, they're just gonna, get rolled around by Tenacity, especially with this lineup that wants to fight. They have a lot of ways to shut down this, this Granger and the Hellcurt, given the farm. And I feel like if you're Solix Esports, you're not happy with how the game just started.
Definitely not, man. The audience as well will definitely not be happy. At least 65% of them who predicted Solix here definitely already on the ropes, man. Early on with the Hellcurt falling through, this could be the winning condition we were both talking about. Hey, we're both Team Solix here, man. The entire Thai broadcast went for Tenacity. We're with the audience on this one, man.
Yes, sir. We know how to read. We know what's going on. But I feel like for Tenacity, this is like the time, because I gave them one game, and I feel like this game could make the case for them. Like, after that kill onto Moss, it's gonna be harder for Solix to get a footing in the mid game, especially even early game, because now you just gave mid prio to Arjex now, and he's gonna be able to rotate the map, abuse the fact that, okay, this Hellcurt is gonna be scared for a while now.
Yeah, Cherry actually got tempo here against Song Jinwoo. Solo leveling in the XP lane. Spectre first onto the turtle, on the Baksha as well. This is looking good. Moss is gonna be looking for a big jump onto Song Jinwoo. Good spacing from him, but Arjex is doing a good job zoning. Fear the Phoenix coming down. Red Tree win for Spectre. And that's a Fear the Phoenix. Locking him out. Throne of Ruin as well. That's the CC immune, but it doesn't matter. Song Jinwoo gets cooked. But that's Zosnap with a flame shot. Able to get Cherry down. That's Zhao in the mid lane. Just trying to get some kills. Won't be able to get it. In the end, it is a turtle and a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the lineup here from Soul League Esports, even though they don't have the stun. Oh, wait. Xiao?
Yeah, an attempt. Arjex walking up. Oh! Wrong targeting. Jumps onto Moss instead. Just barely out of range to jump onto Zhao.
He's not done. He wants to go in. He wants to go back. But fortunately for Xiao, he still has a flicker. So it's a bit awkward for Arjex to just close out that kill, especially without the ultimate. And that's the thing about Soul League Esports lineup, is that they can just play around the Alice, be the protection shield. Oh, Cherry?
Yeah, I don't know why he was just soaking in the wave like that. He also used his skill 1 aggressively. Maybe... Oh, Arjex with the Raging Sandstorm. This could be a kill back. Does he have the quick Sand Guard? I guess it doesn't matter. A gank from Spectre. Memarks picks up the kill, and we're back to basically level on the board in gold.
Yeah, a bit of a couple of sloppy plays from both sides, I would say. As you mentioned, like Cherry soaking up the damage from the wave, could have just cleared under tower. Spectre was so tanky on the Baksha, even without the Tortoise Poissons. Like, this is the issue that Tenacity has. Early game, even if they can punish, it's all dependent on when Solix Esports makes a mistake in terms of positioning. But right now, you see like the problem for Tenacity is that they don't have enough damage to take down the Alice, take down the the Baksha. Oh, Moss.
Oh man, chain CC on Arjex. Good pickoff with the Fury of the Phoenix as well, and that's the utility I was talking about with the Dark Knight Falls, dude. Tenacity just had to back away, isolated their own roam. Arjex got picked off.
Yeah, and Tenacity, even though they got an early game lead, I would say the recovery from Solix is kind of solid, especially with Moss, like not overplaying his cards. He just has to play it right, use the utility from the Dark Knight Falls. And it's going to be hard for Tenacity to sort of like break this formation, find a Granger, because again, you have to worry about, number one, do you have damage to bypass the Alice and the Baksha? And two, can you actually find this Granger? Because when you jump in and the Helker just presses his ult, where do you go? Where's the Granger? Where's Xiao?
It's so tough, especially once he gets the Sky Piercer. Thing is, though, I think there's going to be another problem for Solix Midnight. Sure, the Granger's going to be safe in the back with the Dark Knight Falls, but how do you give him the kills with already Memarks being on the board and Moss having an execute, right? I wonder if he's even going to build Sky Piercer. Water's trying his best here just to clear out the wave. Doesn't want to give Zhao any free farm to get here. But again, Tenacity, they really need to get rid of this problem, which is the front line. They don't have any shred.
Yep. I guess if you're Solix, especially if you're Xiao, you ask the Helker to never press the execute. Oh, Cherry!
Oh, don't ruin Fury of the Phoenix! That's the combo! And they get it, Zhao. Really good dash out of the Mountain Shocker. The lead now on Team Solix with 2 turtles, and Moss is already going to soak in the waves in the bottom lane. You know what?
Yeah.
This composition from Solix, it's very Dewa United. It's actually almost the same every single pick except for the Claude. It should be the Claude instead of the Granger if it's Dewa.
Yeah, I would say it's very heavily inspired by like Indonesian and Malaysian comps. I remember Vam was running the same strat. Like they put the damage roam on the EXP side and play around their marksman. Because now Xiao, with this protection coming out from the Alice, the Baksha, they can play 2 lanes, mid lane, and then 1 opposite lane. And then you give the farm towards your roamer, who will have so much gold. And it's going to give them the damage that they're going to be lacking towards that late game. Because Moss, on this Hellcurt, in the late game, he has a lot of targets. There's a lot of targets that he can burst down, especially with the squishies on the side of Tenacity.
Oi, Cao has to flicker away. Raging Sandstorm with the Dark Knight Falls. Water gets carried away. Cao gets the help he needs from Moss. Man, the utility Dark Knight Falls and the peel from Moss was beautiful. Mountain Shock on Cherry. They go all in onto him. Fury of the Phoenix knocks him down, though. Cherry's still able to survive for a bit, and that's Moss again in the back line, trying to jump over on Arjex. That's Griff walking up, but Spectre gets a kill. Memark gets taken out, but Cao is back with full HP, and they're on the turtle.
Solix. Now they give us the answer to your question earlier. What do they do with this Hellgurt on execute? Okay, Xiao, you don't have to buy Sky Piercer. Tenacity is gonna go and find this Granger in a team fight, but he's under the protection of the Dark Knight Falls. Water was like, where's my target? And even then, Moss? Okay,
yep.
Okay.
Finally shut down. Water gets on the board.
Yeah, but again, the second layer of problem for Tenacity is, even if you find a Granger kill, there's a secondary damage dealer on the side of Solix Esports that is going to go unnoticed in these fights.
And that's perfect turtle for Solix. I still think Tenacity is doing a good job scaling, though. Again, Water, he's technically still scaling. He's doing a good job. He's already a level ahead. He's going to jump in with electrifying beats, but Team Solix don't want any smoke. They're just going to play it safe. They need to start playing for the Granger. Give him the stacks, because at this point, if he doesn't have... Well, he already has a Sky Piercer. There you go. If he doesn't get any stacks, that's a useless item right there.
Yeah, it's 2k. I mean, he does get some stats from the item, but it's basically just a filler at this point. So I think Solix Esports really have to ramp up the pressure, play for the Granger, move around with Xiao. But the problem is right now, Tenacity, they're also splitting the map. So it's still kind of hard for Solix to deal with the current situation. Maybe they need more items for Cherry and Spectre. But as of right now, I think they're doing a good job of like just like controlling the mid lane prio. Moss with the split push on this Hellcurt.
Playing it safe. Water, though. Already there. Dark Knight Falls comes around. Good communication by Water. He baits it out from Moss. And that's why I think nowadays we see a lot more flickers on the Hellcurt as well, right? Because teams have started to really understand how to play against the Hellcurt. They just match in the side lane. They wait for the Dark Knight Falls. They catch him right as he blinks forward and doesn't get a kill. With the Execute, it's a bit more all-in. If you jump, you get a kill. That's great. And it seems like he's gotten red out again. Water's just on him. Electrifying beats. Ooh. Moss 2 times now caught in the side lane against Water. Oh, another fight. Cherry. A bit too aggressive. Has to blink away. There you go.
Yeah, it's a big kill, honestly, for Tenacity. Water finding the Hellcurt prevents Solix from actually playing the map, and he gets the split push. He gets the fine farm, and it opens up some form of resource control on their side, because now he is going to be able to play the map of Solix, which is also alleviating some pressure from Griffith. So I think Solix, when you lose the Hellcurt, you have to start playing from mid lane again, reset the entire map, because after the Hellcurt death, this is what's going to happen. Tenacity is going to be able to choose which side lane gets opened up and allow the Yi and Shin to farm up.
Goldie's completely gone, man. Tenacity doing a good job scaling. It's all onto Water, though. Griff is more of a utility pick at this point of the game. Again, he doesn't really have the shred to take anyone down. Cherry has got to start respecting the damage of the team. Shifting Skies, taking 2 down, or taking 2 there. Throwing a roll with the Fear of the Phoenix, though. Good CC immune as he goes to the Skies now. An all-in, but Zhao Zhao just doesn't find the shots to get onto the Sky Piercer. Doesn't get the stacks on the Sky Piercer. They've used almost all their resources, and now it's Water's turn. Jumps in over on Mimar's, electrifying beats. Mimar's in the flicker route. Spectre trying to jump in, trying to go for the peel. Oh, the Retry! Oh, it was so early. Zhao Zhao able to recover, looking for the kill, but Arjex denies it away from him. It's a Lord, but still no Sky Piercer stacks for Zhao Zhao.
Yeah, it's a sad Granger, I would say. Oh my goodness.
A combo from Zosnap. Griff has the Mountain Shocker. Spectre now walks up. Uh-oh. Way too greedy. Oh, man. Walks against 3 with a quarter of health and gets chunked, taken out.
I don't know, man. They could have defended under the tower, and now Tenacity, they get tempo. They get mid lane prio. Look at Arjex walking over the side of Solix Esports, and now Solix Esports, they need to find a reset.
Wow. Really good move there. Using the Traceless to get out the Fury of the Phoenix. Water, though, will get a tier 2. The Lord is up top, so someone's going to have to go over. It could be just an equal trade in the end. Still, obviously, in favor of Tenacity. No, Lord doesn't even get a charge. This is an all-out win for Tenacity.
Yeah, this is, the chaos that we were looking for from game number 1. Tenacity, even though they find it hard to burst down the targets because there's so many frontliners on the side of Solix Esports. The thing is, when you get into a position where Solix has to reset, if they don't, they can just go in with, the initiation coming out from the Sora, burst down the targets because they have so much damage if you're out of position. Even Cherry earlier was caught off guard because the Baksha and, the Zedam was nowhere to be found. They weren't ready for the team fight.
Oh, Water's doing so much damage. Oh, a mistake by Water, though. Throwing a Ruin lands on Water. Zhao Zhao gonna get the pick. Oh, he just barely gets away. Griff now with a dive on Zhao Zhao. Gets the pick off the Fury of the Phoenix. Not enough, but Mimark shuts him down as he walks forward, but he's out of position. Now it's Song Jin Woo into the skies with a killing spree.
Man, Tenacity, they broke this game wide open. Now they have the farm that they need. They can burst down any target that they want. And I cannot imagine playing a Granger in this game, honestly. Earlier on, he was being protected by the Baksha. Now that Tenacity gets the farm that they need to have, they now have the damage to take down almost anybody on the side of Solix. 4 heroes jumping on the Granger. It's so crazy for Xiao Xiao. Like, again, I cannot imagine playing the Granger in this game because how do you play? Like, there's vision coming out from Griff. They're gonna know where the Baksha and the Alice is. If they're out of position, if they're nowhere in range of this Granger, Water, Song Jin Woo, Arjex, Zosnap, they can just jump in.
That's what I'm saying, man. When you play the Granger, usually you want to be the executioner with a team that plays purely around you. But with this composition, it almost feels like they're playing for Moss to be the executioner, right? The Granger's just there for damage, and that's why in Dewa United's case, when they pulled off this composition, it was with a claw just to deal damage. Sherry, though, pops in a Throne of Ruin for the Phoenix. The combo lands, but Moss goes over to Terrify. Not enough, though. Not enough damage at all. That's a flicker out from Memarks. Sao still there. Raging Sandstorm, the flicker. Griffin now jumps in with a Traceless, but gets caught by a few of those shots by Memarks. 2 for 0 in the end, right as the Lord spawns. This is a free Lord to Tenacity.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to contest. Even if the Baksha rolls around, he doesn't have Red Tree. And look at this. Good protection, good zoning, good bush control coming out from Tenacity, playing the map right. And out of this lore, they're going to be able to maybe clean up the base of Solix. They have so much damage. They have so much dive. And this Baksha and Alice is going to be non-existent to them because they have the bypass to do it. They have the tools and the skills to be able to reach, you know, the Granger on the back line. They can just suicide for it, matter of fact. Because if they delete the Granger, the only, the only damage unit on the side of Solix is the Hellcurt. But given the farm that they have right now, even the Yi Sun-Shin can just stand toe-to-toe with the remaining heroes of Solix.
And I guess it's really tough. We were expecting Tenacity to not really have the damage to shred through. And that was the case for sure in the early game. But now that we get into the late game, it gets really tough for Solix to pick a target. They see Arjex, but I don't think that's the right target. If they see Sung Jin Woo as well, they can't even get him. If they jump on Griff, he just traces out of the way. That's a burst down on Cherry. Oh, wait, they still get the kill there. South on the back, the water is looking for electrifying beats. We'll be able to get it. In the end, it's a double with Sao and Cherry taken out, and they just don't have enough damage now as Griff walks up with the Traceless, almost taking Memarks down. Spectre against 2. Moss with the rotation, Terrify coming down, but it's only just the Roamer who gets taken out as Memarks now needs the help of Moss to clear out the Lord in the bottom lane. It's another base turret targeted down by Tenacity. And they get the far lane, they get another one. They might be looking for all 3 with the first Lord of the game, or second Lord of the game rather. Mountain Shocker again. Water's looking for the stacks. He gets the stacks. Can they go for the end? They have the waves. Oh, Griff missed out on the Mountain Shocker. They're going for the hits. Cherry's already back up, so no. No end just yet. But Tenacity have gotten all 3 base turrets.
Yeah, I can as I mentioned, like, they're going to be able to clean up the base because there's so much jump from this lineup. And they layered it perfectly as well. Zosnap coming in with the Umbrella. Even though the damage wasn't enough to kill down Cherry, it allowed Tenacity to have the second layer of engage on the back line. They tried helping the Alice, but the Thunder, the Cloud Form came through from Sung Jin Woo.
They just have no damage. Look at Water in the flanks already. Electrifying beats! So gets melted! It's a killing spree for Water. Sung Jin Woo gets a double. Water's looking for more though. Cherry. Taken out by Griff, who's unstoppable. Water with a double on both of the carries. Buys the immortality to win a crown, but no one's taking out the turret for him. Water, okay, he just accepts his fate, and it is a win for Tenacity in game number 1.
Beautiful game, beautiful performance from Tenacity. They didn't need the formation, they just needed damage, and after a couple of sloppy moves coming out from Solix Esports, they found their footing, they found the layers of engaging. It was just a beautiful execution of teamfight tactics from Tenacity, I would say. Like, Water, Sung Jin Woo, all these jumps coming out from them forced a lot of reactions from Solix Esports, and it left the targets on the backline without any protection whatsoever.
Man, that backline got dismantled. Water showing that experience, showing that skill that he's brought over from the M7 wildcard, man. And it just goes to show you, players who've made it to the biggest stage in the world, man, they got something different about them, right? And it's the understanding. It's also just the way that Water targets in this fight.
Yeah. Beautiful execution, honestly. And they understood how the team fight works as well. They're not throwing skills blindly. Like every team fight execution, there's always one layer first. Force out reaction from the Baksha and the Alice. Once the Throne of Ruin has been used, or just even the dash alone, they know they can engage on the backside. Could have been the, could have been the Kagura, could have been the Sora. But after the Fury to Phoenix, everything was just chaos, and they were able to brute force their entry towards that Granger on the backside.
That was too much, man. Definitely too much for them to handle. They're gonna have to figure out another way, man, because at this point, they need someone that's more independent in the gold lane. Because with the Granger, right, you have to play with him. You have to feed him those stacks. You got to get him those kills. If you're just going for solo plays around the map, you need someone that can just play solo. So I'd rather have a Moskov. I'd rather have a Claude, someone that can just hold his own in the gold lane and also hold his own in the team fights, right? Make it difficult for Water to pick a target. Make it difficult for the rest of the team to deal with the front line. I think that they already got. But then the backline being too vulnerable to Water and them not really being able to push the lead further was the biggest problem. They got the perfect turtle. They secured all the neutral objectives, but they couldn't get any structural objectives because Water had the read on Moss 90% of the game.
Yeah, and this is why sometimes like brawl compositions does work, because you can force out a lot of like force errors, maybe force out bad positions, and it did happen in this game, especially that mid lane defense coming out from Solix Esports. And the MVP in this game, surprisingly, is the chill guy, I would say, like the guy playing the front line. Okay, I'm not gonna dive backside because I'm a Yi Shin, but the utility and I would say the patience from this guy to not overcommit allowed Tenacity to have a very solid game. Because even if you dive backside, even if you kill Granger, there's also the Elkert, there's also the Baksha and the Alice problem in the front line, and we did not see any problem from the Yi Shin whatsoever.
I gotta say though, big shout outs to Water. I think he's my personal MVP for the game. The way he played on the Joy, just scaling into the late game, playing around the no CC composition, or no lockdown composition rather, was just beautiful to watch, right? Look at the cleanup a lot of times here. The understanding of how to really execute this play on the Joy.
Yep, he knows it. Like the read is very, very good. When people use their skill, especially like the the crowd controls, the blinks, the dashes, he knows he can punish, and that's what is enabling the Joy to just snipe people on the backside. Even if they lost that first Lord in this game, they knew if they win the team fight, they're gonna be able to take that momentum and push the advantage further. And that was when the the sloppy moves came out from Solix Esports. They felt like, okay, we're untouchable with this Baksha, with this Alice. But again, the damage was there. They were caught off guard in the mid lane with the engage coming out from Song Jin-woo. And when they got 2 kills, that's where the tempo was shifted towards Tenacity, because every single fight after that, it was just Tenacity engaging with the first layer and then going backline with this Joy.
Too much to handle. Way too much to handle. Way too messy as well, the way they played it, man. Again, at least in Tenacity's case, it looks like they're just going all in, but the composition needs to be chaotic. The composition needs to be looking for these individual plays everywhere. But for Team Solix, again, it's them playing as individuals instead of being a unit with a composition that demands them to play as a unit. A composition that demands them to play that clean front to back to protect Cao Cao. A total of 0 stacks this game. That is an unfortunate stat for someone with a Sky Piercer, but it is the reality of going up against so much dive, such a chaotic composition. We doubted the Kagura pick, but it ended up being kind of like the first distraction for Water to come in, and then Song Jin-woo as well. So at the end of the day, it was just a diversion from Tenacity with that Kagura.
Yeah, which is why I think in this matchup, like, we go back to the discussion earlier, Tenacity, they can execute. It's just sometimes they pick up weird heroes, and it feels like the composition doesn't really scream team identity. But when it comes down to like bringing chaos to the game, this composition is able to do it well. And Solix Esports, it feels like they lack some important aspects in their gameplay, especially execution. Because again, as you've mentioned, it's quite weird having having a Granger with no stacks. They're essentially playing for the split push coming out from Moss. But with this execute, that was where it fell apart. Like the Hellgate wasn't safe against the Joy. Tenacity was just able to play the map as well, find trades against the Hellgate, and in the mid game they didn't really play. It didn't feel like they were playing for the Granger. It didn't even feel like they were playing with the Granger. There was just so many distractions in the front line, and most of the time the Alice and the Baksha, even though they're playing the frontline tactics, it felt like they weren't really looking where the Granger is, because Water was just all over the place. He was able to find the weird angles to snipe the Granger, and then you see the Alice and the Baksha trying to tank front lines. There was no peel. There was no like actual formation from Solix, which I feel like was the main issue for this game.
Yep, they're carrying the rich guy here, going to Water. Amazing farming pattern, great pathing to get a lead against a Baksha while getting no turtles. That is a very, very impressive a pretty impressive performance by him, man. Because usually when you're up against the Baksha on the Joy, if you lose on the first 3 turtles, usually it's just you completely falling out of the game, not being able to really match up against the tankiness of an Alice, of a Baksha as well, still getting locked down and gunned down by the rest of the team, and even maybe losing out in those side lanes against Moss. But hey, he pathed really well, he stayed level, and then he got those kills on Moss, played in the side lanes, just asked the team for all the resources. The team funneled to him, and he was able to get a level lead despite the 3 turtles, which is very, very impressive.
Yeah, which is why I actually commend Grift on the season. He basically was just the utility marksman. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you vision. Let me tell you where the Granger is. You know, give this man the entry towards that goal. And he was chill. You know, he was just playing the front line. He was dodging the jumps coming out from the Alice, also from the Helker. Didn't die at all this game, which also like helped the team play overall, because Water didn't have to worry about his teammates dying, you know. So I feel like it was a valiant team effort for both sides, but the chaos was definitely favorable for Tenacity.
They gotta double down on that right now, I think, for Tenacity, right? They just gotta utilize the inexperience of Solix in MLBB, utilize their very one-dimensional composition. If they go for it again, they play for the Granger, they play for the Zetian, but again, it looks like they want to go individual plays. And for Solix, I think the adaptation is that if your team isn't a unit just yet, let them go for the winning lanes. Let them go for picks that can just brawl it out. Let the mechanics shine instead of going for these systematic composition without them having the synergy.
Yeah, which is funny because like if this was played yesterday, you would have thought that the draft was flipped around, you know. Tenacity would have played the composition for the blue side because they know how to execute. It's just a matter of like you know, finding identity. Now you give them heroes like this who don't require specific comp gameplay, but just plays chaotically. I think it works in their favor, you know. They found the fix. So it feels like Solix, even though the plan was good, they accidentally gave Tenacity the proper lineup. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let me steal your heroes. And then Tenacity was like, okay, let's roll around with like a bunch of chaotic heroes who just wants to play solo, and let's just execute. I think that fits them so perfectly. So I feel like if you're Team Solix right now, you have to rewrite the whole plan, man, because you know it didn't work the first time. You guys tried stealing some of the heroes, but now you find out, okay, this team can execute.
And that's why it's so frustrating for newer teams like Solix, man, because I understand what they were trying to do against KOG yesterday. They saw this kind of playstyle. They saw front to back. They saw a systematic playstyle, and they were like, all right, why don't we try it out, right? We were trying to go for those individual plays yesterday with the Claude, with the Harley. And then they try it out, but it just doesn't work as they expect. And then it gets really, really bad for them now. Because now it seems like they just don't know what to go for. They've tried 2 different styles. They've tried to lean into the mechanics. It didn't work. They've tried to now adapt to the systematic playstyle. And clearly, I think yesterday with the mechanics, it was still better. So if it were up to me, I would still go for their strength. And clearly, their strength is not team play. It's not chemistry. It's not like a composition that is reliant heavily on chemistry and synergy just yet.
Yeah. So you know, if you're Solix Esports right now, again, you revert back to what happened yesterday. I feel like game number 2, we might see a literal 180 shift in the draft. Like both teams play each other's comp, but I feel like for Tenacity, that's not even something that they have to consider. You know, they can play whatever they want. They just played a good game, even though the early game was you know, it's still a bit hard. Let's just say the Hellcat kill wasn't part of their gameplay, but the Baksha and Alice was proven to be a problem. But coming into next game, I feel like they can just go whatever, you know. They can play mechanics, they can utilize the Suyo, or they can even go back to the Baksha pickup for Tenacity. But for Solix, you're gonna go with the same bans: Valentina, Fanny, and then Sora ban. Literally they're attacking Song Jin-woo, which is quite weird. Blue sides, they don't usually do this. They don't ban Valentina with the Sora, which tells me that right now they're a bit frustrated with what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, a bit frustrated. It might actually be a sign of just the hero mastery not being there, right? Maybe they just don't play the Sora. Maybe Cherry is just better on those safer picks, on the less mechanically challenged picks. Like, again, we've seen the Uranus, we've seen the Alice here. for
Alice, yeah.
Solix. So we'll see again if they just decide to go for Uranus Alice. It seems like that's just his comfort right now. But first pick with no juice in, what do you think is going to be here? Do they just go for the same pick? Did they go Baksha again?
Maybe to go Harley.
Ah.
Win. Okay.
Wait, was this
Different
like
tactic,
last
I'd
game?
say.
I forgot. I gotta.
I think it was
go back a
banned.
bit.
I think it was Val and Fanny, and then Guinevere.
Oh no, it was completely left open last game actually in game 1.
Oh really?
So
interesting.
yeah, hey, we get to see the Guinevere.
Okay. Tenacity. Maybe to go to to go Phobius. Very typical of red side. Phobius Harley maybe. Phobius Leomord. Phobius Suyo. Okay. They're gonna give Grift the comfort utility marksman, and I like this honestly. Like again, just get the vision for mid game. They have a lot of strong early game heroes on their arsenal, especially with the Phobius getting picked up. So now Solix, they have a big problem with this Phobius. You know, usually when you see Phobius, you react with like Uranus, Alice, Lapu. Those three are like the hot commodities in the EXP right now. But if you don't pick it up, I feel like you're gonna lose out on XP heroes come second phase.
Yeah, agreed. It gets really tough. I think the Phobius pick is just a masterclass here. You know, we've seen the combos for the Guinevere a lot of times with the Arlet, and it just kind of denies it away. They get another combo, though, with the Zetian, and it's the classic Uranus for Cherry. I hope this isn't the two heroes that he's just the best at, right? Because it gets really easy to read. It's now 4 games where he's just been playing 2 different heroes. He only has 2 unique heroes in his pool right now.
Yeah, it's quite alarming, honestly, for Solix Esports. Oh my goodness. Oh, Tenacity, how dirty can you get? I like this glue pickup. Like the Uranus, yeah, sure, stand in the front line. Let me get just some stacks on you. If you get out of position, you will be punished, which is honestly the sole weapon that Solix Esports has right now. The ability to stand front lines without getting punished, because I feel like even if you're the Phoenix is gonna become non-existent here. Like the threat is non-existent for Tenacity.
I agree with you. It gets really tough, man. You have the anti-CC with Violet Requiem, but if you get mounted on, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna have to go for Winter Crown first item, maybe. That's something we did see from, I believe it was Yazuke yesterday against Geek Fam, but again, it's a completely different game here. The Uranus relies heavily on tempo. He'll be able to cut the waves, but then in the team fights, I don't know. Again, it looks like for Tenacity, it's not really a front to back that they're building. It's another chaotic composition, which usually doesn't do too well for the Uranus. It doesn't bid too well for the Uranus. They ban out the Suyo. They got 3 magic damage dealers, and they ban out the Suyo, even with the Guinevere as well. I think it's a bit too much respect against Tenacity, or maybe just an oversight.
Yeah, it just feels like, again, their overall strategy is to remove some of the comforts on the opposition, but I do not agree with the Suyo ban. I would have preferred just to ban the Joy, honestly, because I see the threat of, like, the Joy in this lineup. Again, they have 0 stuns. Even though the Guinevere has a stun, it's not as reliable, you know? And if there's a Joy on the other side, you have to be very careful when you jump. So I feel like Solix, they have to ban it out. But even then, even if they ban both, like, let's say they ban both Joy and then Suyo, there's still that Baksha pickup that Tenacity could just go for, you know? There's a lot of, like, beefy boys in this lineup. You have the Glue, you have the Phobius. If you add the Baksha to the table, who does Solix jump, right? And then you also consider the fact that there's the anti-heal coming out from the Baksha ult. So this Uranus is going to have a hard time in the early mid-game.
Yeah, looking at Water, though, you know, he has played the Baksha. He's played the Suyo, now the Joy as well. I think he's plenty of heroes. The Joy does get banned out, so definitely a bit of frustration there from last game. You know, a lot of these bans just seem to be bans that are like, okay, get Water off those heroes. Now, for Water's case, I honestly think the Lancelot can still work here. If he just wants to play solo, farm out again, I think it's still a pick that can work. You know, you can dodge away from the Spatial Migration, the Violet Requiem. There are ways for you to win out the Retry. You don't really need to care about the Uranus, and you can just dive towards the Zetian.
Ooh.
But they'll stick with the Kagura. Wow.
Okay.
Zawsnap really likes this pick. We didn't get to see any of this yesterday. It was just a normal Kimi and a Zetian pick.
Yeah.
So, hey, I love it. I love the flair coming in for Team Tenacity.
Yeah, again, I feel like this team relies heavily on comfort, and this guy just sent a message to the whole world. Our counter to Zetian is Kagura. I think that's the entire message out of this Kagura fourth pick. Because honestly, they could have flexed the mage for last, picked up the jungler here, but maybe they're waiting for the roam pickup from Solix Esports because they can go Baksha or the Lancelot route. I like the Lancelot because of the fact that it's a jungler that can force out the passive from the Zetian, and also a hero that can, you know, move around the Guinevere. So it is an option for them to get last pick. But now Solix Esports, they get the carry, they get the Kalea. Very typical combo, which I feel like is going to be answered with the Baksha. Damage reduction all across the board. With the Tortoise Poissons, I feel like is going to be very useful against the Kalea carry combo, because what you need is more frontline. You need to add more beefy boys to this lineup. But again, there's a merit to picking up a Lancelot here, because you can move around the team fight, you can dash around, maybe dodge a couple of like stuns from Solix Esports. So I feel like those two heroes are very important, unless they want to go typical Leo mode route, which I don't really like, because the Kalea could just use the title strike. Oh, okay. They go the Nolan route. Personally, I don't like Nolan into Kalea, but I get the idea here. You basically just waste Solix's time, trying to look for pickoffs, especially with his glue, right? Like, the glue can just be the annoying hero in the front line, maybe soak up the initiation from Solix Esports, waste the jumps from both the Kalea and the Gwyn, and then Nolan just tries to find a trade on the map, do macro things, play for resources. I feel like Tenacity, again, they're going back to comfort. I would have preferred the Basha or the Lancelot, but I get the idea behind this Nolan pick.
I agree with you, man. I think hey, it's just, trying to out-farm him again. He's doing the same thing, just on a different hero, right? It's a physical joy, in a way. In the way he plays, it's all about pathing. It's all about moving faster than the Guinevere, getting that level lead, going for the resources, going for trades around the map, and then later, just taking the fights out of the systematic control of Team Solix. So we'll see if they'll be able to do the same thing, exactly the same as they did in game number 1, because I'd say Solix, this is a good chance for them to win. They've got a really good composition, counter picks across the board, a combo everywhere as well with the Guinevere, Zetian, Kalea, and carry. I like Team Solix's draft right now, but Zosnap is just so oppressive on the Kagura. Another winning lane here, despite, again, it being a Zetian. You don't expect this early on for them to be able to trade as well. And there you go. That's the healing coming down. Zosnap, remember, he has Flame Shot. He might just be killed here. RJX pops out the passive.
Good timing as well from Moss. He knew that RJX was going to go for that last minion wave when he jumped in. So Zosnap missed one and didn't hit level 2. Solix, again, they have good footing in this game. Similar to game number 1, they have clear conditions on how they're going to be playing this game. But look at Water. Look at the pathing, man. He went for the orange buff first. They have no idea of what's happening right now.
Oh, man. He's going in already. Team Tenacity, they're already getting that level lead, man. Spectre won't be 4 by the time the turtle spawns in. They might be able to just brawl it out here, Team Tenacity. Oh, purple buff gonna be taken. Now he goes to his own orange buff. That is a 3 buff start. Oh my goodness. Water. He's really flowing like water.
Oh my. You know what's funny, Mirko? They still have no idea of what just happened. They didn't even see the orange buff. Now they're gonna find out. Spectre, once he goes back to his side of the jungle. Okay, he's level 4 because he took the XP crab, but he has no idea Water's about to reach level 5.
Yep. Slams down the pass. A combo with the fracture as well. Cherry able to get away, but they bait out the spatial migration and the Viola Requiem. The prerequisites to go for Turtle 1. It's down.
Oh my lord. Look. He's level 5 right now. They're probably thinking, what the hell? Why is he level 5? Where's my orange buff?
The orange. It probably only figures it out now, and it might not be a purple buff for the Guinevere, man. Moss needs to flicker out. Water still hasn't used a retribution, and now they'll go all in. It's just full out tempo. Retreat from Water. Oh, it's Spectre retreat early. It's a good one there. Fear the Phoenix coming down. They go all in, but Song Jin-woo, he's a bit too strong. And Zosnap picks him off Spectre. Oh my lord, a flame shot from Zosnap. So clean with it, accurate. And RJX can go for the mount here if they go all in on him.
Yeah, it's just being very annoying. Look at Water. He doesn't care about the fight. All he cares about is stealing these greens. Couldn't go for the orange buff earlier because he had no retry. But the main idea for this composition, as you mentioned earlier, is just to farm your way towards mid to late game, get the items up on the Nolan, and burst anybody that tries to stand front line. Because again, Argix can soak up a lot with his glue, even forcing out the flicker from Memmarks because of the stacks from the glue. Oh my lord, they're losing map, they're losing the battles, and they're losing resources against the scaling lineup from Tenacity.
Oh man, and when you have a Nolan as comfortable as this, when you have a Nolan holding a 2-level lead, and a composition like Solix, who kind of need the neutral objective early, being this far behind, that's gonna be a 3-level lead as Water walks up. Cherry, gotta read this out, buddy. He does in the end, man. That could have been really bad, but Spectre now mounted on. He goes for the spatial migration under the turret, pops into Battle Requiem, but Zosnap rotates over. Argix gets traded, but I don't think it's worth it, dude. Water is already so far ahead, and they're gonna go for another purple buff steal. You can already see Water pathing towards it. Cherry can't even defend this, no. Oh, wait. He still walks up? Okay, wait. Moss is right here. He goes in for the jump. They're actually able to fend off Tenacity from taking this purple buff away. But I think it's still a loss, man. They get a turtle at least, no?
Yeah, because the thing is, Solix, what they're doing right now is just reacting. This is the lineup that was supposed to be aggressive earlier on, especially when they picked up the Kalea in front of the glue. The idea was, okay, we can fight you. But Tenacity, their answer was, okay, maybe you fight the glue, but you don't get to fight Water. And now they're playing the resource game. They just want the map to be slowed down so Water can steal resources, farm his way up towards the the point of no return, where anybody that shows up in front of the Nolan gets bursted on. Even the Uranus doesn't feel safe against Water.
No, definitely not, man. Jeez, a 2,000 goalie with this composition, it just feels like it's so much more, man. They're able to control every part of the map, and for Solix, the only way they win this game is to rely on the combo and rely on Cherry being too tanky, being too sustainable for any of these assassins, any of these Tenacity heroes to shred. Moss gonna go to the bottom lane. Good traceless there by Griff. That was even a flicker from Moss. And now with the Mountain Shocker, they might be looking for the re-engage. Moss hasn't used the Tsunami Slam, so you can still go for that re-engage. But it's all about just denying those trades away from Team Solix.
Yeah, and look at the tempo, the mid prio as well, the river control, everything is going to the side of Tenacity. Oh! Spectre?
Whoa. Baits out the flicker, they go all in, and look at the follow with the Dark Wave with the Flame Shot to snipe Memmarks out. That's a Tsunami Slam on Sung Jin-woo. He decides to go back in. It's okay. They give the kill over to the Kalea. Now Cao Cao gets caught with the in-out overturn. Griff gonna go for the Traceless under the turret as well. A flicker forward to get the passive. Cao Cao so low, and it's a kill again to Zosnap. Griff now no flicker. That's a mount on onto Moss. Griff goes in. That's a flicker from Cherry to pick up the kill, as again Water just goes for the objective, stays true to his name, flowing just how it is in the map right now. Oh, Cherry, he gets mounted on. He doesn't have the flicker. He gets brought back onto Zosnap. He's supposed to be the tanky boy, but against two, I don't think he can survive this. Zosnap will give him a chance to survive with a miss there, but in the end, it's Zosnap with a monster kill and a possible sweep in the midst of the team fight, in the midst of the series, man. Is that a Sky Piercer for Water?
Yep. You know, it's so funny because, like, this lineup has been used by Onyx PH and Aurora Turquia. They did the same thing. They built up the Sky Piercer on the Nola. Now he has, I think he has 2 physical penetration with the, the Fury Hammer, the Heptasis, and the Sky Piercer. I've seen this build before. And the way you play this game is you farm up. You don't really care about, like, you know, small skirmishes. You let your team do their thing. And now he gets to play the game. This is the window where if you're Solix Esports, you do not get the chance to walk up to this Nolan. By the way, Spectre earlier, I was like, bro, why are you jumping into the split? You literally gave Argix some stacks to jump on you.
Yeah, they go all in again onto Moss. At this point, they can do whatever they want, dude. There's absolutely no counterplay at this point of the game. Spectre, well, okay, they have counterplay, but it's ridiculously situational, conditional. If Spectre lands a 5-man spatial migration and a Violet Requiem, right, then they can maybe do it. But even then, I don't even think they have enough damage. These are tanky boys on Tenacity. Spectre goes for the spatial migration, the Battle Requiem, but it's only on towards Zosnap. Now an all-in ensues as Water Wall rotates over, gets a passive stack over on Cherry, looking for the Sky Piercer stack. That's Moss with the Tsunami Slam. Song Jin-woo still able to survive, jumps back in with the Infernal Pursuit, and hey, a glimpse of brilliance. A breath of fresh air for Team Solix. They're finally able to get on the board, but Water's still untouched.
Yeah, he's still farming up. Almost took down the Uranus. Fortunately, he was on the tower, so the buff on the defense was there. And to be fair for Solix Esports, if you fight 6v5, maybe you win. If you let the tower join the fights, there's there's an additional damage from their side. So the problem with do we have damage was checked earlier because the tower was hitting some heroes on the side of Tenacity, but do you get that opportunity for every single fight? At least they are able to breathe on the map. The carry is able to get some free farm, but when the water is flowing, he gets a free stack onto the Zetian.
Bro, he just popped me marks. Oh my lord. That is his first Sky Piercer of the game. There you go. 10 stacks on the board. They're gonna go for the Guinevere. Spectre, can you survive the Nolan? Better question, can you survive all 4 of them? Okay, he can, man. Whoa, Flame Shot, almost a kill. Zosnap. Very aggressive maneuver there. Tsunami Slam on the glue. Arjex will get picked up. Hey, they gotta chill. Water jumps with a fracture. Gets a Sky Piercer, now jumps in again. The Fury of the Phoenix. Water! Oh my goodness! A double! I thought he was gonna get picked off there, Cherry. Taking some damage over from Grift. Water still wants to go for the Sky Piercer stack. Jumps back in. Spectre with a read. No way! Water gets a double! Survives with a sliver of HP. Now he's at 50 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Oh my god, thank god for his Sky Piercer. Spectre predicted the jump actually. He went for the jump after Water used the ultimate, but after jumping in, he was taken down by the Sky Piercer. Couldn't even use a single basic attack. Oh my god, Water is just off. Popping off right now. Solix, they don't... I mean, to be fair, they have the jumps, they have the necessary tools to take down the squishies on the side of Tenacity, but this Sky Piercer is a big problem.
Yeah, it was a problem already with just 10 stacks, but now with 50 stacks, now it's a very big problem. It's catastrophic for Solix because all of them are so squishy because they're behind. Tsunami Slam is only onto the glue. Fury the Phoenix as well. They go for the all-in, but look at that. Dark Wind Flicker from Song Jin-woo as Water walks up. Raid Boss coming down. Fracture. That's another 2 stacks for him. And now the all-in on Sherry. They're able to get the Mountain Shocker as Water walks up again. Does he get the last hit? He doesn't want to risk it, but he's at 70. Just one more kill for a fully 80 stacked Sky Piercer. Zosnap with a jump in forward. Just an orange buff take there by Water. Playing it chill. Don't need to rush.
Oh man, that's the issue with this line from Solix Esports. If you don't win early game, there's a clear path for Tenacity to engage in fights. Just let the glue die in the front line, let him suicide. The Kalea will use the ult on him. And once you've burned the resource on the side of Solix Esports, that's where the Phobius and the Nolan shines. Especially with the vision that Grift is giving to the team. Like, they know the position of the heroes on the backside. And Water just goes in because he doesn't care. Like, at that point, whoever is in front of the Nolan, they will try to burst him down. Fortunately for him, he found Spectre. So he removed one of the conditions for them to actually get a pick off on the side of Solix Esports. Because if you remove the spatial migration, there's no catch left for Solix.
Nope, not at all. At this point, it feels inevitable, Midnight. They technically have the scaling with the carry and the Zetian, but the question is, can they even scale? Moss goes in with a Tsunami Slam, but it's only onto the Phobius now, and Song Jin-woo can definitely just take that death. And okay, I expected the rest of the team to go for the turret. There you go. It's a mount down as well, as RJ's able to pick up the kill. That's 80 stacks for Water. He's going legendary here, and it's a side lane base turret taken without a Lord. It's only the frontliners taken down. Tenacity still have a 9,000 gold lead, and they get a bonus off of that.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Solix, even though you're defending, even though the carry's farming, the big problem right now is they have to find Nolan before the Phobius and the glue is able to set up on the front line. The biggest issue is that Song Jin-woo and Arjex, they're willing to commit. Even Arjex earlier, when Song Jin-woo was caught off guard by the Tsunami Slam, the glue was immediately running towards the carry, trying to look for the damage dealers and just delay the team fight here for Solix. And even though they both died, the carry got a double kill. They got the tower for Tenacity. It's just giving so much farm for this Nolan. And the main issue is that for Solix, yes, you have a fed carry. The carry is getting items, but there's a lot of ways for Tenacity to delay the carry from actually bursting down targets.
Oh man. Whoa, RJX, very aggressive move there. Try to go for the pass flicker, and no flicker response. Water. I don't know about going for Cherry there. He gets caught by the Fear of the Phoenix. They still gotta be very careful. Zosnap. Oh, the flame shot. If only he angled it properly, that would have been a double on Nemarks and Zao. Okay, the timing was all right because the Lord just spawned in now. But that was kind of dangerous. That was a risky play to take if you're Tenacity.
Yeah, especially the glue from the flicker from the glue. RJX was so adamant about like forcing a fight there. Maybe force a flicker, but he wasted it. But it's fine. Like again, his job in this game is to die. But Water with a risky move following it up. That was again quite risky from Tenacity. Fortunately for them, there was nobody that died on their side. No casualty, and they still get to play the Lord.
Let's see if they can manage the waves properly. So far it does look... Oh, all in on Griff. He gets away. The fadeaway doesn't get him. Yin Yang overturn! Oh, beautifully done by Zosnap in the combo with Water. Now, I mean, it's already a fully stacked Skypiercer. He just got all the executes there, and it's the front line left to go up against a fully alive composition of Tenacity. Water's gonna do it again. He's gonna tank up the base turret. He buys the immortality. It's a clean 2-0 sweep for Tenacity. So far, Midnight, it's been double stomps. Buriram and now Tenacity.
Yep. A dominant showing from Tenacity. They didn't need the composition. All they needed was the path to success, the pathing from Water. Imagine stealing that orange buff. I'm sure Solix is gonna watch the review later, watch the VOD, and they're gonna be like, oh, this is what screwed us. Like the steal on the orange buff, stealing the greens away as well. When the Nolan showed up, he was already a full level ahead of the Guinevere, and Water didn't care about the skirmishes. He was like, all right, guys, let me farm up, let me carry this game. I'm gonna finish this game with 8 stacks on my Skypiercer.
Hey man, yesterday we were able to get just one series going all the way. I think today might be a day of sweeps. Look at the teams, they've improved so much, and again, for Tenacity, they've improved a lot, right? They showed glimpses of brilliance yesterday, and now they play with such a different style of MLBB. It was a Baksha yesterday, and Asuyo was very objective-centered. Now Water's like, all right, sir, maybe playing the objectives isn't too good. Let me just do my own thing, right? And man, he's so much better when he does his own thing.
Yeah. I think the issue yesterday was again team identity, right? Now they find it for themselves.
นะคะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะสำหรับ1แต้มนะคะในเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะอยากจะให้ทั้ง2คนแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะแล้วก็ตำแหน่งด้วยค่ะ
ได้ครับสวัสดีครับผมซอสแนมนะครับมิดเลนจาก Tenacity ครับ
เย้
สวัสดีครับผมวอเตอร์นะครับจังเกิลจากทีม Tenacity ครับ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วก็ได้ข่าวว่าวอเตอร์นี่มาจากสปป.ลาวด้วยใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับ
ทักทายชาวสปป.ลาวเลยค่ะ
สบายดี
น่ารักเนาะนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้นะคะขออนุญาตสอบถามนะคะความรู้สึกกันก่อนเลยดีกว่านะคะว่าชนะในแมตช์เมื่อสักครู่นี้ตอนนี้เรารู้สึกเป็นไงบ้างคะ
ก็เมื่อกี้ก็ตื่นเต้นมากๆเลยครับก็เมื่อวานทำผลงานได้ไม่ดีเนาะวันนี้ก็ถือเป็นการเปลี่ยนแปลง
นะคะแล้วก็วันนี้ถือว่าพอใจไหมคะ
พอใจครับ
พอใจเนาะแล้วทางวอเตอร์ค่ะ
รู้สึกดีใจครับ
ค่ะพูดกว่านี้ได้นะพูดเยอะๆได้นะ โอเครู้สึกดีใจอาจจะเป็นคนพูดไม่เก่งใช่ไหมแต่เล่นได้เก่งมากนะคะพูดไม่ค่อยเก่งแต่เล่นเก่งมากนั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็เกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยเราจะมีจังหวะสำคัญนะคะหลายครั้งมากเลยนะคะโดยเฉพาะในช่วงของการคอทีมไฟต์ต่างๆนะคะหรือว่าจะเป็นพวกอ็อบเจกต์ต่างๆนะคะอยากจะทราบว่าในการคอนะคะเราใช้วิธีหรือว่าแนวทางยังไงในการคอเกมกันไหมคะมีเทคนิคยังไง
อัดเลยพี่
ตอบเลยเอาแย่นะคะ
อัดเลยพี่
อันนี้คือการคอเกมแล้วใช่ไหมคะเอาตอบไซเราเอาไม้อย่าลืมไม้ด้วย
อย่างก็จะพยายามคอสเปลตัวสำคัญของฝั่งนู้นนะครับ
ค่ะ
ใช่แบบเดชหรือว่า
ดูจังหวะอะไรอย่างนี้ไหมนะคะแล้ววอเตอร์มีอะไรจะเสริมไหมคะ ว่าเอาไม่มีโอเค นะคะอ่ะแล้วก็สำหรับในการคอเกมเนี่ยอยากจะทราบว่าใครเป็นคนแบบเหมือนคอหลักๆเลยเหมือนเป็นแบบคนเรียกสติเพื่อนแบบเฮ้ยมานี่เราหรือเปล่าหรือใครพูดถึงเพื่อนได้นะพูดถึงเพื่อนได้
ก็จะมีอาเจกครับที่เป็นโรมมิ่งครับที่จะเป็นคนคอคู่กับผมที่เป็นคนแบบคอจ่ายข้อมูลที่อยู่เลนกลางครับแล้วก็วอเตอร์จะคอแบบคอออบเจกต์อ่ะคอแบบคอเล่นออบเจกต์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับ
ไม่ใช่แบบออฟคอยังไง
ถ้าแบบคอบัฟก็กริฟฟินครับเลนทอง
ก็คือหลายคนช่วยกันคอนะคะในจังหวะนั้นๆใช่ไหมอ๋อโอเคนะคะวอเตอร์ล่ะคะมีอะไรจะเสริมไหมไม่มีโอเคนะคะไม่เป็นไรค่ะทางนี้บอกว่าโอ้โหวอเตอร์สบายเลยเพราะเราพูดอยู่คนเดียวนะคะแล้วก็ในส่วนของทีมเนี่ยในเรื่องของการคอไฟเมื่อสักครู่นี้ได้ยินแล้วล่ะนะคะอยากจะทราบว่าใครในทีมที่แบบส่งเสียงดังที่สุดเลย
กริฟฟินโกเลนครับ
นะคะทำไมเขาถึงคอเสียงดังขนาดนั้นคะเรารู้ไหม
เก็บกดเมื่อวานมาครับ
เก็บกดวันนี้เลยเอาเลยเต็มที่ใส่เต็มที่เลยนะคะแล้ววอเตอร์คิดเหมือนกันไหมคะ
ครับผม
โอเคนะคะวอเตอร์มาเพื่อพูดครับผมใช่ครับถูกต้องครับ โอเคไม่เป็นไรนะคะแล้วก็ในทีมของเราเนี่ยนอกจากนี้นะคะเรามีตัวแบบว่าทีเด็ดของทีมไหมคะตัวทีเด็ดของทีมอย่างเช่นแบบวันนี้ก็ได้ที่เล่นหรือว่าจริงๆแล้วเรามีตัวไหนไหมคะตัวทีเด็ดอาจจะเป็นตัวละครหรือว่าผู้เล่นก็ได้ค่ะยกให้ใครเป็นทีเด็ดของทีมดีใครตอบก่อนก็ได้หรือจะให้ตอบกันทั้งสองคนเลยเอาแบบผู้เล่นในทีมก็ได้คิดว่าใครเป็นคนแบบว่าเดินเกมเลยทีเด็ดเลยคือขาดเขาไม่ได้เลยคนนี้
วอเตอร์ครับ
ขาดวอเตอร์ไม่ได้เลยค่ะแล้ววอเตอร์ล่ะคะขาดใครไม่ได้ขาดเธอไม่ได้ไม่ใช่ขาดใครคะ
ขาดผมเองครับ
ขาดผมเองนะคะวอเตอร์ก็ยังมั่นใจอยู่นะคะว่าขาดผมเองเนี่ยแหละไม่ได้นะคะเพราะว่าผมเป็นคนเดินเกมนั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับวอเตอร์นะคะอยากจะให้บอกความรู้สึกนะคะเกี่ยวกับในเรื่องของการได้แต้มนะคะในเกมนี้เนี่ยยังไงฝากแฟนๆหรือว่าอยากจะบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆที่สปป.ลาวนะคะว่าแบบประมาณว่าเกมนี้ได้แต้มแล้วนะอะไรอย่างนี้พูดได้เลย
เกมนี้ได้แต้มแล้วนะครับรู้สึกดีใจครับผมแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราต่อไปด้วยนะครับ
นี่
ทั้งคนลาวและคนไทยนะครับ
ค่ะจะชนะต่อไปใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับจะชนะต่อไป
โอเคนะคะและต่อได้เลยค่ะอยากจะบอกอะไรถึงแฟนๆทั้งที่ไทยแล้วก็ที่เชียร์อยู่
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีนซิตี้ในแมตต์ต่อไปด้วยนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
โอเคค่ะนะคะขอบคุณมากนะคะทั้งสองท่านนะคะเดี๋ยวจะให้ไปพักผ่อนก่อนนะคะน่าจะแบบดีใจอยู่แล้วเดี๋ยวให้ไปพักเหนื่อยก่อนเนาะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้นะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3แคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อกันต่อได้เลยค่ะ
Hey, there you have it, man. The interview with the players there. I believe we got Water on stage. Water, Cambodian import, right? He's doing a good job there. Oh, is it actually? Wait, Laos. I think he's Laos. He's from Laos, actually. Leon, sorry, my bad. But yeah, Laotian. Is it Laotian? Laotian import. Laotian import. Hey, he's doing a good job. We've been seeing a lot of the Leon esports players do well. Agi did a phenomenal job. I believe Water deserves the match MVP and the game MVP here. So 2 Leon esports players getting MVP, or sorry, ex-Leon esports players getting MVPs here today, I believe.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see like these players finding success. You know, definitely a treat for MLBB fans out there, especially for like Laotian fans, the Thai fans. You know, that's why like important tournaments like this are very, very important, and we get to see like these players shine in that game. Specifically, Water, again, the experience from playing in the international stage really showed in this game. Just the fact that he knows, okay, maybe this team will play mid prio. They have a Gwyn, they have Kalea, and they have Zetyan. He gets to punish. He gets to do the Grand Theft Orange, steal some resource, and then just play the overall farm game.
He did such a good job at that, man. Oh my lord, that pathing again. I mean, we saw the pathing in game number 1 with a Joy, but the pathing on the Nolan, it's just so much faster. You clear so much faster in the early game, and man, did he go fast. Oh, there was nothing they could do. By the time they found out the orange buff was gone, the turtle was also gone, and then by the time they found out about the turtle, they've invaded the purple.
Yep. Bro, you know how like fast this is? Because in this patch, No one has come close to the 1,000 GPM. Even in the Philippines, the highest we got was 967. Hey, 67.
Oh.
But this guy...
Yazuke got 995.
Oh my god. Now this is the record for the current patch. 1,001 GPM on the Nolan farm is everything. And it yielded results here for Tenacity as full stack Skypiercer as well to boot. Water did get to enjoy playing MLBB this game for sure, honestly. Like anybody, as I mentioned earlier, anybody that stands in front of him just gets shut down, shredded down by the full combo, the fracture as well. And this was the moment where they almost took down the Nolan, honestly, with the jump, the spatial migration from the Guinevere. There you go. He was able to land the knockout, but the Dark Wave was there from Song Jinwoo to stop the Guinevere. And after that, the damage was enough for Water to close out a kill with the Skypiercer.
So well played, man. The 80 stacks on the Nolan. It's just a dream. It's a Nolan's dream game to have here. And no wonder they banned out the Suyo, you know? I think the Suyo would have given them similar problems. Yeah, they would have a lot of magic damage to deal with him, but if it's a snowballing Suyo with 8 kills and a Skypiercer, I think we've seen from PH as well, you know? James Panks up against a Harley, don't matter if he's got the stacks already. And what a combo here from Zosnap and Song Jinwoo, and then the finisher being Water.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing to see. Like, the level of synergy. Yesterday, again, the issue was, okay, maybe they don't have identity. But now I think Tenacity has embraced full chaos with their draft. Like, you see their heroes. The idea is solid, but there's a lot of ways to be creative about it, especially with this kind of composition where people just suicide in the front line, and then you can play weird angles, similar to how, like, Alter Ego plays from Indonesia. They play a lot of weird angles. It's the same thing with Tenacity, where you get to distract your enemies in the front line, especially with this Glue, Kagura, and then Water just, finds farm on the map, does a lot of cross-map plays. And Solix, especially with this Uranus pickup, right? Like, it's just so weird for them when the enemy is not playing proper skirmish. Like, when people are not committing to fights, because your game gets slowed down. And the thing about this kind of composition, when your game gets slowed down, you don't get to play proper skirmish. You lose out on resource. That's why I think a lot of the teams prefer damage junglers over utility heroes like Baksha, Fredrin. It's because there's a lot of ways for them to actually play the game, especially in this current patch where people can just initiate small skirmishes and then just end up trading resources.
That definitely seems like, what we've been seeing recently, especially for MSL Thailand, right? Like, it's always great to see a new region, man. They always have more identity compared to, like, the newer regions, or sorry, the older regions, because the older regions just get really good at the meta that you don't really see that individual flair too much. Obviously, you get to see some of that, obviously, for some of the teams. They still stick to their identity, but it's always great to see, again, this newer teams, newer regions form their own identities and really lean towards it. The thing that I don't like, though, there's obviously some negatives to it, is the fact that Cherry has only played 2 heroes, right? This is a big concern now for Solix. I think they're going to get read out quite a bit if it's just these 2 heroes, Alice and Uranus. They're basically the same hero. It's just Alice is a better version of Uranus, I feel.
I don't know. Again, there's a lot of things that they have to fix, especially for the upcoming weeks. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to claim any revenge against Tenacity anytime soon. The next time they meet will be on playoffs. So yeah, hopefully by then they get to fix a lot of these issues that they have right now. But this is definitely a treat for a lot of like LBB fans. Even if you're not from Thailand, even if you're like a Filipino watching, we get to see a rising region. By the way, shout out to all the Filipinos watching. I see you in the chat. Also, huge shout outs to my Filipino friend, Dan Leo Kubangay. He was watching earlier. I think he's gassing right now. Also, by the way, Facepalm TH, saying thank you so much. Big shout outs to you, my guy. He was the guy that did a lot of like the explainers for the teams that will be playing in MSL.
Hey, W's there, man. And again, this means that unfortunately Team Solix will join Hydra down below at 0-2-0-4. It's time for us to go to a break, but stay tuned because we have another banger of a match later on. It is going to be E Arena who takes on Valley Thai Esports. Peace out.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる王国子供騙しかアマテラス。
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる王国子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる大人子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる大人子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待てろ。
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะนะคะกลับมาพบกันนะคะในคู่ที่ 3 กันแล้วนั่นเองนะคะซึ่งตอนนี้เนี่ยเรียกได้ว่าผ่านกันไปครึ่งทางแล้วนั่นเองนะคะเป็นยังไงบ้างคะกับ2เกมที่ผ่านมานะคะในครึ่งแรกนั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็คู่แรกนะคะเราได้เห็นไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับลอยของเรานั่นเองนะคะซึ่งยังคงเป็นตำนานอยู่นะคะแล้วก็คู่ที่2นะคะสำหรับเทนาซิตี้นั่นเองนะคะที่ได้เก็บแต้มนะคะกลับบ้านไปนั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเราจะมีอีก1ทีมนะคะที่เราเนี่ยยังไม่ได้เห็นฝีไม้ลายมือนะคะในการเล่นแล้วก็แผนของเขาเลยนะคะว่าเขาจะเล่นเป็นยังไงบ้างนะคะกับทีมของอารีนานั่นเองนะคะหรือว่ากระต่ายคลั่งนั่นเองนะคะที่แมตช์นี้เนี่ยจะเป็นแมตช์แรกนะคะในส่วนของการแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand ของเรานั่นเองค่ะซึ่งแน่นอนนะคะเดี๋ยวคู่นี้เนี่ยเขาจะพบกับทีมนะคะวอลลีไทย e-sport นะคะซึ่งวันนี้เนี่ยนำทีมโดยนะคะเฮดเชฟนะคะมิกาสะของเรานั่นเองนะคะที่เขามาพร้อมกับแฟ้มเมนูอาหารสีชมพูนะคะต้องบอกเลยนะคะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวเรามารอดูนะคะว่าเฮดเชฟคนนี้ของเรานะคะจะมาพร้อมกับแฟ้มสีเดิมหรือเปล่าและเขาจะเปิดมาแล้วสั่งเมนูอะไรหรือเขาจะเอาเมนูอะไรมาปรุงให้เรานะคะได้ชมกันบนเวทีนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวติดตามรอได้เลยนะคะแล้วก็เมื่อวานนี้แอบเห็นนะคะเรามีไฮไลท์อีกหนึ่งอย่างนะกับสาวๆนี่นะคะสาวๆนะคะวลีไทยวันนี้มีมานั่งสแตนบายกันรออยู่แล้วนะคะสำหรับใครที่อยากจะเห็นนะคะก็เดี๋ยวยังไงเนี่ยสามารถมาจอยกับเราได้นะคะแล้วก็รวมถึงนะคะกองเชียร์ของอีกฝั่งหนึ่งนะคะกระต่ายข้างของเรานะคะแอบเห็นก็มีสาวๆสวยๆเหมือนกันนะคะเดี๋ยวยังไงวันนี้เนี่ยก็ให้ทั้ง2ทีมนะคะเอนจอยกันได้เลยค่ะแต่อีก3ท่านนะคะที่อยากจะเห็นนะคะว่าสาวสวยนะคะที่เขาบอกว่านั่งอยู่ด้านหน้าเนี่ยมีใครบ้างแล้วก็อยากจะเห็นมากเลยสาวๆนะคะเชื่อว่าเขาน่าจะนะคะรอกันอยู่แล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ของเราค่ะ
Thank you for the wonderful intro. Now we're back to the second half of the matches today. Welcome back to MSL Thailand. Still joined by the boys Midnight and Mirko. And so far, we've seen a couple of sweeps. In fact, all sweeps up until now. How are we feeling about the last two, Mirko?
All right, man. It's been a quick day so far, right? I don't know if it's gonna continue here. The last two were honestly okay. The second match we didn't expect. We were actually on the same boat. We both predicted Solings to win the game, but on the first match, I think everybody, even the Thai casters, were all on for Buriram. So we'll see the predictions later on as well for this matchup. I think this one is going to be one of the closer ones. So I'm actually expecting a 2-1 for this matchup. E-Arena, they obviously haven't played just yet versus VLTH Esports. Now, VLTH Esports, they're coming in from the open qualifiers. They are fresh off the open qualifiers. They're fresh off a win yesterday as well. So they're coming into this with momentum. Question is, have E-Arena done their homework? Have they done their research on VLTH Esports with a win yesterday?
Yeah, that's one thing that I want to point out to the audience. Again, the last two matches will have teams that got a spot out of the qualifier. So I feel like I do agree with your point. Like, this is going to be a lot closer than what we witnessed earlier on. Because, I mean, to be fair, first match, I think, as you've said, like, everybody expected Buriram to just, you know, run away with like 2 points, but 2 wins. But in the next matches, I feel like there is some fight amongst these teams, especially from the teams that will be playing from the that played from the qualifiers. E-Arena versus VLTH Esports. I feel like this is a close matchup, and I do want to see like the first 3 games of today, because, you know, like, watching MLBB, it's fun. Like, you don't really see a lot of like you know, close matches lately, even with MPLPH, MPLID. I know MPLID is very competitive, but there's a lot of like stomps in there, you know? So I just want to see like a close game. I don't care if it doesn't go to game 3, at least a 20-minute match, you know?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Maybe we can see some of those games here, you know, some of the games that go all the way to late game where you have to play for that big evolved Lord. But we're going to take a look first at the standings, right? This is the updated standings as of right now. Tenacity now 1-1, and it gets really tough for the teams in the bottom here. Hydra and Solix, both 0-2, both 0-4. They might not make it to the playoffs here after looking at the standings.
Yeah, even though it's week 1, again, these teams will not face off against each other again till playoffs. So taking a win here is very, very important, especially when you're looking for points. Unfortunately, Hydra and Solix, they're now both down by 4 games. The point system is still kind of graceful because, again, it's a battle of like 1s and 0s. But when you tie with somebody, it's very important for you to get those stacks. Now we're looking at both E Arena and Valita Esports. Let's watch this video.
เล่นมาแล้วก็แข่งมามันไม่มีลีกแล้วก็ทัวร์นาเมนต์น้อยมากเลยครับพอมันมีลีกมันก็มีรายได้ทำให้ผมรู้สึกว่าผมมีอนาคตขึ้นมาสำหรับผมก็คือดีมากเลยครับ
โมบายเลเจนด์เข้าถึงง่ายแล้วก็ช่วงนี้คนไทยเล่นเยอะมากแล้วเพื่อนๆผมรู้จักเขาก็เล่นกันหมดแล้วผมก็มาลองเล่นก็เลยรู้สึกว่าสนุกดีครับแล้วก็อยากจะจริงจังกับการแข่งขันมากขึ้นครับ
So yeah, I think the teams we're talking about, MLBB, and some of the players actually came from other game titles, which is why I think they're talking about like their moves to MLBB, which is honestly surprising for me because at first when MSL got announced, I didn't expect a lot of like like local talents to switch games. Now we're seeing experienced veterans, even on the side of E Arena. I feel like this has got to be a factor, you know, like being coming from a different game title, being a professional player. What about you, Miko? What are your thoughts on like other players from different titles coming to MLBB?
I think it's really, really cool. You know, we've seen a lot of players from MLBB as well transition to other games, so it's really cool to see now coming into Thailand, a scene where we haven't heard of MLBB for a long time, right? Since 2017 when they actually won MSC, it's kind of been limbo. We have Mekong qualifiers here and there. We were able to see some Thai teams here and there, but we haven't been able to finally see like the best, the cream of the crop players. And with a lot of the players from other esport titles coming over here, that means we got a whole new talent pool to see. And this is E Arena that we're getting to see right now with their roster walking up on stage. So let's welcome E Arena.
Again, E Arena Esports walking towards the stage. You see them all waving the flag, waving the logo of their, the banner of their logo. And I feel like this team is very, very proud. A lot of these players are very well known in the amateur scene, even from other game titles. So there's definitely going to be support for E Arena Esports. But one team that we also will be supporting will be Vali Thai Esports, coming hot from the qualifier, being present in the regular season.
I love seeing these new lineups, man. Again, this is the first season for MSL Thailand. We get to see so many new teams, and it's still the open qualifier format. You know, it's still kind of that relegation format that we haven't seen in our leagues for a while now since we franchised. And it's always a breath of fresh air to see teams always compete for the top spot, always compete to stay out of the red zone, because you never know. When will you have another shot at glory? If you go down, if you get knocked out of MSL. And for Thai Esports, they're riding off the momentum of the open qualifiers and that win just yesterday, where they got a win against Hydra, who we just saw today, who showed a lot of pretty good MLBB.
Yeah, and they're definitely not wasting their shot here, even outclassing their opponents yesterday. We got to witness the first Savage of MSL Thailand with KO on that Granger, on that victory against Hydra Esports, backed with amazing coaches. Now they will be able to duke it out in the battlefield, especially with, you know, a lot of experience on both sides, even with Vali Thai Esports. We're talking about E Arena having experience from multiple game titles. The coach, in fact, of Vali Thai Esports, now I've known this guy for quite a while now. He's coming from a game that I know really, really well. This guy will be able to lead this team and give them the knowledge that they need to be able to perform in this stage. Welcome, Vali Thai Esports. You have Nicholas, Kaninaru, Lingxi, Keo, and Chajame. I know a lot of these players were also like ex-teammates, and they're now able to reunite under the banner of Vali Thai Esports. But here you are, E Arena Esports.
Yeah, E Arena, this is going to be their debut game. We have not seen anything from E Arena, so they're coming out of here with maybe an advantage. It really depends, right? playing or not playing before your opponents is a double-edged sword. Maybe it could be good for you because, again, maybe for VLTH Esports, they don't know how to read E-Arena, but could also be the case of VLTH Esports having that warm-up game, having a warm-up series, and especially with a win, it comes with momentum. So for E-Arena, a lot to read. They've definitely done the research on VLTH Esports, but I don't know what's there to read midnight. Let's first go to this video and let's see or hear from some of the players.
ตำแหน่งมิดเลนมาจากทีม E Arena ครับรู้สึกกดดันครับเพราะว่าเป็นแมตช์แรกด้วยอยากทำผลงานให้ดีครับสวัสดีครับผมแคตตี้นะรู้จากทีมวดีไทยครับตั้งใจทำตามแผนที่ซ้อมไว้แล้วก็มาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์อย่างเดียวเลยครับก็ฝากถึงชาเจมนะครับเดินตรงแม่น้ำก็ระวังโดนผมโป๊กนะครับทีมพวกผมเตรียมกรงไว้ดักกระต่ายไว้แล้วครับ
There you are, some words from the players of the teams. Again, give us 2 seasons, you know. You never know, we might learn the language, pick up some words. But I know the players that have been, showcased in the video were professional players from other game titles. I'm pretty sure a lot of, the local talents know them. And, of course, there's a talent prediction. First time we split up on the decision. I went for VLTH Esports. And Miracle went for E-Arena. Why do you think E-Arena will get 2-0 in this game?
I don't know, man. E-Arena, I mean, just look at the roster. It feels very, very promising. You know, they've gone all in this season. They've gone and taken Wraith and Mid-Jeezy as well, 2 Filipino imports. And I really feel like these Filipino imports can really make the difference. I mean, coming from Indonesia, you know, I've seen the impact of Filipino imports firsthand. They've done amazing for the team. They've led the team really well. They've added a lot of macro to the team. And I think in this current meta, especially when you're up against a team as bombastic, as chaotic as VLTH Esports, some stability, some slower tempo players will actually do well for the whole team.
I see. Now that you pointed out, actually now it makes sense. It's coming from experience, right? And also, their coach, I think he's also Filipino, Coach Dart, used to coach Team Liquid Academy, I think. So, for MDLPH. So, I think that is going to play into... wait, am I thinking about wrong guy? Let me confirm later. But yeah, having those Filipinos in this team will likely help them out when it comes to like the macro game knowledge, as well as Peachy. Like I heard Peachy used to be an ex-pro for other game titles. He's been a pro for 7 years now, by the way.
Dang, hey. A lot of that competitive experience, right? But he's technically still new here. So we're going to have to see whether he's able to show up in the MLBB scene. This is the drafting phase. Obviously, it all starts here. We've seen a lot of teams just win out straight from the draft. And I think for VLTH Esports, it's been that case. The way they were able to win against Hydra. They just completely outdrafted Hydra. They got the picks that they needed. They got that early tempo. And let's see if VLTH can do the same thing here against E-Arena.
Yeah, it's always something to consider in the draft. Like, especially with the meta game right now, there's a lot of like flexible stuff that's going on. But now here we are, first game with the drafting phase ongoing. Fanny first ban against E-Arena. I mean, it's perfectly understandable. They might have no data whatsoever against E-Arena, and it's just a safe bet, honestly, for blue side to remove it, especially if you haven't showcased it yourselves. And I feel like for VLTH Esports, I think that the style of this team honestly is dependent on like early game aggressors, especially with their picks like Harley, you know, the Khalids, but they haven't showcased the Fanny yet. So I think it's just a safe ban against a team that you have no idea what they're capable of.
Absolutely, man. You just always have to play the safe game, man. You never know. Maybe Mid-Jeezy turns out to be a Fanny god, right? Especially with Coach Dart there. Again, it's a Filipino import with XP Wraith too. So maybe a lot of control for neutral objectives. Usually that should be the vision for coaches to bring on these Filipino imports in specific roles like this. A lot of times we see maybe a jungle roam combo, right? But we see the jungle XP, which means, again, a lot of pressure to the XP. I think we're going to be expecting a winning lane for E-Arena around the XP lane and a very high pressure jungle in the hands of Mid-Jeezy. So it's actually the same formula as we've seen from VLTH Esports. They've done the same thing. They picked up the Harley, then they pick up the Phobius as well up against Hydra. They ban out the carry, which means, again, they might be going for that front to back, or they might just be going for that tanky front line up in front like the Phobius that could really disrupt E-Arena's game.
Yeah. All it comes down to is the openers for these two teams, especially with E Arena having that last ban. They might just consider, there you go, banning out the Phobias. But again, the Harley is open for VLTH Esports to take. It's something that we saw yesterday. And I feel like it is just a powerful pick to get, because if you think about it, there's not really much of a counter against Harley in the current patch. The one very well-known counter is the Kalea, because you get the instant jump and also the instant crowd control. Maybe with a flex on off-meta picks like Kaja, but it's such a good first phase hero, honestly, because you're not really pressured to play the game, because there's not a lot of existing counters in the current draft. So for VLTH Esports, I think it's just safe to go for that route, unless they want to go utility, because carries off the table. They go Marcel instead.
All right. The Marcel first pick, we've seen this a lot, obviously. Marcel is a very, very high priority pick, but it's always a big question whenever we see the Marcel, right? Like, how good is it going to be for the team? Because for Marcel, it could really make or break a team. It could really stop the whole team from getting those big combos. So they got to be careful with that. E-Arena now, how do they play around it? You usually don't want to go for that fast tempo composition when you're up against the Marcel, just because the Marcel can really stop those tempo. And that's why E-Arena, instead of going for the big ultimates that could really be delayed by the Marcel, they go for, I guess, consistent damage here. They also take away the Harley from VLTH Esports, a hero that was crucial in their 2-0 win against Hydra.
Yeah, and I honestly think that this is a bigger win for E-Arena. They got the Harley, not really care about Marcel that much, and then they can also steal the golden hour with the Valentina IMU ultimate. So now VLTH Esports in a very weird position right now, because it's kind of awkward to pick up the fighters. It's kind of awkward to give off the fighters, but even then, if you pick up those fighters, you're giving so many valuable ults to the Valentina. So I don't know, man. Maybe they go back to picking up the Alice, heroes that you don't really care about giving ults to. But instead, they go for the Baksha route, and then the Kimi. Very typical, I would say, when you're locked in a position where you don't have a lot of good options. Baksha is just a solid pick, honestly, especially for blue side. You have a lot of defensive capability against Harley, but gets immediately countered by E-Arena with a glue pickup.
Dang. I like it, dude. I like where it's going right now for E-Arena. You know what? This looks very similar to the composition VLTH Esports went for just yesterday. So, hey, maybe taking a page out of their book, really trying to put them into an uncomfortable spot, and I think that's a very, very good move to go for. Knowing that VLTH Esports, this is their style of play. This is how they've been able to get games. This is how they've been able to win or get the momentum at the start. It could really derail that momentum train for them. It was a Harley, Valentina, and a Glue yesterday with a Phobias and Claude. So they've taken 3 out of those picks. They banned out the Claude and the Phobias. So all 5 of the picks that VLTH Esports used to beat Hydra in Game 1 yesterday have been taken out. E-Arena, they really have done their homework.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I am very much concerned for VLTH Esports, because I see the Claude getting stolen. The Granger getting stolen as well on Red 4. Okay, never mind. They ban it. So, what do you play for VLTH Esports? Who is there to protect? For the Marcel, yes, you're protecting the Kimi, you're protecting the Baksha, but there's a glue problem for VLTH Esports already, and then there's also the Harley problem. They don't have the range against these heroes. And one glaring weakness that I've noticed with Marcel games is that if you don't hold down the long range heroes, especially heroes like Harley, you don't get to play the game. And for E-Arena, it's so much easier for them to actually set up plays, because VLTH Esports will always be playing defensively.
So let's see it right now. With the front-to-back comp for VLTH Esports, they ban out the Uranus. They've obviously banned out the Kimi, so they don't want to go up against another frontliner that could really disrupt their game plan of front to back. But E-Arena could very easily still pick up, I think, the Alice. Even though there's a Baksha on the other team, I think it's a good takeaway, right? Because VLTH Esports, they might be setting their sights on the Alice here. That could be really, really good for them. Could stop a lot of what E-Arena have. Ooh. It's still the Yisun Chin pickup here. They banned out the Claude, banned out the Granger. They've almost guaranteed a winning matchup. Unless the Harith comes through here, then it gets a little bit more 50-50. So for VLTH Esports, do they want to go for another magic damage hero is the question right now, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking about, honestly, just the Harith. it's a risk. It's a risky move, honestly, for VLTH Esports. But if you consider the heroes on the side of E Arena, there's only one guy that buys the Radiant armor unless they pick up another like frontline tank for E Arena. So VLTH Esports, they have a lot of things to consider here. Where's the damage coming from? Because the Kimmy, she has to scale. You know, she needs time, and they need somebody that can apply damage. So there goes a Yuzong. I like this Yuzong for the sole purpose of it deals damage in the mid game, right? Like you're not solely reliant on the Harith, on the Kimmy. They do have decent damage profile, but now E Arena, they get to choose where to flex this glue. Could be glue roam, could be glue XP. Horrible matchup though. I think it's gonna go to the roam, and then you pick up the Alice. Very good draft, honestly, for E Arena. I think, for my personal judgment, Mirko, I don't know about you, but this is a clear victory for E Arena.
I agree with you, man. They even snatched away the Alice. I think it was a missed opportunity for VLTH Esports not to pick up the Alice against the glue. So much sustain, a way to deal with the Harley as well. And again, for E Arena, they have those winning lanes. They have, well, not winning lanes, but strong lanes that the Harley could really get into to force out at least a battle spell, maybe even a kill. So I agree with you, man. This is very, very good for E Arena. I think they've got everything down. They've even done their homework on top of this good draft, right? They've taken all the comfort picks. VLTH Esports, let's see what they can do. Execution matters a whole lot too, right? We know the draft looks good for E Arena, but VLTH Esports, there's a reason they came out of the open qualifiers, a very brutal open qualifier, single elimination to make it here. Let's see if they can prove their worth in MSL Thailand Season 1 on the main stage.
Here we go. First game between E Arena and VLTH Esports. Momentum is everything. E Arena hasn't played a game yet, while VLTH Esports has won yesterday. Question is, can they bring that momentum against E Arena? I do like the fact that we pointed out it's a clear victory for E Arena in this draft, because quite obviously so, it should translate in the game. But again, as you've said, execution is also something that they need to consider. And I feel like that's something that VLTH Esports has proven yesterday, that they are able to execute, especially in this mid lane. Like the Kimmy and the Marcel can provide a lot of pressure in the river alongside the Baksha. And we see that almost immediately, Baksha invading the green camps.
Let's see it with the mid prio. I actually thought, you know, they would be. Oh, we have a lot of mixed opinions, by the way. This is the first time that the Thai broadcast is mixed as well. Wawa going the other way with VLTH Esports, and Bird 5-star with Dr. Marks. They're coming with me. They're on the E Arena hype train. Not looking too good. Hanag is, he's gonna get ganked as well with the shield unity. Doesn't have the flicker. Goes in with the slam pass, and gets punished. Kill early to Katinaru.
Again, it's the execution, you know. They prioritize the mid prio with this Baksha. The combo in the middle lane, there's so many stuns. Like, you can layer it perfectly, and almost anybody dies in the mid lane. I think that's a very good move for VLTH Esports. They just understand the draft completely. Even though there are a lot of, like, chinks in their armor, like draft-wise, there's a way to play this game. And for E Arena, they really have to be careful, because you need time in this lineup. Even though they have the Alice, they need to wait for their timings for the damage to actually come through.
Agreed. I think for Hanagas, he's got to really respect this, man. I think he's gotten too comfortable on the glue, made some really bombastic moves, had to use the flicker very, very early, and got punished for it after that. No level 4 for Hanagas for sure, but mid-GZ is already helping out Peachy here to get that mid-prio still. It's the Kimmy who clears out way quicker. Mid-GZ is going to have to look for a very creative angle to walk up, and against the Yuzong, this should be still VLTH Esports with a free turtle.
It's good tempo, honestly, for VLTH Esports, but they're not done yet!
Yeah, double golden hour coming down. Peachy doing a good job to save Hanagas for now, but he doesn't have the flicker, and he's caught in the midst of it all. That's a free kill to Linksy.
Wow, the aggression. Again, VLTH Esports, we saw this yesterday, the execution, the ability to, play their draft. And I feel like they are playing into the strengths of their draft. They're very good at controlling people, controlling first objective, because they have this Yuzong. Usually when we see a Yuzong, it automatically equates to free turtles. And with this Baksha, they can be aggressive as they want in the early games. We see Glue going down here. E Arena, no answers whatsoever.
VLTH Esports look incredible, dude. We were talking about how they might not be on their comfort picks. They proved us wrong real quick. Right off the bat, Hanagas caught on the glue, and now he's been caught 3 times in 3 minutes. That's a death per game or death per minute. Wraith in the bottom lane going for the throne. Ruin Katinaru! An invade ensues. mid-GZ gets caught. Nicholas winning out of that matchup as well. A solo kill up in the gold lane, Nuzen. That's finally something for Arena to celebrate.
Okay, that's a deal breaker for VLTH Esports. They were winning really hard early game, and now you lose out on the Harith. This was the player that performed so well yesterday, by the way. And for Arena, it is a big statement. Nuzen just caught the Harith off guard. By the way, for the folks out there watching this game, if you want to know more about MSL, just go to the social media channels of MSL Thailand. And for the folks that are already watching, can claim a lot of gifts. But you just use the redeem code you're seeing on your screens.
Check it out, man. You don't want to miss any MSL Thailand action, especially with games going this crazy early on, man. 4 minutes, 5 kills. Reminds me a whole lot of the Brawl server.
Honestly, for Arena, that's something that they are trying to avoid right now. VLTH Esports, with this incredible tempo, the Skypiercer is finished now for Linksy, and this is where you start seeing the benefits of their composition. The damage is there. It's just that for Arena, even though they have a lot of like skirmishing potential, the Baksha moving around on the map is just giving so much space for VLTH Esports. And it's just a trio mid right now. Imagine when the Harith comes to the fights, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Arena to fight.
They're just too far behind right now, Arena. They can't do anything. Oh, Petrifying the Furious dive over on Mijizi! Oh, he doesn't even get to jump away! He gets caught by the passive, instantly taken out. The purple buff gets stolen away by Katinaru, who's on a killing spree now. 3-0-1. They're taking everything away from Arena, and it really seems like there's nothing they can do here, Midnight.
Yeah. Oh, it's a hard game for Arena, honestly. Like, personally, I've played so many Harley games. It doesn't feel good when you're the one being ganked in your own jungle. Usually, it's the other way around. And Mijizi is not finding space in this map. We haven't even seen the Alice rotate, honestly. He's been stuck on the EXP lane.
He really has, dude. It's just so tough for the Alice. Getting outclassed in lane as well. Wraith really got to step up here later on in the game. You know, he's going to be tanky either way. Even if he goes 0-2, he'll find a way to get tanky. Right now, it's Hanagus. I think a big problem in the composition is the fact that the glue is just too behind, dude. He gets shredded down by the Kimmy. He can't even go for any mounts. And by the time he gets on the mount, I think he's already too low. They really have to just scale up at this time. I think they're doing a pretty okay job at that. It's still VLTH Esports who want to put the pressure down. And you can see it, man. The cut over a top lane. VLTH Esports, they're looking really good, dude. The rotations on the map, the way they're able to stop the farming pattern of Nuzen as well. And now the rotation straight around the turtle. 12 seconds it is until the turtle spawns in.
Yep, and looking at the items right now, the Harley's so behind. Peachy cannot even do anything as the Valentina. He tries copying the Kimmy ult, but what is he gonna do? VLTH Esports, they're just blitzing through the turtle.
Oh man. They get the golden hour, but it's not really enough. That's perfect turtle for VLTH Esports. They want more. Hanagus has to flicker out. Good save on the Petrify. Such patience from Nicholas, man. Again, VLTH Esports, they look just so good. They look miles better than Arena right now.
Yeah, dude, it's a solid gameplay. You know, there's no unnecessary resources being burned. They're just doing their job. They know the timings as well. After the rotation towards the top lane, they got a tower. The pressure was there from both Lingxi and Chajame on the Marcel. Immediately went straight towards that turtle. And they know Arena couldn't fight. That's why they blitzed the turtle. And then Nicholas just used the ult for safety reasons. Just use the Black Dragon form. It has a cooldown, but you get to use it in turtles. And it's going to give so much space for VLTH Esports. And the problem is, even if Arena finds a way to scale with the Harley, with the East and shit, even if they get damage, there's also heroes on the side of VLTH Esports that are scaling. Tajame, though, gets caught out by the Harley.
Hey, finally something on the board for Mijizi. You know, he's been doing a good job staying away from these fights, farming, and he's actually just... He's equal. He's level with Katinaru, which is pretty impressive considering Katinaru is 3-0-1. He's been farming up a storm. He's gotten 3 turtles. So, oh, wait. This is way too aggressive. Katinaru, all alone against everybody. Still, it gets out. Doesn't matter. Traction Pulse comes around. Hanagus, though. No flicker. He gets on the mount, but it doesn't matter. Lingxi picks up the kill. It's a Sky Piercer over to him. 10 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Looks like they want to cut here. They're able to get the shield unity. Comboed in with a Furious Dive. Golden Hour comes around by Peachy there as KO goes and works on the turret. Nicholas and Katinaru just keeping them at bay to take that turret for free. Marceau in the mid lane. On the other hand, Chad James stopping the turret take by Nuzin in the mid lane. Good job by him, utilizing the golden hour himself as the purple buff still is secured by Miyajizi.
Dude, 1v4 on this Baksha and only receiving 20% of your health as damage. That's gotta be like, you know, a message to E Arena. You don't have the damage. And Hanago's, even though he's a glue, usually glues against Bakshas, they get so tanky, they're annoying in the front line. But because of the fact that he's so poor, he doesn't even have the Radiant armor right now. That's why the damage from KO hurt him so much. The Harith came through, the Kimi came through, and he got deleted 2 seconds after mounting on the Baksha. And E Arena right now, I don't think they have enough answers against this tanky front line of VLTH Esports.
It just looks so tough right now. Despite those little wins from the arena, the stacks are going to build up, and Katinaru, all he needs to do is really just frontline with Chajame. That's exactly what they're doing already. The traction pulls a bit too early, but with Miyajizi up top, this looks like a free turtle, or sorry, free lord rather, in the hands of VLTH Esports. Wraith looking for the angle to go in, but it should just be a retry for free. Katinaru secures the lord, the first lord of the game, and they go straight into the mid lane. E Arena have done a good job at stabilizing the game, but the lead is very much still in favor of VLTH Esports. They're going to be able to push this to what, 5-6k I think with this lord.
Yeah. And the bigger problem for E Arena right now is not just, you know, finding enough damage to take down his Baksha. You also have to consider the fact that the Kimi is just scaling. And remember, he has a Sky Piercer. So it's already hard enough to bypass the Baksha. The question is, do you have enough damage or resource to actually find the Kimi on the back line? Oh, Chajame?
Yeah, that is very interesting move by Chajame there. He wanted to try to like isolate some of the members with the golden hour. What? Nicholas gets caught by Miyajizi, way too aggressive. Luckily, they still were able to get some compensation on the top side of the map. KO picking up a turret there, tier 2. A bottom lane tier 2 will fall as well. E Arena putting a lot of emphasis in defending that tier 1 in the mid lane, but it'll still fall in the end. Good zoning coming down there. It's still a mount over to Katinaru, but again, it doesn't matter on the Baksha. They go all in on Hanagas with his Amon Force already used up, and Miyajizi pops into Deadly Magic, keeps KO at bay. Still a lord in the bottom lane to play with for VLTH Esports. Oh! They jump back on Wraith. Holy Shield gets him down. Huh? Throne of Ruin. All alone though, Wraith.
Yeah, they just used to defend bot side. In E Arena, again, they cannot find anything on the map. Look at Katinaru right now on the Baksha. He's trying to find where the Harley is. He doesn't want Miyajizi to be able to farm up. And Likchi being very aggressive on this Kimi. Again, the problem is for E Arena, it's not the Baksha that is the bigger problem right now. It's the damage coming from Lingxi on the Kimi, the setups as well. Even the Golden Hour. It was interesting that both the Valentina and the Marcel used ult on the mid lane. I think both teams understand that this mid lane is very, very important. But for E Arena, it's important for a reason because they need Miyajizi to farm up.
Uh-oh, there you go. Golden Hour isolates the glue. That's a flicker out as well. Chajame doing a good job there. Black Dragon form coming down, but they just don't know who to target. They're so off. E Arena. An awkward team fight that should actually go in favor of them. Never mind. There was a flicker used by Nuzin.
Yeah. I would say they equalize, I guess, because they forced out the Black Dragon form. But the problem is, even then, by the time the Lord spawns, it's gonna be off cooldown. So E Arena, they effectively lost the trade there because they lost a flicker. But at least they're delaying. They're delaying VLTH Esports from doing anything aggressive in their side of the map. Oh, Miyajizi though, very, very risky move. Honestly, if somebody finds that hat, Baksha's gonna roll around.
For sure, that's a very, very risky move to take, man. And hey, Nicholas, he's gone for the damage build. Usually, I think it's a Fury Hammer, just stab, but he goes for the Hunter Strike and the War Axe, right? So he's gonna deal a lot of damage, but he's also gonna be somewhat squishy. Like E Arena can look for an angle there to just go for front to back.
Yep, I think the idea is again the damage profile thing. Like they have a lot of magic damage with the Baksha, the Kimi, the Harith. I think he just wants to be able to supplement and offset some of the damage reduction that E Arena is going to be able to get with these items, especially the Radiant armor, right?
Okay, Red Tree battle there. Oh, the Golden Hour actually stops it. This is a very awkward fight, but the Golden Hour comes around as well for VLTH Esports. They're going to go for the fight right there, but the Winter Crown gets used up. A little bit of a delay as Wraith gets caught very low, still able to flicker out, but the follow-through from KO. He flickers in forward, finds the kill. Hanagas now running for the hills as Chajame gets those pictures on him. Lord number 2 to Vali Thai Esports.
Oh man, the understanding on this team is next level. After the golden hour, both junglers were already looking at the Lord HP. It was 3.7k. Somebody was gonna get that anyway. But VLTH Esports focused on jumping on the Harley. Mijizi was stunned when Katinaru was able to use the retribution onto the Lord. And it got awkward real fast for E Arena because they were out of position after the golden hour.
No Holy Shield to help him right now, and they're clear. You know, it's pretty bad with this composition. It's kind of a teamfight composition that they need to win with. KO looking for the siege onto the turret. They still have another wave coming down to the mid lane and the top lane with the Lord as well. Jajame gonna go up top there, getting the golden hour, putting them in an awkward spot. Just a few more hits there. Golden hour lands as well by Peachy. But there's not much follow-up. They can't do much. 2 base turrets already down. The final one at the bottom lane or going down as well. This is VLTH Esports just stripping E Arena down of their base turrets and being happy with it. Great discipline by VLTH.
Again, they cannot do anything. Even if they try walking up, there's a boxer rolling around, keeping, you know, a safe distance from the Kimi, the Harith, and essentially blocking E Arena from doing anything. And he's just too tanky at this point. Like, even if we argue there's a lot of magic damage on the side of VLTH Esports, that's also true for E Arena. Like, 4 heroes are dealing magic damage. He has Radiant Armor on Katinaru, and they only have 1 physical. And even if the YSS gets fed, it's a hero that doesn't really attack heroes in the front line. He waits for stunts to connect because he's not like a Claude who can just freely basic attack a boxer rolling around. He has to proc his passive, which is a lot awkward for Nuzen when there's a boxer rolling around.
It really is very awkward. Again, Nicholas, you can see a little bit of that squishier build, more damage output, but yes, squishier build of the Yuzong. And you get to see how they're able to just walk up forward, how they're able to sneak away or snatch away a lot of the jungle camps from E Arena, even in this position. E Arena, they should be in a comfortable spot. I don't think the optimal spot, but an okay spot. Majidi just got the Holy Crystal, which means he should have already completed the Genius One Lightning Truncheon Divine Glaive trio. Nuzin, this is the thing for him. I think he needs a DHS before he actually fights these very heavy frontliners.
Yep. Honestly, like you've said, they're in an okay spot because there is a win condition for this lineup. They just need to find either the Kimi or the Harith. They do have damage to take him down, especially if they find if they land a stun from Nozen's ultimate, right? But the problem is they don't get the vision. Both the Kimi and the Harith are playing off map when the boxer roll is on cooldown. And everything. Oh, wait, Majizi? One side?
Oh no. Yo, KO's just waiting there. He gets caught. He has the damage, but he has got to be way more careful in looking for those angles to flank. Oh, read out completely the Black Dragon form, and now they go for the Lord for free. I don't think E Arena can defend this one. Again, their wave clear is not good.
Man, VLTH Esports, they're so good with like info gathering and vision. Oh, wait! Jajame!
Wow, the golden hour on Peachy. And look at Lynxy! Oh, the burst coming in from the Kimi as he just goes for the shots with the golden hour. He gets a mount down onto Katinaru. But look at the Lord in the mid lane. They've already bursted, or they've already utilized 3 flickers to get away. VLTH Esports wants to end it right here, right now, and they have the wave to do it. 3 seconds on Mijizi. A wave in the mid lane with the Lord as well as Nicholas, who has the Black Dragon form up. Katinaru with a very aggressive move. There you go. A delay with the golden hour. Base wide open as KO with his Monforce looking for more damage over on Peachy, and he's able to take him down. He's on a killing spree. The rest of the team is trying to defend right now, but the base is just getting swung on by that Trident of the Lord. And we'll see game 1 go to VLTH Esports.
Stripped down indeed. The first game debut for E Arena is spoiled by VLTH Esports. What a controlled game from them. The macro, the discipline, the aggression as well in the early game. Full control all over the place. It felt like E Arena had no chance in game number 1, Mirko. Like, all angles were completely cornered. Even the Lord fight that we saw just now, the information was there. Jajame was looking for the Harley, and when they found him, the boxer rolled around, and they wanted to take down the Harley first before they attempted the Lord.
Super tough loss if you're E Arena. You tried to do everything right. The draft was great. Both of us agree with the draft. We liked it. Both of us thought, you know, they would have enough comfort while also taking a lot of comfort away from VLTH Esports. But I guess when you're in the lead team, everything is a comfort pick. Everything's good for VLTH Esports. Again, a replay on this crucial moment of Mejizi completely misreading the situation, getting caught off guard, outplayed rather by VLTH Esports, who were scouting before the Lord take. They knew there was a chance for E-Arena to come back, and it was through Mejizi. If you got a cheeky Lord Seal, if you got a cheeky little pick off on one of these carries, it could have been troublesome, but they did their homework really, really well. And hey, housekeeping, that's what you need to have when you're up against an assassin as creative as a Harley.
Yeah, you basically have to be disciplined enough and go through the proper checklist. And it felt like they were just constantly looking, you know? But the weird thing is, who does that, right? Like, you're already set up in the Lord pit. Who expects Marcel to go on the opposite side to go looking for a Harley? I feel like they're going through a bunch of things in the game. They're going through the list. And Chijame was like, guys, hold off. We don't have Baksha roll yet. Let me go to the other side. Once you get rolled, let me find Harley. Kimmy and Harry, you go play off map, right? And when they found a Harley, they were like, okay, let's go. Let's go do this. And it speaks of like the mental capacity of the team. They don't really pull off unnecessary stuff, unnecessary moves. They play accordingly. They go through the checklist. And it was just, this is what I call proper game, honestly. It's a proper and clean game from VLTH Esports.
Great discipline, calculations on point, a draft that really suits their style of play of just going for that early game, controlling neutral objectives. And unlike the teams who've gone Baksha today in MSL Thailand, they know how to push the lead forward, right? We saw almost the same thing there, where the Harley was able to match the farming pattern, was able to match the level of the Baksha despite the perfect turtle from the Baksha. But what was different is they weren't afraid to make moves around the map. They weren't afraid to be proactive while they have the lead, right? They got the proactive moves. They got the Sky Piercer on the Kimmy. They fed Linksy here on the Kimmy with the Sky Piercer, and it just became so difficult. But I think it was all down to the start of the game, Midnight. They shut down the glue way too early, and with the glue taken out of the game, 0-3 at 3 minutes, it just gets really tough because even when you go and get the mount, you don't have enough damage, you don't have enough HP to really be a threat.
Yeah, it really comes down to like the overall game understanding for VLTH Esports. Like they knew they had a stronger trio mid prio, especially with the Baksha coming to to gank and pressure the glue. They actually found a lot of kills onto Hanakus on this glue, which allowed them to not care about the presence of this guy. In fact, Katinaru was willing to be mounted on by the glue, just providing a lot of access in the fights. And this moment right here, it showcased the lead of VLTH Esports. They didn't deal enough damage against Katinaru on this Baksha because a lot of the players were scared to fight into the Baksha because they know reinforcements were coming. Chijame was also an issue in the fights because when E-Arena tried to go for the re-engage, right? Marcel would just go backline, take some pictures of the players of E-Arena with a platinum staff, and he's just gonna be able to like flicker out or maybe even use a tracking shot to get out. And it just allowed the damage dealers on the side of VLTH Esports to do their thing. The Kimmy hitting the right target, KO being active on the map. I actually think the Harriet was just a filler in this game. Like, honestly, it didn't really come down to the better Golden matchup. It came down to timings, which I do think where the Harriet came through because they were just so much more active in the mid game compared to E-Arena.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the itemization of both these teams. Hey, you said it, right? They really wanted some more physical damage. This is a pure magic damage composition like we expected coming into the draft. And the Utah was able to do it. Hey, Nicholas, there were a few misplays here and there, but overall, it was a solid performance by Nicholas. Again, the read on Mejizi a couple of times, and the winning lane against Wraith. Wraith was held down by the Yuzong for the majority of this game, and that led to, again, VLTH Esports able to get those 3 turtles, taking 3 lords out of 0 as well. E-Arena was shut down, right? They tried, and thankfully they did. They were able to get a few good positions, good moments in the team fights, but it was just not enough to get them back in the game.
Yeah, and honestly, even though E-Arena, to be fair, they got themselves some farm, but the problem was their heroes don't naturally. They don't want to fight into the composition of VLTH Esports, especially with this YSS pickup, which is honestly for me it was quite weird when they picked up the YSS first and then picked up the the Alice. It could have been the other way around. I would have liked the Alice to be there first, but because of the fact that they banned the Claw, they removed essentially the only remaining good hero against the composition of Velita Esports. Because again, when the Baksha is rolling around, nobody wants to come close. They don't even want to touch the Baksha. So even if Hanagos finds the mount onto Katinaru, who goes in? Like only the Harley can actually use the space escape, maybe exhaust all the damage that they have with the deadly magic. But even at that point, they're not bursting down the frontliner of Velita Esports. So it felt like there were no answers coming out from E Arena, not because of the player decisions, but because their lineup literally couldn't.
GPM there, it's KO in the gold lane with the Harith. Really good farming. This is one of the lowest GPMs we've seen today. You know, a lot of the stomps have gotten us to expect the higher GPMs. We even got 1,000, something that broke 1,000 there. Shout outs to Water again with that Nolan performance. Phenomenal stuff. What, 80 Sky Future stacks, 11-0 performance on the Nolan. E-Arena. Yeah. Man, I don't know. What is it that they need to change? Because I think the draft is already good. If they don't go for those kind of drafts, then it just leaves those picks open for Velita Esports. And we saw just how much more dominant Velita Esports can be with those picks just yesterday. They dominated Hydra Esports yesterday. So, again, I think it's going back to the drawing board. It's them having to understand their composition a lot better and them having to play around the win conditions instead of just giving it over. Glue gotta stay chill. He went for the brawl way too early against Akimi. You need to respect some of the heroes. I know you got a better draft, but it doesn't mean you can just throw your body ahead and just expect to win every single time.
Yeah, and also just overall maybe map read, because again, aside from the brawl factor, you also have to consider factor in when the Baksha rolls around. Like, you have to be very, very careful. Play defensive under the tower, because you know it's gonna come. Like, Bakshas don't roll around when level 4. Sometimes they even roll around after taking the first buff. And I feel like that was the starting point for the downfall of E Arena's draft. Like, even if they have timings, if they screw up those early game engagements, then they're gonna delay their game. It might come to a point where they don't even get to capitalize on the fact that they have a better draft, which we did see in this game. Like, we didn't see the glue factor, we didn't even see the Alice factor, because he just lost the lane against the Yuzong. It wasn't just a 1v1 loss against the Yuzong. It's more about like map movements as well from Velita Esports. The Alice could literally move around the map because mid lane's lost, Magici's getting invaded. What do I do as an Alice, right? Like, what am I supposed to do as an Alice? I mean, I'm already in the losing matchup, and I lose my my mid lane. So I think it was just overall hard for E Arena. Definitely a lot of things that they need to adjust. Maybe lesser conditions next time, especially for game number 2, because there were a lot of conditions that they needed to check for the draft here on the side of E Arena. Wherein on the other side, Velita Esports, all they cared about was just the scaling of the Kimi, being aggressive on the Baksha, and just playing with the mid-game timing with the Harriet. So maybe if they utilize more of that kind of strategy, they're going to be able to have a much cleaner game on the side of E Arena.
Yep. So let's see it. Let's see in the drafts. Will they make an adjustment? Because again, me and Midnight, I think we're sticking on the fact that we like the drafts. We don't want to see too many things change. We still want to see the same picks. Maybe a few tweaks, but hopefully no major changes coming in for the side of E Arena. On the other side, though, Velita Esports, they're in such a good position because now they're like, all right, we can just do whatever, technically, and we should be able to still get our comforts. It's not really too crazy. It's not really too difficult for us. Everything's a comfort, and you guys can go and find your comfort in the MSL Thailand social media page. The official ones here, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. Redeem your code as well.
Yeah. Get your rewards now. So you're watching one of the rising regions in Asia. Well, it was definitely one of the top regions because they were the first MC champions. But now we get to see the brilliance of these players, and a lot of the things we've seen today, they speak of high level. Like even me personally, like I see a lot of like high level plays. They definitely understand the metagame. They know how high level gameplay works, especially when we see like teams such as Velita Esports execute that level of strategy and level of discipline, right? Like we didn't see them falter at any point in the game, except from that one dash by Nicholas in the mid lane turret. But yeah, overall, it was just pure discipline. They didn't overchase that much, and they went through the checklist. So I really want to see the same caliber coming out from E Arena. Granted, it is their debut game, but I guess they need to step up because you don't want to, you don't want to spoil your first game, right? Like, especially like right now, it's their only game of the week. The next time they get to play is next week. And also the fact that the next time they face VLTH Esports is going to be on playoffs, if they get to playoffs.
Starting off the week, starting off your season, your regular season with a loss is always a big blow to morale. So they gotta really start respecting this. They gotta really start try-harding to get that win. I know they've already try-harded, but they gotta try even more here. I think the jitters definitely got to them, and this is why I say not playing your first game or not having a one match here, coming in as a debut performance, it could be good in a way where you can read your opponents, but it could be really bad because you don't have that warm-up. Maybe you're still feeling the jitters of that first match, right? Again, playing on the grandest stage of MLBB, MSL. It's a different league entirely. It's a different stage entirely with the people watching you, with the expectations being sky high. They got to lock in for game number 2 because, hey, the pattern has been full sweeps today. I don't know if it'll continue here, but it looks like VLTH Esports got that read.
Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be a change here in game number 2, especially with the random map draw. Now it's Flying Clouds. We might get to see some chaos being brought here by E Arena as we see the drafting phase. I'm expecting a lot of fighters again here. I always like myself some fighters in the Flying Clouds, but now E Arena, oh my lord, this is, I would say, pressure coming into fruition here. Baksha first ban on their side. It is not a good sign. I've seen a couple of these in my, in the history of MLBB. Like, overreacting is sometimes the downfall of the downfall of teams. And like, I understand E Arena, they got themselves some trouble with the Baksha pickup that VLTH Esports did in game number 1, but first ban Baksha, dude, you don't even threaten the first ban Baksha on their side. Like, if you're E Arena, yeah, sure, you might want to ban Baksha, put it on third, right? Put it on third. But now they ban Marcel as well. Oh my lord.
Wow, is this too much respect, bro? Because there's a lot of different picks that are still open, dude. Ah, man, E Arena, do they even... This is tough, man, because VLTH Esports get red side now, and that means they can pick up the Harley, they can pick up the Glue, the 2 picks that they dominated Hydra with.
Oh my god, there's a lot of like options for them. Honestly, if you're VLTH Esports here, it's rare for red sides to get to throwaway ban. But honestly, at this point, just ban Sora. Just ban Sora. You threaten the Valentina, you threaten the Harley, you threaten the Glue on your side. Even actually the Zetyan on their side. Okay, so they banned Zushin. Okay, they're still doing housekeeping. Okay, I like the discipline here from VLTH Esports. Now, E Arena, what do you do with this first pick, right? Even if you pick up the Harley, even if you pick up like the Valentina, there's so many answers that could come out from VLTH Esports. I guess the Harley is the best one for E Arena, but even then, VLTH Esports will get themselves the Valentina and the Sora.
Yeah, there you go. E Arena, they strike first with the Harley. This means that VLTH Esports, I mean, they can go Guinevere. That's still up in the air as well. If they still want a utility jungler for Katinaru, if they really just want to play around those neutral objectives. If not, then, yeah, like you said, Valensora is up for grabs. They can go for... yeah, I mean, anything at this point. There's so many picks still open. So it's just up for VLTH Esports. What do you want to build your composition around, right? Let's find out.
Yeah. So many good options. Valen Glue, Valen Sora, Valen Khalid even. I always like myself some Valen Khalid, especially against Harley, right? Like, you get the oppressive duo mid already, and then you also have that Khalid versus Harley matchup where you don't really care about the deadly magic. And instead of Khalid, I mean, it works the same. Like, it's essentially like a second version of Khalid in Dispatch. Khalid and Hilda has always been like one of the, I'd say, like, normal openers for Rome. And then Marcel took over, but because Marcel's banned out here, they pick up the Hilda. And the beauty of this Hilda pickup, I guess, would be the ability to flex Hilda up until the very last pick, because you could put it on the XP if need be.
Yeah. So, E Arena, Cho, they try to match the mid prio and they pick up the Farsa as well. Ooh. Okay, I see it. But also, Now Vali can get a free Sora, right? That's a free dive into the back. They've got a lot of ways to deal with it. CC immune against the Cho as well. I think, and then they just... Yeah, they should pick up the Sora, right? It should just be the Sora pickup here.
Yeah. I'm thinking, like, if they want to flex, Kalea's okay here. Put Hilda on XP. Because the thing is, you can protect the Hilda with these second phase bans. I just like the Kalea here because you essentially counter the 3 openers that E Arena has brought to this draft, right? And honestly, with jungle pickups, I still like Leo and Gwyn. Okay, they pick up the Gwyn. They're gonna flex this Hilda. Actually, you know what? Like, there's triple flex going on here for Valita Esports. All of them have multiple roles. The Valentina could still go XP if he wants to. That's a threat of, like, you know, the Valentina against Sora, maybe even the Valentina against a lot of, like, the XP heroes that have good ults. That's also the same thing for Hilda and the Guinevere. The Gwyn could just go roam against the Cho. It's good against Farza as well. Also decent against Harley because you have that escape with the clone on a spatial migration. Hilda's just, annoying overall, especially against Farza, right? Like, he can just run to you and cancel the Feather Airstrike.
So Arena really needs to get rid of the Arlet right now. That combo has been nasty across different MPLs as well. The Uranus gets banned out. They're already trying to go for it again. The Phoebe has already been banned. If Arena do not read into that, it could be a disaster, right? The Arlet against the Harley and the Farsa. Oh man, double kill. It's 2 birds, 1 stone. Then they can finish it up with a Claude, someone that's just safe in the gold lane. If not a Claude, maybe a Moskov could work as well. So yeah, for Vali, so many different options. But for Arena, their XPs are already getting limited down right now. They don't ban the... Oh, wait. It has to be a last ban Arlet, right?
Maybe they're baiting Valita Esports into thinking that they don't know about the upcoming Arlet pickup. But even then, like, Valita Esports probably doesn't care, right? Like, even if you ban Arlet, there's still that option that they can just flex the Hilda into the EXP. But yeah, I do agree, like, Arlet's such a high commodity here for Valita Esports. It's something that warrants a ban on the side of E-Arena. But at least they removed the Claude. But the problem is there's still the Moskov that could come out for for KO. Even Granger, honestly, I don't mind a Granger here. They banned Carry. Are they gonna go with Harith again?
Hey, they can, right? I mean, there's not gonna be a lot of physical damage, but I guess if the Arlet goes for a similar build path, War Axe, Hunterstrike, sure. Sure. Arena, please let it be an Arlet. This would be a very, very big mistake if they let go of the Arlet. Unless they have, like, a crazy counter to it, but they've already banned the Phoveus, so the natural counter is gone. And they're taking their time, which means I think there's a bit better chance of it being a Harith ban than it is an Arlet ban, dude. Because if it's... it's a Moskov. Vali, Thai Esports, they should just be the Arlet, unless they want to flex the Hilda to XP.
Nah. At this point, you lose the flex. You just get the best XP you can get here. I think it is the best XP here. Like, you essentially don't care about the 3 heroes on the side of E-Arena, and you're also essentially the counter against those 3 heroes. So if Valita Esports passes up on the opportunity, I mean, you could say that it's kind of hard to pick up the Arlet for the side of E-Arena, but they could just steal it, So there's no point, like, giving out the opportunity to E-Arena to pick up the Arlet. Just pick it at this point. You deserve the gold lane for last.
Yep. I think that's exactly what they should do, but, E-Arena might think otherwise, might try to do something different. They go Yutong instead. I mean, there's still a combo there with the Petrify and the Furious Dive. It's still... I mean, he did do a really good job, Nicholas, just earlier in the game. So, it is what it is. They have a different angle towards it. It technically also takes the Arlet away from the hands of E-Arena, because that's a winning matchup. You don't really want to go up against the Arlet with... the Yuzong with an Arlet. They go Granger. Wow, against the Yuzong still. And the Barats. Whoa, XP against the Yuzong, right?
Yeah. I mean, historically, it's been a matchup that has been stable for both sides. I like this switch up from E-Arena. Maybe they were considering the fact that if they pick up the Arlet on the side of Valita Esports, then E-Arena could have picked up the Alice. But with this change, I feel like E-Arena has stabilized, right? Because none of the normal marksman that can deal well versus the Barats is open. Both the carry and the Claude has been taken out. The last remaining option here would be to get some ranged marksman, something like even though we don't see it much, but with Clint, but they still go for the Harith.
Yep.
I don't know about this though. Like, I'd say E Arena has saved the draft.
Yeah, but I think it's back to the same story, I'd say, for VLTH Esports. We didn't want to see too many changes in the draft, right? It was forced upon them, obviously, with the Marcel and the Baksha ban, but I think they did a pretty good job to keep what they've already had in the last game, just build on it a bit more, have a little bit of a different pick in the roam and the jungle, and everything else remains the same. It's still the same Valentina pickup, actually stolen away this time around, away from E-Arena. But I agree. I think E-Arena have stabilized in the draft. It looked like it was going to be a complete win for VLTH Esports, but they have something to play with. The only concern for me is how will the Barats rotate? He's a very slow hero.
True. Literally. Like, the movement speed is one of the slowest in the game. So yeah, I see where E-Arena wants to go here. They just want to be able to provide like insane control in the front line, threaten the the damage from the Feathered Airstrike and the Deadly Magic combo. But one big problem that E-Arena has right now, even though they have an equal draft, I would say, is the fact that this Hilda is gonna be so annoying in this early game. It does come down to execution, as we see once again the land of Dawn, the battle between E-Arena and VLTH Esports, with VLTH Esports already securing the first game. Will we be able to see the first game 3 for today?
Let's see it, folks. Linksy on a very different pick already. This is already an improvement for Hanagus. Not too aggressive early, but it's me, Jeezy, who gets punished. Has to pop regen early. It's still the same old aggression. Oh man, really good read by Hanagus there.
Yeah, he knows the Guinevere is going to be lingering. I guess it's the lesson from game number 1, right? Like, VLTH Esports jungler likes rotating towards mid, giving them the mid prio, especially with the strength of the Hilda. This Hilda is going to be so annoying.
Very, very annoying indeed, man. And he's already rotating around the map, screening both the Cho and the Hilda. Chajame versus Hanagus on this battle. No 0-3-0 start for Hanagus. This is already a very, very good start to the game compared to game number 1, where it was catastrophic from the start. Again, I think this is what we were expecting even in the last game, right? With their compositions. Not really too many brawls early on, just building upon what they need to get level 4s later on for Turtle 1. And Turtle 1 will be a very big contention point here for both the teams. Whoever gets it, whoever gets a win around Turtle 1 will definitely have that snowball to play with. And both kind of need it with their comps. They really need the snowball.
Yeah. Yeah, when you look at the draft, like both sides, they scream, "Let me win first, Turtle," and then we snowball. So I think both sides are just slowing the game down. It does favor VLTH Esports a bit because they have more oppressive heroes, but the XP though.
Yup, really good move. Detona's welcoming the flicker straight up by Wraith. Picks up Nicholas. Revenge from last game where Nicholas was able to hold him down. Now it's Wraith who chomps him down. 3v4 situation. It'll be a 4v4 as KO makes his way up top. And E-Arena don't go for it. Spatial migration. Great cancel with the G-Kundo. Wow, that Feather Airstrike was way too early.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, the turtle position is a bit advantageous for the side of VLTH Esports. Good move, though. Like, killing the Yuzong first before going turtle. But it doesn't change the fact that there's a Hilda in this river. A big problem that they have right now is that they don't have anything to stop the Hilda as of yet. They have access to it now, though. Now that the Cho is level 4, they have the kick. And they will have enough layers of control to sort of control Chajame down and maybe take him down. But still, it is... Oh, wait. Hanagus?
There you go. Right on cue. They get a pickup, bro.
Yep. It's something that they needed to wait before they take first turtle. So even though they got the kill on a Yuzong, they didn't clear the condition of getting level 4 in Cho. But now that they do, they get to have river control and some form of vision, I would say, against this lineup. A very oppressive lineup, by the way, from VLTH Esports. But with this Cho, now they're able to move around the map, provide vision for Peachy, and then maybe get access to side lanes.
All right. So let's see it. Again under the slow game, after that pickoff especially. Oh, Mid-Jeezy trying to go for the steal. Oh, he got it? No, did he get it? Yes, he stole it away from Katinaru. Oh, man, great retry.
This is why I like show matchups against Hilda. Some teams. Oh wait,
Wow.
Hanagus.
Great move by Hanagus. You know what? I never want to see him on the glue again. This is his pick right here. 2 pickoffs in the span of 2 minutes.
I am a big laser of Cho when it's up against a Hilda. Like most people complain about who checks bushes, who goes frontline. You don't need frontline on Cho, bro. Like if you have damage, you just kick, and that's what his Hanagus is doing right now. He's just being annoying in the map, getting control on the river, providing vision so that E Arena can set up for these pickoffs. And Shajame is feeling it right now. It feels like even if he does provide vision, he alone is a target by the Cho.
And look at that gang. Look at that positioning already by Mijizi up top. Kaninaru still able to get level 7. Oh man, they're reading it really, really well. There you go. Flicker, Jetson is welcome. Straight onto the dragon up top. And he get the stun. It's Nicholas taken down as Chajame. Look for the play on Hanagas, but it won't happen. Again, a pickoff right before the fight even starts. 4-0. Wraith doesn't have Tetsuna's welcome, so maybe they can go for him, but Chajame gets caught with missiles. Feather airstrikes the one away. Hanagas! That's another way of the dragon. Lock in Kaninaru into the poker trick. The glowing wand's right there, but he's able to regen out of the way. E Arena picks up the turtle for free.
I mean, they could have gotten a lot better trade than that. Peachy opted to zone out the Hilda rather than secure the kill onto Kaninaru. But nevertheless, it's still an objective take here by E Arena. Again, the pressure and the presence of the Cho alone is preventing Valita Esports from actually utilizing this Hilda. Mijizi is going to attempt the kill onto Nicholas. Oh, the TPs are coming. Top lane pressure is insane. Meanwhile, bot side, however, Nozen. These two have been quiet for quite some time now, and Valita Esports, they understand, okay, we're not winning turtles, we're not winning river, let's just go gold.
Hanagas is trying to clear the wave there. Gets caught with spatial migration. That should be a kill, and it is. Still the Violet Requiem, though, used up, and E Arena, it wasn't even that bad for them. They get a turret up top as well to trade. They only lose their roamer. CE start for Kaninaru. There you go. There's going to be a winner crown next.
I like the choice here for Valita Esports. It does show that they have enough experience, they have the game knowledge, you know. Again, it's literally possible for them to contest top side right now. They go bot side, and they're now going to be able to bring the Harriet into the fight. So before, they're scared of the show. Now they might not be because they have a Harriet with a Purify. They just poke, and it may be set up. Oh, Hanagus!
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that way the Dragon, man. He's been quick with it, but under tier 1, onto the Hilda, Chajame of all people. Not too sure about that, especially considering he had to use Flicker for it. If it was a free Way the Dragon, sure. Jikundo Way the Dragon Flicker, though, for a Hilda, not worth it. And Valita Esports punished that mistake.
I mean, they probably thought they had enough damage, but the problem was, again, the Harith was in the mid lane. He was able to participate in the fight. So the move they made earlier is now paying off. Look at Chajame. He knows that, guys, we just need to take care of this Harriet. Let me get vision on the river. Bring the Harriet to mid. So it's always a 5v4 situation.
All right. Still 1.5k gold lead. It was 2,000 just earlier. So Valita Esports have stabilized quite a bit. They're still going to have to rely on that combo. Hanagas, no Flicker. Needs to go for a pick. Harinaru's in the bush. If he goes and uses the Shanpu, could be really bad for them. Could be a pick off for Valita Esports instead of Hanagas. He's still waiting for the angle. There you go. That's a Shanpu. But he can't look for the angle just yet. And the turtle has already been started by E Arena. Great move by them. Really, really good moves, man, by E Arena this game.
Yeah. I would say it's quite risky because they had no idea where the Guinevere was. But they were confident enough to just put the Barats on the, the turtle pit. And if the Guinevere shows up, they have the Daytona's welcome. Now, Valita Esports, even though they managed to get themselves an equalizer earlier on, we still see the map pressure coming out from E Arena, the ability to split the map with the Harley, and also just the mere fact that they have the threat of the pickoff with the choke kick. Even though Hanagus didn't have the flicker earlier, Valita Esports decided to play it slow, which ended up causing them the turtle.
Okay. Hey, redeem the codes, boys. We're giving you all the codes. Now, E Arena, can they replicate what Valita Esports were able to do to them, right? They were able to secure all the turtles in game 1. Now, this game... Oh, what the heck just happened in mid? Linksy picked off. Hanagas didn't even use the Way of the Dragon, so it was just pure damage that got him.
Yeah, I think he got... he just got Deadly Magic and then Feathered Airstrike. That was it. It was all that they needed to take down the Valentina. Couldn't even react. Couldn't even use the flicker. So I believe there was a stun there, somewhere in between, you know, the Feather Airstrike and the Deadly Magic. But Velita
I think it was skill
Esports,
one stun by Peachy, no?
maybe, yeah. And Velita Esports losing control on the map. We saw it from game number 1. They were really oppressive when it comes to, you know, the River Prio. But now E-Arena, because of this show, it changes how they played their game. Now they're playing scared. And the reason why Lynxie got punished earlier was because KO showed himself up on the top side. That's why E-Arena was able to move in the mid lane.
All right. Let's see it. Majizi, this time, he's not behind in the Turtles, so he's actually the one ahead by quite a bit. 3 levels. It'll be down to 2 as Kadinaru secures his own orange buff. But still, it goes to show you, again, that difference. Last game, it was 3-0 in neutral objectives early on, and it was still Majizi leveling things out. Now with the lead, it gets really tough, and they are able to push the gold lead to quite a comfortable amount. But is it enough to really just win out of the fight? Oh, good flicker! Hanagus. The Deadly Magic was down as well. They're going to be looking for the combo now with the Petrify and the Furious Dive. No Dragon. No Feather Airstrike. No Deadly Magic. The Feather Airstrike comes back up, though, so Peachy has a say in this fight.
Yeah, and honestly, they forced out the Black Dragon. Even though the flicker was good from Tajame, I don't think it was worth it for Velita Esports, because now E-Arena is the one that could play it slow. That's why you see Velita Esports hunting for this Harley. They know, guys, we messed up this Lord fight. We need to take down this Harley.
Majizi, though, he's learned. He was caught just earlier in game number 1. He tried to make a risky move, got caught. Now he won't make the same mistake. He just builds that slow push up top. Oh, Kadinaru doesn't actually get that green camp, I think. Stolen away by Hanagas, not too sure. It panned away, the camera, right as that was happening. KO's up top. This could be a pickoff right here. I think Majizi has enough damage to at least bait out Zaman Force or a Purify. But KO's playing it so safe, man. Also, with the help of Kadinaru in the bush, Majizi cannot make the play. Good read. Hanagas again, yeah. Always scouting. They're already on the Lord, though. They're starting things up.
Yeah, you know, this game, both sides playing it really well, playing with the information that they have. Now they see top side is pushing in into the tower. Oh, they see the cards. They know Harley's here. Majizi gets out immediately because he knows there might be a punish. There might be a play coming out from Velita Esports. He's learned his lesson, bro. Oh, Hanagos?
Yep, for the airstrike coming down as well with Cha Jame. Oh, doesn't have the flicker. He's going to go down. There you go. That's Majizi picking up the kills. The Black Dragon form gets used up, and there's just not enough for Velita Esports to pull out ahead. It's E-Arena with yet another pickup before the game, before the Lord even gets started up, but they're taking things super slow. They're going to go for the purple buff first. They know they have the advantage. I like it from E-Arena, the discipline.
Yeah, and Tajame didn't expect that the Harley was going to be staying there on top side. I was like, he was caught off guard. And Peachy with the Feather Airstrike zone. Good stuff coming out from E-Arena. Full control on the map. Just a vision and information gain from Hanagos is giving them so many access to so many good plays that they can access. Even in the mid lane, Tajame is not safe because, again, they have the damage necessary. If Velita engages with the Yuzong, you could just put the the Barats on the front line, prevent any other people from actually re-engaging. In E-Arena, they just understand how the team fights are going to play out.
Majizi? Ooh. Hey, Lynxie is starting to deal damage. You still got to respect them. Oh my god, look at this flank from Hanagas. Deadly Magic already on Nicholas. Just a bit of damage down. And a tier 2 down below. E-Arena have amazing siege. Just like Velita Esports in game 1, though. Just like E-Arena in game 1, Velita Esports do not have the best clear. This composition was built to team fight, not to defend. Yeah. They're going to lose at least one base turret here. That's a Lord. Oh, at best, they'll lose all 3 for E-Arena. Feather Airstrike zoning them for the mid turret. The Lord up top is still very healthy. Lynxie gets to the base in time. Oh, almost still dies despite getting into the fountain. Kadinaru with the Spatial Migration of Valor Requiem doesn't have to win a crowd. The Temporal Rain already active. They're going to go in for the all-in, but I don't think it's enough damage. Petrify the Furious Dive. It's out of the Zaman Force, but still they're able to pick up a kill. KO dashes away from the Smart Missiles. Lynxie with the flicker out. That's a 1-for-1 in the end, but again, a base turret fell down there for the airstrike. Okay. Good response by Lynxie there. Deadly Magic, KO! Looking for the Chrono Dash to heal up. He's able to do it! What a shutdown by Lynxie! And it kept the mid-base turret alive.
Oh my goodness, what a sequence from VLTH Esports. Even though they did not defend top lane, that team fight, it looked good for E-Arena because they were able to kite around some of the spells coming out from VLTH Esports. They were able to move away from the base. But after that, they got overzealous, I guess. They tried to go for one more, and KO surviving with that chrono dash, the shields that he gets from the from the basic attacks, and there was a wave there. That's why he was able to regenerate. And then Lingxi with a response onto the feathered airstrike. It hurts so much coming from the Valentina, and now they get to find the they get to delay this game to the point where they get enough items to sort of deal with the heroes of E-Arena. They do have a lot of scaling heroes on their side, by the way. Like the Harith needs more item. He gets to farm up, maybe gets to the point where he can two-shot any guy on the side of E-Arena. Because if you look at the composition, only the Barats can stand in front of the Harith. Any other heroes that gets comboed by, I would say like a jump for either the Gwyn or the Yuzong, and then the Chrono Dash into Synchro Fission by KO gets deleted instantly.
So already a different approach, Nicholas. He knows he's way behind this time. It's not the early advantage that they had in the previous game, but look at the Harith, KO. He spotted up top, and it's instant burst coming down for E-Arena. VLTH Esports, I know that's a slow push up top there, but you can't just be revealing that so early on, right? Especially with E-Arena holding on to the Lord, unless maybe it's all planned. Maybe for VLTH, they had no intention of contesting this neutral objective. Then it makes sense, but again, this is going to be even worse for them, right? They defend, sure, that's a possibility. But they're going to lose at least 2 base turrets. Whoa! Katinaru! Oh my lord, Mijizi! Went for a play on the utility jungler. He gets caught. To Jame on the back line there. That's a Black Dragon form still over on Nuzin. Petrifying the Furious Dive! Oh, Nicholas gets the pick! And KO goes on a killing spree. Nozin has to flicker. Whoa! I don't know about that flicker, but Hanagas flickers out too. VLTH Esports, one fight. They find Mijizi. They caught him lacking. And now they have the game in their hands again.
Oh my lord, the discipline. This is why I don't like doing plays outside of lord timings. It's definitely vamosable. VLTH Esports, they found their window. They get to take out the towers of E-Arena. Fortunately for E-Arena, there's a lot of waves coming out from their base, and VLTH Esports, they have to defend still. But man, Katinaru, he was ready for that. He was like, if the Harley shows, oh wait, here it is. Here he comes. After the space escape, the jump was automatically casted by Katinaru. Amazing play from the Guinevere.
Yeah, it really was amazing, man. Oh my goodness, that was so beautiful. Beautifully done. Really, really well played. I can't believe they're back in this game, Midnight. I mean, it was possible. We were talking about the possibility, but we were thinking at least 2 base turrets would go down for them to wait to get this moment. So clutch, VLTH Esports, man.
Yeah.
Even in a losing position, 7,000 gold behind. Katinaru's just him. Finds the catch in the right position, catches Mijizi lacking, and the Winter Crown. That was what we were been waiting for the whole game. He decides to delay it so long. I think it conditioned the E-Arena players. It made them think, oh, he's not going to go Winter Crown. He doesn't have Winter Crown. And in that one moment, when Mijizi thought he'd have all the space to go for these pickoffs to anyone, he gets caught.
Oh, Tijame.
Oh,
okay,
no,
kick. He knows. He has immortality. He has 2 lives.
Yeah.
I mean, Black Dragon form. A bit too much, but it's okay. It's going to be back before the Lord spot. But man, a crazy sequence, like VLTH Esports always finding these weird plays that gets them, the victory. That jump from Katinaru. And now we get to see the Harith with full items. He chose Oracle for some form of magic defense and also like shield regeneration. Helps him when he gets targeted by Mijizi and also Peachy. These shields are gonna come into are gonna be a big factor in team fights here for E-Arena because they don't have the ability to one-shot the Harith now. Oh wait.
Deta's welcome, but a Winter Crown is still there. Chajame doing a good job in the back line, zoning them as Katinaru looks for the opening here. Chajame loses immortality. Katinaru! He spies a spatial migration again on Mijizi! Oh man! How does he keep on getting the right pick? He gets picked off here as well, but it's one of the main carries compared to utility jungler. Lingxi steals away the feather airstrike. And there you go. Again for VLTH Esports. They're still in the game. They're, practically completely back in the game.
Yeah. Oh man, so many good plays there. Even Tajame using the flicker to cancel the feathered airstrike. Peachy saw it though, and he was able to use wings by wings after he saw the Hilda flicker. Kadinaru also used the winter crown to prevent the damage from coming through, and then he saw the Harley use space escape. And I think Mijizi is really scared to just go back from for the hat, and that's why Kadinaru is always pushing forward. He knows he's gonna catch the Harley if he doesn't use the hat back. And now, Valita Esports, again, as you've said, they're back in the game. E-Arena only has 1K lead. At this point, gold lead is not a factor anymore, especially when you're in a composition. You're rocking composition that has a lot of firepower in the form of the Harith as well as the the Yuzong, and you have a lot of like kits on your arsenal: the Black Dragon form, the spatial migration, even the power wildness from the Hilda.
A big bonk, man. It's very underrated in the late game. A lot of people don't expect the damage coming through from him, especially with the concussive blast. This time he doesn't have immortality though, so he's got to be a lot more careful compared to earlier against Hanagas. He can't just be opening it up. And the far lane, dude, it's controlled by E-Arena. Valitai Esports haven't done a good job in clearing that out. They actually gave Mijizi just an easy route to clear that up in the bottom lane. There's a conceal, but Chajame, he noticed it. That slow push is still going to build up. Valitai Esports need to send someone there, or they need to hold the Lord right now. I don't think they can burst the Lord, so I don't think that's an option. They just got to send someone down.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the Guinevere, but the bigger concern is for E-Arena. Once they see the Gwyn, will they be able to find somebody? Because Chajame has been keeping tabs on these bushes. He knows where the Cho is, but they just have, they don't have enough information. Now the Guinevere is sent down bot side. E-Arena can just blitz this, but will they though?
Yeah. I mean, it's an evolved Lord. Kadinaru's taking so long here. Oh!
Wait.
They go on the Chajame with the Jikundo flicker. Now the airstrike petrify! Well played, Nicholas! Now it's the Guinevere who rotates over. KO already on a double kill. Kadinaru, he doesn't even need to look for the play. Mijizi gets caught again. This time by the dragon that he was able to slay, what, 2-3 times in a gank up top. This time it comes back to bite him. And this should be a free Lord to Valitai Esports. I don't really think E-Arena have a shot to play this out.
Wraith.
Doing a lot of damage onto Wraith. He's going to get shredded down there. Immortality down as Chajame is able to bait out some of those shots with a feather airstrike. KO on a monster kill! He gets the immortality of Nozin. Nozin buys him with a crown in time, but he's stuck against 3 members with no flicker. It is a shutdown. It's a desperate play by Peachy. Try to go for the steal, but Kadinaru catches him with the spatial migration, and Midnight with this evolved Lord, I think Valitai Esports have done it.
Oh, what a sequence from Valitai Esports. It started with the Guinevere going bot side, E-Arena thinking that, okay, maybe we can just kill the Hilda. He doesn't have immortality. But it was a bait. It was a bait. The Guinevere stood next to the Cyclone Eye. It was able to reach the team fight right at the right moment. But that petrify from Nicholas into the feathered airstrike by Lingxi saved the team fight. And KO was just pushing out and dishing out so much damage with this Harith. Actually used the Zaman Force twice in that team fight. And they found the target. Again, you've said it. I think this is done.
Yep. Black Dragon form coming down. Jajame. Immortality down. Petrify again. Oh my lord, Nicholas finds Mijizi back to back, and what a comeback win. You can see it in their faces. The emotion of the fans, of the players. Valitai Esports. They climbed the mountain to get that win, and hey, valid celebration.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I almost fell down my chair. That victory was insane.
Phenomenal.
E-Arena. Oh my lord, if Malaysia could do it, so can Thailand. They got they got to 8K lead, brother. Valitai Esports, they're stuck in the base for like 8 minutes straight. But man, that petrify from Nicholas, oh my goodness. I'm speechless, bro.
And now we understand why they went for Yuzong for Nicholas, dude. They're just so confident in his comfort hero. He goes 1-3 in the early game. He goes completely forgotten in the early game. And then he pops off in the late game. I don't really think we are used to seeing Yuzongs play that way. Usually it's, if you lose out in the early game, you're kind of cooked. But he does it. The three-man petrify, the furious dive right on cue onto Mijizi. KO being the stable carry, but Nicholas really finding that redemption arc in this game alone. A really good play by Peachy. It would have been GG's anyway. He had to try to do something there. I can't really diss him for that moment. It looks memey, obviously, because he got picked off. He didn't get what he sought out to get. But still, it was a fantastic play again, though. Back-to-back petrifies on the right target. Nicholas.
ค่ะนะคะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะสำหรับชัยชนะนะคะในการแข่งขันนะคะในรอบนี้เกมนี้ละกันนะคะอยากจะแนะนำตัวหน่อยค่ะชื่ออะไรกันบ้างคะตำแหน่งไหนเอ่ย
ชื่อแคตตี้นารุตำแหน่งจังเกิลจากทีมวดีไทยครับ
ค่ะ
ชื่อแก้วตำแหน่งโกเลียนจากทีมวดีไทยครับ
โอเคนะคะแล้วก็อยากจะทราบความรู้สึกแบบว่าสดๆร้อนๆเลยนะคะที่เราชนะมานะคะจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยเราชนะมาเมื่อวานด้วยนะคะแล้วก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะคือเราเก็บไป2แต้มเลยนะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับ2แต้มนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีใจแล้วก็ปลดล็อกตัวเองครับเพราะว่าทางทีม EA ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมที่เต็งแชมป์เหมือนกันครับค่ะรู้สึกปลดล็อกตัวเองมากๆครับ
โอเคค่ะแก้วค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับดีใจกับฟอร์มตัวเองครับพี่
โอเคนะคะคือเมื่อกี้นี้เนี่ยหันไปเห็นกองเชียร์คือแบบร้องไห้เลยอ่ะซึ้งใช่ไหมคะดีใจที่แบบทีมเราชนะนะคะวันนี้เก็บแต้มไปได้สวยๆเลยนะคะแต่ว่าอันนี้อยากจะแบบสอบถามนิดนึงว่าในแฟ้มของโค้ชในฐานะที่เราเป็นผู้เล่นนะคะเป็นคนในทีมของโค้ชเนี่ยอยากจะทราบนะคะว่าแฟ้มสีชมพูนะคะลายMy Melody นะคะของเชฟเขาเรียกว่าเฮดเชฟของเรานะคะมีความลับอะไรหรือว่ามีเมนูอะไรอยู่ในนั้นหรือเปล่าอันนี้สปอยได้ไหมคะ
ราเมงครับ
บอกเมนูเลยนะคะมีราเมงอันนี้คือรับออเดอร์ตรงไหนคะ ตรงนี้น่าจะยังเนาะนะคะเพราะว่ายังดีใจอยู่อันนี้สปอยได้ไหมคะว่านอกจากที่เราเล่นเมื่อวานแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยจริงๆแล้วในแฟ้มนั้นมีแผนอะไรซ่อนอยู่หรือเปล่าคะ
ก็ไม่มีอะไรครับเป็นแบบเมนูอาหารตามสั่งครับเผื่อนักแข่งหิว
ไอที่เขาเปิดมาอันนั้นคือจริงๆใช่ไหมคะจริงๆคือเหมือนแบบเป็นดับซีเคร็ตอะไรจริงๆไม่มีเลย
ไม่มีครับ
จริงๆเป็นเมนูผัดกะเพราอะไรที่แคสเตอร์เขาบอกเลย
ใช่ครับจริงๆโค้ชทีมผมเปิดร้านไก่ทอดครับเป็นเมนูที่ร้านเอามาแข่งเลยครับ
นะคะไก่ทอดอันนี้แถมน้ำจิ้มด้วยไหมคะที่ร้าน
แล้วแต่สูตรโค้ชครับ
แล้วแต่ขอด้วยเนาะโอเคงั้นกลับเข้าสู่นะคะสาระกันนิดนึงนะคะถ้าเกิดว่าให้พูด1ประโยคถึงชัยชนะในวันนี้เราจะพูดว่าอะไรดีคะใครก่อนก็ได้ค่ะ1ประโยค
ตึงมากครับ
ตึงมากครับแล้วเราครับ
สุดจัดครับ
นะคะงั้นคำถามต่อไปเลยค่ะในเมื่อวันนี้เนี่ยเราตึงแล้วก็สุดขนาดนี้ถ้าเราได้มีโอกาสท้าไฟกับอาจจะเป็นทีมอื่นหรือว่าคนอื่นก็ได้นะเราอยากจะท้า1-1กับทีมไหนหรือกับใครก็ได้อยากจะ1-1กับใคร1-1
ก็อยากจะ1-1กับบีบอสครับ
โอ้โหแล้วก้าวล่ะคะแก้วล่ะคะ
1กับไอซี่ครับ
นี่นะคะไม่ธรรมดาเลยทีเดียวนะคะแล้วก็หลังจากที่เมื่อกี้นี้เนี่ยเราได้รับชัยชนะแล้วโอ้โหถือว่าเกมเมื่อกี้นี่สูสีมากนะคะอยากจะทราบว่าเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยกดดันมากไหมคะกับแมตช์ที่ผ่านมาเมื่อวานนี้ละกัน
มากครับพี่
มากเลยค่ะเรามีอะไรอยากเสริมไหมคะ
กดดันครับ
โอเคนะคะสั้นๆได้ใจความกดดันครับนะคะโอเคไม่เป็นไรนะคะแล้วอยากจะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆของเราที่มานั่งเชียร์สาวๆทั้งนั้นเลยนะเนี่ยนะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวจะมีแฟนๆนะคะที่ชมออนไลน์ผ่านทางบ้านด้วยนะคะฝากแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ก็ถึงจะเป็นทีมน้องใหม่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่คอยเชียร์คอยติดตามด้วยนะครับฝากวดีไทยด้วยนะครับ
ค่ะเชิญเลยค่ะ
เหมือนกันครับ
ง่ายดีนะได้ค่ะมีทูใช่ไหมฮะโอเคเหมือนกันนะคะโอเคเอาเป็นว่าเดี๋ยวให้ทั้ง2ท่านนะคะไปพักผ่อนก่อนละกันนะคะขอบคุณมากนะคะก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะกับชัยชนะในวันนี้นะคะและเดี๋ยวทั้ง3ท่านนะคะแคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเรารออยู่นะคะไปเจอกับทั้ง3ท่านกันต่อเลยค่ะ
Thank you so much for our host. That was Vali Thai Esports, we needed that break because I was so speechless, brother. Like, this victory was so amazing to watch. I did not expect that. I was already waiting for, you know, the game to end. Maybe we do game 3, but we did get to see a close game. Finally, we were wishing for it earlier, and now we get served with a game like this.
Hey, that's exactly what we deserve for, you know, asking for a 20-minute game. We get a 20-minute game. We get a banger as well. So, hey, no complaints there. Really good performance by VLTH Esports. And here, our MVP for game number 2. It is KO.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was stable. Like, from early to mid game, I would say he was the equalizer for VLTH Esports, but maybe, you know, Nicholas deserves some MVP spot. Like, I would understand, you know, KO being the MVP because he was dishing out so much damage. But man, those petrifies, bro, like, it was insane. So now we get to see the highlights. The highlights from this game. Let me be honest though. Like, early game, E Arena had a lot of like good answers against this composition from VLTH Esports. It just so happened that there were a couple of answers from VLTH Esports, especially with the Harith coming into the equation. But overall, they had pretty good control of like where the pressure is on the map, when to start the fight. I think it comes down to like the misplays as well here, like the jump from the Guinevere, punishing the mistake from Majizi, attempting to kill the Guinevere outside of Lord timings.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. Oh man, this engage was just phenomenal though, bro. I mean, at this point, we just have to just watch and look at these moments. Wraith trying to make the clutch moment happen over to Kadinaru, but I think even if he got the stun over, everybody else was just ready to follow it up. These moments, man. Yeah. Again, they end up with a 1-for-1, but you cannot trade a utility jungler for a main carry. And in this position, again, they were overzealous. Mijizi, I like the fact that he played it safe a lot of times, but in these situations, I kind of have to go back on my word where you need to also make the risky plays on the Harley. You can't just play front to back. It just gives Nicholas space to do that, to re-engage, to see where you are, and then pick you off like it's no biggie. Oh, man. VLTH Esports, though, we just have to give him props. Give them props. Every single one of the team played well. And KO, 7-0-2 with a 7,000 goal lead on your opponents. This guy is good, man.
Yeah. I mean, even the Valentina, like, Lingxi was doing a lot of, like, heavy lifting in the fights, copying that Feathered Earthstrike. Matter of fact, there were some points in the game where he was dishing out more damage what Peichi could have done, but also because of the fact that Chajame was always on the hunt for the Feathered Earthstrike. Every single time that they see the Farsa use the ultimate, he was always there with the flickers, you know, with the power wildness, just to stop this insane range coming up from E Arena, which did allow more players on the side of VLTH Esports to sort of play the game. And yeah, we ended up having a lot of, like, I would say, scrappy fights wherein chaotic angles are much more favorable, which is why I do agree with your point. Like, Majizi could have been coming from like off angle, sort of like how many Harley players, even in MPL ID, MPL PH, sometimes they don't come from front, they come from the back, they loop around, you know, they get weird angles, because it made it so much easier for VLTH Esports to have this like blueprint of how to start the fight. Because if you look at E Arena, the way they want to start the fight is with a choke kick. Maybe Harley comes in the front line. That's where the lineup of VLTH Esports will actually excel, because they have a way to stop it, like with the Black Dragon form, the Hilda stopping the Feathered Airstrike as well, and then the Guinevere only looking straight in front of him. They don't have to worry about left or right side, because the Harley is coming from the same direction.
That's true, man. Everything this time is all for VLTH Esports, man, especially because, hey, they were taking a lot of damage. Yeah, for sure. The sandbag, 2 games in a row, it's been on, for game 1, it was on E Arena, but in this game, they had to sandbag a lot of damage. They had to just take it like a good boy till they get to those power spikes, till they get to those moments where they could turn things around. But at the end of the day, it's who's clutches, it's who's able to make those moves happen. And in this game, it was them. They were able to make that happen. They were able to pop off. So, well played. GG to VLTH Esports. I didn't expect to be this impressed, but I was very, very impressed here today. VLTH Esports, GG, man. Well played. I can't wait to see what else we've got for MSL, bro. I mean,
yeah.
At this point, there's so many things that we haven't found out yet. This is only E-Arena's first game, and they did a really good job against VLTH Esports in Game 2. Possibly almost winning against them, right? And I think right now, power rankings will shift. There's going to be a lot of conversations regarding who deserves to be top, who deserves to go down, etc.
I'm so happy that we get to do this, you know. We get to cast amazing games from MSL Thailand, and we get to witness amazing plays like this, amazing teams, amazing players. But yeah, we're not done yet, guys. Folks at home, we still have one match left for MSL Thailand, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供魂かお待てろ
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待ってろ
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる男子供魂かお待て
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Big
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะนะคะแล้วก็หลังจากที่เรากลับมานะคะจากการพักเบรกกันมาแล้วนะคะเพื่อจะให้เพื่อนๆนะคะพี่ๆน้องๆทุกคนนะคะได้พักเข้าห้องน้ำนะคะแบบว่าหายใจหายคอกันนิดนึงนะคะแล้วก็จะได้หาอะไรทานนะคะควบคู่ไปด้วยแต่ฟังแล้วแปลกๆเนาะนะก็ไม่เป็นไรค่ะนะคะเราจะได้แบบหยิบพวกขนมนะคะของทานนะคะสแน็คแบบเบาๆข้าวมันไก่หรือราเมงเมื่อกี้ก็ได้นะคะจะได้เอามานั่งทานด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ดูคู่สุดท้ายของเราในวันนี้ไปในตัวด้วยนะคะแล้วก็แน่นอนค่ะสำหรับเกมสุดท้ายนะคะของเราในวันนี้นะคะคู่สุดท้ายแล้วนะคะก็จะได้เป็นการเจอกันนะคะระหว่าง2ทีมนั่นเองค่ะสำหรับทีมแรกนะคะนั่นก็คือฟูเซนนะคะก็จะได้เจอกับทีมของ ACT Esport Club นั่นเองค่ะซึ่งเรียกได้ว่าโอ้โห2ทีมนี้เนี่ยเรียกได้ว่าตัวตึงนะคะทั้ง2ทีมอยู่แล้วนะคะเชื่อว่าหลายๆท่านนะคะทั้งผู้ที่รับชมผ่านทางออนไลน์ทางบ้านนะคะรวมถึงด้านหน้านะคะก็อยากจะชมแล้วอยากจะชมกันหรือยังคะอยากไหม อยากมากๆเลยนะคะรวมถึงตัวดิฉันก็อยากชมแล้วนะคะสำหรับคู่นี้ค่ะเอาเป็นว่านะคะใครที่รออยู่นะคะสำหรับการชำระแค้นนี่นะคะว่าจะมีการเกิดขึ้นไหมนะคะในแมตช์นี้นะคะการแข่งขันคู่ต่อไปเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเรามารอลุ้นนะคะแล้วก็รอเชียร์กันได้เลยค่ะอันว่าเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้นะคะขอส่งต่อให้กับ3แคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเราได้เลยค่ะ
Hello, it's us again. Welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1. Still your boys, Mirko and Midnight. Now we're down to the last game of the day, and I'm so excited about this because, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There's a lot of Filipinos in the roster here. So we're gonna be seeing Full Sense versus ACT Esports. How you feeling, Mirko?
Dude, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling excited for this matchup. Very, very excited for this matchup. Again, it's not just any Filipino imports, though. We were able to see 2 Filipino imports in the previous game. This time, it's a pretty well-accomplished import in the XP lane. Dominic, SEA Games gold medalist. I remember this because it was an all-star Indo team that lost to Dominic and the trio of Blacklist at the time, and Owl. But hey, it is what it is. He's now in MSL Thailand, and it's really looking... Oh, honestly, yesterday they lost, but they lost to very, very good opponents. So I think we can give them a little bit of leeway. Bacon Time are up there when it comes to the power rankings. If you look at their roster, so I'm expecting Full Sense to actually get their first match win here today.
Yeah, it was a very competitive match yesterday. Even though this team is jam packed with a lot of experienced veterans from World Stage, from MDL even, and SEA Games, you have ACT Esports, who's very, I would say has been the surprise of regular season, especially coming from the qualifiers. They won 2-0 versus Tenacity yesterday, and I feel like this team has a lot of potential. I would even call them the dark horse of MSL Thailand. Coming from the qualifiers, there's more to expect from this team, and the expectations have been met. In fact, they went past expectation. The manner of their victory yesterday was I would call it a surprise, because again, who would expect for a qualifier team to be that dominating from their day one debut in MSL?
I agree, man. ACT looked phenomenal up against a team who went 2-0 just earlier. Tenacity, they beat SLX 2-0. It was kind of a stomp. You get to see here the standings now updated. VLTH Esports still that flawless record of theirs. It hasn't been shattered, and for the rest, I want to say everybody has a flawless record, but they're all 1-0, right? That can certainly change.
Yeah.
VLTH Esports have proven through very tough games today and through the 2 matches that they are still going to stay flawless.
Yeah, the question is, will the qualifier teams take top 2 at the end of week number 1? Because it is an interesting, discussion, because now we see the benefits of having a qualifier, especially with teams, with players coming from different different places. We have a lot of experienced players coming to MSL Thailand. We even have imports, but also a lot of collegiate players coming into the league. And right now we have so many amateurs that are now competing in the pro stages that are performing really well. So I'm excited to see if that is going to be the storyline of week number 1. If ACT and VLTH Esports can actually fill those top 2 spots out of our standing. Now, let's watch.
มาเล่นเยอะมากแล้วก็ทำให้การแข่งขันสูงขึ้นค่ะก็รู้สึกดีใจมากที่ลีกไทยจะพัฒนายิ่งขึ้นค่ะมันส่งผลอย่างคาดไม่ถึง ตามนั่นแหละมันลึกเกินที่จะอธิบายตอนนี้พูดตรงๆว่าอาจจะยังเป็นน้องใหม่เนาะในลีกอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเพราะว่าก็ยังมีฟิลิปปินส์กับอินโดที่เขาแข่งอยู่แล้วแต่ในอนาคตไทยอาจจะดีก็ได้เพราะตอนนี้ลีก MSL ก็มาแล้วก็ผู้เล่นก็ไทยมีเยอะมากๆอาจจะไปในทางที่ดีได้ค่ะ
There we have it. Full Sense again. Apologies, we don't understand Thailand. We don't understand Thai, but give us 2 seasons. Give us 2 seasons.
2 seasons. Maybe more. Maybe playoffs offline. We'll learn the language. We'll try to learn the language,
Yep. I mean, if you support us casting MSL, because we're supporting MSL Thailand, support us. You never know. Maybe we come to Thailand and experience the competitive MLBB in the country. But yeah, going back to the match that we haven't had, ACT Esports against Full Sense. There's a lot of expectations on the line here for both sides. Coming from a loss, of course, Full Sense, they have to make a recovery here in this game. While ACT, it's the pressure of continuing the dominance, because I think it's also one thing to win in your debut day, but it's also another thing to continue that streak. I feel like there's pressure on both sides here.
Yeah, VTH were able to do it. VLTH were able to do it. So we'll see if they can actually go and do the same thing, right? As a team from the open qualifiers, you are already coming into it with momentum. You went through a grueling, brutal single elimination tournament to make it to the MSL stage. And we're going to welcome their opponents first, though. Full Sense. They're looking amazing. Yes, they lost, but they lost to Bacon Time, one of the teams that are favored to win the entire thing. 2-1 as well. So, hey, Full Sense, they got a really good grasp in the game. They have amazing early game as well. And that's what brought them to late game against Bacon Time in those 2 games that they lost.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names here. We see them coming up the stage. The question is, are they able to bounce back after that loss? Again, it is not a loss that you should be, disappointed with, but it is a loss nonetheless. But Full Sense, I think they need to bring all the sense that they can get here up against their opponents, because they're coming off from a hot streak from the qualifiers now to the regular season of MSL Thailand. Here is ACT Esports, fresh from a win with a 2-0 victory versus Tenacity. I do think there is chemistry within this team, especially given the fact that 2 of the players here are literally identical twins. Maybe there's some science with chemistry here, but it is an advantage that they have right now going up against Full Sense. The gameplays would be more interesting. The drafts would be, I would say, something that Full Sense can utilize, because they have to attack ACT Esports when it comes to the combo, especially if you're looking into bringing chaos into the field. Because I think if you watch ACT Esports, especially from their previous games, chemistry is not a question here.
Absolutely, man. They got that synergy, that telepathy between the twins for sure, man. And, it really reminds me of early days BTR Season 7 when they had Matt and Max. So, hey, I might be a little bit biased towards ACT now that I see that Coach Shadow, Coach Drando, respective coaches of both these teams, they're definitely going to be trying to craft that really, really good comp to beat each other out. And again, I think for Full Sense, they've been proven a little bit more. They were up against Bacon Time. We rate Bacon Time super highly. But ACT, that's where they strive, in being the underdogs. A lot of people, not a lot of people expected them to make it to the MSL stage. Not a lot of people expected the open qualifier team to beat Team Tenacity with a Laotian import. So it's time for them to prove to the world again that they deserve.
There is a lot of proof for Full Sense, given the fact that they have so many accolades on their lineup. But you can also say the same thing from ACT Esports Club. These players have a lot of semi-pro competition experience. They actually were able to win on the National Youth Development. They were in attendance in Philippines. I'm assuming they probably learned a lot, and it showed in their gameplay yesterday. There's a lot of chemistry, there's a lot of synergy, and I feel like they have more to bring to the table, especially with this hot streak victory that they had against Tenacity, a team that's proven to be a dominant force in MSL. Let's watch this video for a bit.
จากทีมฟูลเซนครับอาจจะเป็นเกมที่ดุเดือดความแค้นมันฝังลึก
สวัสดีครับผมเซอร์รอนะครับมาจากทีม BTT ครับเล่นตำแหน่งแคนเกิลวัดจากพี่ปอก็ผมชนะขาดอยู่แล้วเอาผมไม่ลงล้อผมพลาดมือลงโดนผมหน้ามือนะครับ
Hey, Mirko, I might not understand Thai, but I understand what the last part was. I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely.
We're talking smack, but here's not talking smack. We're split again. Oh my lord.
Oh, damn! You went for ACT. I thought you would 100% go for Full Sense here. Oh man.
I am proud with my Filipino competitors, but I am, you know me, bro. I'm an enjoyer of underdog storylines, and I feel like ACT demands respect. They demand the support from their fans, because their showing yesterday was short of amazing.
I agree, bro. Let's take it into the random map draw. Let's see what map we get here. I agree with the ACT performance yesterday. It was fantastic. So hopefully they can carry on that momentum in the Broken Walls map here as we see the map change come through. All right. Drafting phase, Full Sense on the blue side. It is ACT on the red side. Wait, I gotta check stats from yesterday. Did they both find success on these respective sides, or because Full Sense won game 1 while being on red side.
Yeah, ACT won one red side game, so I think it's both equal. Now that I think about it, I do think ACT Esports does have an advantage because they're on red side right now, and they get to I would say they get to, like, again, dictate the tempo of the draft.
So let's see it. Valentina and the Freya respect coming through. Man, a lot of pressure on Valentina. Full Sense though, they ban out the Phobias, they ban out the Juicin, and the Marcel is just standard bans coming through. We'll see if they can pick up some of these prio picks. The Guinevere is open. Full Sense have picked it up, I think 2 games, but those are the games that they lost. So again, it's pretty concerning.
Yeah, I think one thing that ACT has to also consider is the fact that these mages ban don't mean anything to Full Sense, because they've shown themselves to be capable of, like, putting the mage pick on the second phase, because Angelina has been using the Kadidas or the Lunox, basically the weird heroes on on mages. Even sometimes, like, some players, especially mages, right? They don't like being second phase because you lose out on options. But Full Sense, they're not that team. They're confident to go with whatever Angelina feels like playing in a game. So now we get to see a Guinevere first pick from the side of Full Sense. We've seen this twice from them yesterday. It wasn't even banned out in the last game, and I feel like it's just confidence for this team, even though they lost with it. ACT, however, they can answer up with a typical Harley and maybe Glue or Eve.
Yeah, ACT got to be careful though, because the Arlet really looks like, I mean, Full Sense are looking to set up for it. They go for the Claude and the Sora instead. The Valentina's still open. The again, Arlet is a great combo together with the Guinevere. It's also a great matchup against the Sora. They can pick it up right here, and I think the Yisun Shin is a pretty good pick if you want to just get two winning lanes at the start of the draft.
Yeah, I like this opener from Full Sense. ACT, I don't know if they... I don't know, actually have no idea what they're going to go with on Red 3, because Claude and Sora is kind of a dead giveaway. With what you wanted to do, you just want to, opt for team fights, right? The scaling, the team fights. But Full Sense Esports, they're going all out on these lanes. At this point, might as well just steal the Eve away from ACT, even though they would likely, pick mage second phase. They go for the carry. It's a decent answer against the Claude. Would have preferred the YSS though. Do you go Harley here?
Not too sure. The Harley is a pick they can go for sure. It's just, do they really want to just bank on that, or do they want to go for just more of pressure in the mid lane? I don't know though. With the Eve, you did call the Eve. It's just, I'm concerned when I see the Eve here, just because of the Arlet and the Guinevere combo. He's gonna have to be very, very careful. Has to pop the RWM right on time to cancel out on the big CCs.
Yeah, these jumps are going to be a problem here for ACT, even though they have re-engaged with the Sora. I feel like first engage is always going to be Full Sense. Now they're targeting the mage pool for Angelina. The question is, will Full Sense completely ban away the jungle pool for ACT? Because Suyo and Harley, these two heroes got picked up yesterday. And I think those are just comfort here for ACT. They removed the Zityan. Interesting. I thought they were going to remove the Kadita or the Lunox, but they opted to go for the Zityan. Maybe they're looking to get Kalea on red 4. But they got weird combos, though. I don't think Kalea fits their lineup.
Yeah. Right now, with the Zitian Farsa banned out, Valentina, and even the Juicin banned out by Full Sense, this is actually quite a tough spot for Angelina here. I wonder what he's going to actually pick up. The Harley gets banned out by Full Sense. Last ban coming through here should be another jungler, right? And it is Suyo. Okay. Yeah, what are the millionaires up right now? The Lilia is an option if you want to go for safety, but then you would lack the range, and actually, I think it's alright to clear the wave, especially now that Khalid has been picked up, right? You can try to match that mid prio just with the Lilia. And then you go, what? Gatot Kacha? Is that it? Or would you prefer a Hylos?
I think either of the two.
Oh wait, Glue is still open, right?
Yeah, Glue. Maybe Glue. Maybe they also get the Kadita. It's a decent Kadita game, I would say. Like you get
if
the
they go
threat
Kalea, it's Kalea Kadita. Yeah, I agree.
Maybe, yeah. Badang and okay.
Okay, different approach entirely.
I have a big concern though, like for mid game. Like I like the Guinevere Arlott Badang combo. Like these three are oppressive, especially up against the Khalid, right? But what are you gonna do if they just go full utility on ACT? Like imagine if there's a Baksha on last pick. If they don't pick up fighter jungle like a Leomord, they're more than okay running the Baksha here because there's not enough damage on the side of Full Sense. Even though there's a carry, there's a lot of ways for ACT to play around with a team fight against the carry. So I feel like Baksha is just so perfect here.
So let's see it. Will it be the Baksha? They already have two very strong carries in the mid lane and the gold lane as well. They have that mid prio, so the Baksha will actually get a lot of value.
Oof.
But they go for the Leomord, which isn't a bad pick. But I agree with you. I think the Baksha would have been a bit faster to play around the Guinevere. The Leomord, on the other hand, very easy to catch for the Guinevere, for the Arlott as well. Those spatial migrations, the combos, the Valor Requiem. It looks like it's going to be quite easy to land this game.
Yeah, dude. I was already concerned that they might pick up the Leomord, but this Badang just had its value increased because now he gets to stop at least 3 heroes in the river. It's not. I would say it's not an easy early game for ACT, but they do have that snowball advantage with the Leomord compared to the Baksha, because the Baksha will lose its value over time. And you also have to consider the displacement coming out from the Badang, the Arlott. So with this Leomord, at least they get damage. But my concern is if this gets shut down, this lineup is gonna get shut down immediately because there's a lot of threats coming out from Full Sense.
Absolutely. So let's see it, man. Purify on the Claude. Let's just jump into the Land of Dawn for the final match of the day. The last day of week 1 here at MSL Thailand Season 1. And the people are hyped for this matchup. I'm hyped for this matchup. Let's see what they got. Nezha on the carry up against Flukeo on the Claude.
Yeah. Also looking forward to the performance of Mr. Dominic on this Arlott. This used to be one of his better heroes, I would say. And against this composition, I feel like the Arlott is going to be able to do a lot because he doesn't have to worry about his own laning stage. All they have to worry about is this mid lane presence coming out from ACT. You pointed this one out earlier. Like the dominance is already there with the Eve. Like this mid lane is in favor of ACT, especially with the pokes coming out from the Eve, right? But once the Guinevere comes into the equation, I feel like the trio mid just changes naturally. Compare that to a Leomord going to mid. He has to wait for level 4. The Guinevere's presence is just an additional stun so that they can layer their spells all together with the Badang and the Navaria.
Definitely, man. Everybody has gone ACT. I'm the only Full Sense dude on the team right now. All right. Hey, I'm going to stick to it. You know, Full Sense, I think they have what it takes. Flash SR walks up and really gets cooked there by the damage. Dominic has to flicker out. This could be really bad. Zeros gets first blood. Oh, a quick shank on him.
Okay, ACT. This is why I mentioned earlier the dominance though. Oh, wait, Sylvie gets punished. The jump from the Guinevere with a combo from the Badang. Nowhere to get out.
So it ends up being 1-for-1, but it's still ACT to get more of the value here. Look at that. The entire jungle bottom side was taken away by Seros. He's level 4. Flash SR needs to wait a little bit before he gets level 4. And I think that means this is a free turtle. Should be to ACT.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Full Sense didn't even utilize their trio mid. Now the Leomord gets to play. And I think this is the value of picking up the Leomord, right? If your enemy doesn't want to play trio mid, then you get the value of the Leomord having that level 4 with the Phantom Steed. He gets to play the oppressive game. Oof. Wow. Okay, nice attempt.
Oh, solo kill Piper! Oh my lord, that's a solo. He saw that Dominic didn't have the flicker, was still level 3, went all in and got the kill. These open qualifier teams are crazy.
Yeah, dude. Okay. We did mention during the draft with this Leomord, there is that snow potential. I think that's it. Full Sense, they have to wait for the carry to pop up. Unless Angelina is going to be able to like find good snipes in this game. And by the way, there's a lot of special redeem code after game 1. So tune in here at YouTube at MSL Thailand. Watch out for those redeem codes, boys.
Let's see it. Special redeem code. What will it be though, right? Like, is the redeem code going to be a skin or will it be like like magic dust? It really depends, dude. If it's magic dust, I might not claim it, What do you think, Midnight?
I think I'd rather just watch, put my eyes on the screen. But if it's a skin, hey, no one's complaining. Come on, it's a free skin.
Yeah, for sure. I would love a skin too, man. I've been eyeing those redeem codes. So Dominic, he's got to play really safe now. He's 0-2, really far behind. Actually, not that far behind, but in the early game as an Arlet, if you lose out like this, it gets really tough. And Piper, he senses something, dude. Dang. ACT are playing it so clean. Instead of just playing for the lane, he just rotates over despite having Concussive Blast. He knows something's fishy. The Arlet hasn't shown up. The Guinevere hasn't shown up. But it'll end up going in right here. I think it'll be Copper Spatial Migration and all in into the bottom lane there. A gank. It will be a free kill. So they're finally able to get the kill on Piper. Now the orange buff. No Spatial Migration. Oh! The all-in with a fist crack there with the final slash as well. But now, here comes the Phantom Steed. Resets coming now as the RWM with the Raging Sandstorm takes Flash SR down. Oh, great sidestep, but it's still going to be Dominic who picks up the kill, and he's looking for more. He's all alone, though. The team has left him alone. He can't go for it. He can go for the skill 1 flicker, but he'll play it safe.
Yeah, good patience coming up from Full Sense. After that Sora kill on the bot side, Flash SR waited for like 40 seconds for the Sora to come back, and after taking down the Sora, they knew that they could play. They could play mid, and ACT didn't respect the fact that there's enough damage on Dominic on the Arlot. Even though they've gotten themselves 1 kill, Sylvie actually took 1 kill on the side of Full Sense. I think after that sequence, Full Sense is back. They're completely back. Flash SR playing very aggressive in the start of the fight. Oh, Dominic!
Uh-oh. Amazing plays coming in. Final slash, locking him down now. Raging Sandstorm with the Battle Requiem's right there, and he gets a Retribution as Porzan rotates over. Piper gets away with the claw, now goes to the air, but can't find the angle to get on Ninja.
Yeah, they didn't even commit the flicker. He could have actually flickered in, but he realized the damage might not have been enough. So ACT, they backed off. What a final slash coming out from Dominic, catching Zeros off guard immediately into the combo with the Badang, the Guinevere. And this is what I mentioned earlier, right? Like the displacement factor. If you were a boxer in this game, you wouldn't care. But as a Leomord, you cannot use your ult deliberately like that, because they see the Phantom Steed coming. If you use that, Dominic's gonna know you're gonna be here in this position. I can use the final slash.
Man. And now with Sylvie really struggling to utilize that mid pressure. It's all about the early game. It's all about that snowball if you want to utilize the the Khalid. And on the other side, this scaling comp being so even at the start of the game, able to get a turtle as well means that it's tough for ACT, dude. They wanted to rely on a snowball. Oh, bit of a miss there, a whiff, but it's a-okay, you know.
Yeah, I feel like for ACT, they even though they had a good time early game, it is still like very conditional, especially when it comes to fights, right? Because there's a lot of like utilities and controls on the side of Full Sense that you have to be very, very careful. I said earlier that that was it, because ACT, if they played it right, if they played their cards right, there was almost no way for Full Sense to actually make a comeback, because they have to force errors on the side of ACT. But if you play Leomord like that, if you show where you're gonna be with the Phantom Steed, then again, Dominic could just counterplay with a final slash, pull up the combo with Flash SR. And now that they've gotten themselves back in the game, the Navaria, suddenly you realize that the value is becoming higher and higher by the minute, because every vision is important in this game. Because if Full Sense sees the heroes of ACT, then there's nothing to be done on the side of ACT. Then the carry is just scaling.
And he is doing exactly that right now. He's just scaling. He got a kill too, so that's a bonus, but in this lane, it's really hard to put it on him. And look at the control of the Astral Echo as well. They go, final slash into the final Requiem! That's the couple we were talking about, and now the all-in as Angelina's able to flicker up, but Dominic gets caught, still has the vengeance. Does he go for it? Oh, Dominic surviving for such a long time. In the end, it's a winning team fight for ACT.
Yeah, the Blazing Duet from Fukio was amazing. In the middle of the fight, alongside the RWM, they didn't have enough damage on the side of Full Sense. Nezia was zoned out by the Sora. Go Flicker out, however, is able to survive off of that team fight. But ACT, at least, they managed to secure something even after losing the turtle.
Uh-oh, Astral Echo. Great fist crack coming down, but the Phantom Steed's right there in Seros. Oh, it's still Flash SR who takes it away. I thought it was his red tree. Nope, Flash SR. Still keeping up with ACT Seros.
I think he got scared because of the ultimate from the Navaria. Yeah, as well. There's a lot of like combos on the side of Full Sense. The thing is, when the Navaria lands his ultimate, you get a hitbox problem where even if the skill doesn't technically land because of the extended range, the Badang and the Arlet can confidently just use their their ults and then hold down the Leomord. So it's quite scary for Zeros to actually play aggressive this game. This is why I would have wanted a Baksha, like this guy could just stand front line, would not give a damn about any spell. Yeah, exactly. So I think ACT, they're feeling the pressure right now because it's not so easy to actually close the gap between these heroes. They have to commit RWM, they have to use the Phantom Steed, they have to basically commit a lot just for them to actually start engaging into a team fight against Full Sense.
They get the turret down below. Really good there by Porzan. He just accompanied Nezia. And he should be in a good spot already. I wonder if he's already completed the Swift Trinity or not. It is very early, but he's been farming up a Storm. So he should be very close. At least 10 to 11. That's where we'll expect the Swift Trinity. Lord has already spawned in the game as well. And it's always really nice when you have a carry in your team and you then slow push the bottom lane because you're able to blitz it so quickly. Flukeo doing a lot of damage. Fist crack though. Lands on Sylvie. No combo with the Valor Requiem. Flukeo jumps in now. Venezia gets all in by Piper as well. Flash SR will get a trade and it's going to be the Yve who falls around. That's a patient migration that doesn't land. Dominic still looking for the combo. Piper can't really get close enough to go and get those stacks on. 2 for 1 currently.
Dude, this Claude is making the difference here for ACT. Oof, almost hit the Leomord. But the Blazing Duet on the backside, even if Full Sense got the combo that they wanted, Dominic was able to land one final slash onto 2 heroes. But there was no follow-up because Flukio was on the other side, zoning out the damage dealers, zoning out Nezia. And then Zeros, because of the final slash, he was close, much closer to the carry. That's why he was able to close the gap. And now, Full Sense, they're feeling the pressure right now. Flukio on this Claude has been phenomenal, but as you've said earlier, Nezia could just burst this Lord down.
Oh, they went all in. Valor Requiem as well. Zeros is here though. Flash SL with the clutch retribution. That's going to be the combo coming down with the RWM. Locks him in. Flukeo with Blazing Duet. Dominic gets caught. Nezia stunned up in the air. Zeros walks up and stomps him on the ground. Again, it's the Lord to Full Sense, but the team fight to ACT.
Oh my goodness, this Claude is very good, I would say. Like, the timings on the Blazing Duet, almost perfect under the reload manipulation. And again, it's in the middle of the fight. Full Sense cannot fight even after the final slash has landed because Nezia is nowhere near in range. And even after the dash out, Piper has always been on point on reconnecting that engage with the Cloud form, finding Nezia on the backside. These team fights have been really good for ACT.
It's been phenomenal, man. Again, the timing as well. And I think for Full Sense, they panicked quite a bit. The Valor Requiem, the indecisiveness as well. It looked like they really wanted to blitz it with the Leomord and the Claude showing bot. But then they just stopped for a second. They stopped for a bit. They were instead looking for a fight. That's a Purify from Flukeo, who's going to be able to get all the damage down. Piper, way too aggressive as the team had to back away with Flukeo using Purify. Flash SR, whoa! Aggressive move into the front. He tries to go for it. Valor Requiem, what? Flash SR! What was the vision? What was the angle? Dominic didn't have final slash. There was nothing to combo it with.
Oh my goodness. I thought it was going to be happy with the Force Flicker out, but that was a vast moment right there, Mirko.
That was clearly a vast moment, an oh my god Yar moment perhaps.
Yep, and because of that, even after the punish, because the Leo showed himself bot side, I thought that was the whole idea why Full Sense engaged in mid. But because of the blunder from Flash SR, ACT is able to regain control of the mid. And Flukeo getting some space on bot side as well. 70 seconds before Lord spawn. This is hard for Full Sense. ACT is walking in the mid lane. And they're not giving up this prio. Even if you get vision on the Navaria, they're not going to care. They have the Claude in the mid that can just fight again with the Blazing Duet, split the fight. And the problem is, for the next few seconds, they can just play off map, for ACT. They can play the bushes, wait for the Claude Purify to come back up, and it is all going to be up for the next Lord fight.
Let's see, 40 seconds on this. ACT have complete control, and if you look at the objectives, right, you'd expect Full Sense to be in control. You'd expect Full Sense to be the one who has the position that ACT does right now. Just cover up the gold lead, and you're like, okay, this is a winning game for Full Sense, right? Nope, it ain't. a bit awkward there from Flukeo. A bit of a force for sure. Maybe we shouldn't be complimenting him too much. Obviously, the caster curse, even through the online home cast, can still get through.
Yeah. Hey, at least they burned the conceal here for Porza Naruk. They thought they were going to be able to maybe re-engage against ACT. So both teams, they have to slow it down a bit. But I do think it favors ACT once again, because now the Claude has Purify back up again. He can do whatever he wants in a team fight. Could just split the fight again against Full Sense. Oh, however, Flash SR gets caught on both sides.
Final slash, but it's only on Sylvie. Flukeo still has a Blazing Duet. Oh, all in with the Shifting Skies. Now Flukeo decides to go with the Blazing Duet. It's still there. Everything is up. They decided to take a 4v5 fight with Flash SR down. Dominic now on his Arlet pick. He tries his best to like survive here, but he popped into Vengeance. He lost on the reset as well. He can't do much. It's a very slow death, but he will die. Now up top, it's a gank onto Angelina with the Phantom Steed. Porzan is trying to save him. Angelina, even with the Fist Crack, it's not going to be enough. 1 HP, Sylvie's waiting. He gets away, but this is still a free Lord to ACT. 7,000 gold lead. It'll go up to 8K now as he takes the Lord.
Dude, these qualified teams, man, they know how to force. They know you get to play slow lane on the other side. But Full Sense, they didn't have the full squad on bot side. Only the Gwyn was there. And unfortunately, some heroes showed up in the mid lane. That's why ACT went full force on taking down this Guinevere. Once you take down the Guinevere, Lord is naturally gonna be free. But even then, Dominic tried stopping some of the heroes from ACT, and he gets punished for it. And his bleed is building up so much for ACT. They don't even have to worry about damage right now because they have a Claude. And add to that the snowball effect that they got. Oh, okay, that hurts. But now, with this Leo mode pickup, there's a lot of ways for ACT to look for team fights because there's so many damage dealers on their lineup. Matter of fact, 5 heroes deal damage on their lineup.
They got a lot of damage dealers. You're absolutely right. That's the gamble they played in the draft. They didn't want to go utility. They didn't want to go safe route. But if you get a snowball or if you get a 9,000 gold lead, it don't matter. You're still going to make it work. Now, Dominic, can he get that big set into the Violet Requiem? Because I think that's the only way they can go for a comeback here. RWM on Angelina. Catches him. There he goes. Spatial Migration, the Violet Requiem. Dominic with Final Slash as well. Zeros in the base, but there's not enough there as the Fist Track comes around. And that's the Yeet going down. The Flukeo is still alive. Pops in the Blazing Duet, and the Wind of Nature buys the Immortality as well. Quick moves, but that's the fadeaway now. And a great read by Flash SR. Now walks up against Piper. Dominic with Final Slash brings him back into Neja. A Violet Requiem locks him down. That's Dominic coming down again with a Phantom Steed around for Zeros, but they gotta be careful because Nezia can really shred them down. Wave down below might actually be able to get a base turret. ACT, lack of composure.
Yeah. You talk about risk. That move from Karn's Eve standing on front line using RWM in front of the Arlet and the whole squad of Full Sense, that was risky and they get punished for it. That jump from Flash SR completely dismantled ACT. Oh
no. Oh, that was a whiff! That was a whiff! They thought they could get a Final Slash into the Valor Requiem. Neja still kiting! Fist crack to peel him in the back. Neja gets taken out by Cards on the Eve! It's a shutdown though. Dominic going through their HP bars. That's a stun and a spear from Angelina down below. Flukeo looking for the play. Cards with the flicker in forward. Flukeo trying to gap close. They get Porzan down. 3 members are down, and it's looking like ACT want to go for the end.
I think they can. They have the Claude. The minion wave is marching under mid. Oh, good Final Slash from Dominic. Stops the minion wave. Okay, Full Sense. They buy enough time for the heroes to spawn. But ACT, man, they're not Valitha Esports. They're not disciplined. They're risky. And that jump on mid was risky. And it paid off because it forced some errors on the side of Full Sense as well. Jumping into the under the tower of ACT while Dominic whiffed the Final Slash. Oh my god.
Too much. So many combos, yet that whiff. Oh man. And ACT, they again have the damage, like you said, Midnight. It gets really, really tough for them. The wave in the bottom lane is so good too. They've done so well here with the wave management. Everything points at an ACT victory currently. But FS, they still have a way in it. They have that combo. It's just you gotta land it, and ACT. Oh! Maybe even a spear! Almost a one-shot on Flukeo! They take back control over it. Flash SR with the Violent Requiem. Not gonna be the all-in as well with the final slash. Red Tree battle! Who wins it out? It's Kranz with the RWM. Pours down to the back line, trying to soak in as much damage as he can as Flash SR gets a spatial migration, but gets demolished in the end. Dominic trying to stay alive. The Blazing Duet comes through, and again, it is Full Sense who looked for the combo, but couldn't quite get it.
Oh my lord, this game is crazy, man. That hit from Angelina almost gave them the Lord, but Fighter Emblem, I guess, from Flukeo, able to regain the HP back off of the orange buff, and ACT, the Eve was able to take the Lord down, and now they're marching in front of the base. Full Sense, Phantom Seed from Lemur. They want to end it right now.
Hey, they gotta play chill. I don't know why they're so... I don't know why they're in a rush like this midnight. They baited... I mean, they used the Phantom Steed. They have an Evolved Lord. There's no reason for them to go all into the bottom lane, and now they don't have the Phantom Steed. It's still an Evolved Lord. It's just, can they end is the question with everybody back up. Oh! With an Astral Sphere as well, ACT. Also lack of composure. It's every time they get it around the base, dude. Every time they get around this place, it just gets really tough for them. They need to stay composed. They need to save these abilities, and they need to play around the damage reduction of an Evolved Lord.
I like it though. That like the flair of ACT is that they're risky. They don't take calculated risks. They just do risky things. But it has proven to be like effective for them, because I feel like it's just their natural DNA, you know. And Full Sense, sometimes they cannot make sense of what they're seeing. So that's why maybe things become too chaotic for them. Even just the fact alone of with the Claude using the BMI Blazing Duet in the middle of the fight with the Purify as well, it gives ACT the advantage that they need. But I agree with you. Like, you're right in calling that when it comes to like Lord pushes, especially base pushes, you have to be very calculated. Phantom Steed. Oh, they want to start a fight.
Yeah, with the Blazing Duet too, man. But they don't get anything. Again, for ACT, it's very similar to how they fought in the bottom lane, right? There are a lot of times where they use out a lot of resources. Flukeo, everybody, they get overzealous. And all that was just for a flicker on roam. Yes, it's a flicker burnt, but I think having a tempo around the map, especially with the slow push down below, means that you don't need to go for these big plays. You can just play it safe. Oh my lord! Angelina's a problem. They've scaled up. This is a big problem. If he lands this 1-2 good shots on the big boys, on the backliners, oh man.
Yes, sir. Imagine good combo with a good Astral Recall with a Lightning Truncheon proc, may be able to hit 2 or 3 heroes. It's something that ACT has to be concerned about. So this Lord fight is going to get awkward. Oh, they see Novaria bot side, however. They might look to engage.
They go for the control, but they just can't go. They can't afford to go all in on the roamer right now. Forza's doing a good job, and again, they don't have enough shred. If it was a carry on the other side, it would be a very different story here. Unfortunately, it's not. It's a Claude. You still shred, but not nearly as fast as a late game, ultimate ready carry.
Yes, sir. But what you get is mobility, which is what ACT is utilizing right now. The ability to just move around these bushes. Oh, look at the Badang though. Forces out the Khalid away from the bush, and they want to blitz.
They do. It's the right call, in my opinion. That slow push is just going to constantly build up. And they get a shot on Piper, too. Puts him at a 3rd or 3/4 HP. Huh. Spatial migration doesn't land. Flash SR needs to wait. Astral Echo. There you go. And they have to manage the waves again. Do that wave in the bottom lane. It's going to crash. Oh, they didn't reset it properly. ACT. They don't let it reset. They're controlling it. That wave in the bottom lane. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, okay, they go for the reset. They want somebody to show up bot side first before they make an act. A Full Sense, again, this Novaria, they can just reach back the Lord in just a second. Oh, Khalid!
Raging Sandstorm with the Blazing Duet. The RWM lands as well into the back, and Neji is completely zoned away. Now it's Sylvie, stunned up by Dominic. He's going to go for the play right now, but that's going to be Flash SR caught in it. Has to pop into Battle Requiem, gets the combo down. That's a lot of damage coming through as Dominic gets taken out with Flash SR. It's still everybody on ACT alive. They're looking for kills around the map. They get the winning team fight again. And it's through the slow lane in the bottom lane. Oh! The minions end up ending the game! ACT, you see, The boys going 6-7. What a win!
Dude, they didn't even know that they won. After the tower was taken, this guy was like, what happened?
Oh my lord. That just happened. Oh man. I mean, it happened in Malaysia. I guess it can happen again in Thailand.
Oh my god, this game, man. The risk takers taking this game by storm. Dude, the last fight was very close. If Angelina was only able to land one astral recall, he would have been able to take out at least 2 heroes on the side of ACT. But it didn't matter, because the fight wasn't about who's winning the team fight, who's taking the Lord. It's about the minion wave that crashed into the base of Full Sense.
Well played, ACT. Well played. A long game. A game with 0 neutral objectives at the start, but hey, it doesn't matter. If you're able to team fight like ACT, those objectives are only just bonuses, man. Play around it. Play around these team fights. ACT are just banking on what they're best at, and it clearly is team fighting. Despite the combo from Full Sense, despite our like concerns for the Leomord against the final slash and the Violet Requiem, they prevail.
Yeah. Like I guess this team is really good at like problem solving in team fights, because we've seen so many layers of engage from ACT. First, it was the Sora that was providing problems for the carry, and then it became the Claude, and then it became the Khalid. They tried so many ways of engaging fights till they found the right answer, but even then, there were a lot of problems that they needed to solve. First off, the Novaria problem that they had in the late game. They were trying to force the Novaria back to the base before they actually take the Lord. But thankfully for ACT, they had more answers than they could have asked for. They had minions.
Minions MVP. 2 times this week.
Sir.
I can't believe we get Minions MVP 2 times in a week. I mean, at this point, I'm just hoping for the last match of both PH and ID to have another moment. We got to make it 3. But hey, it's been a crazy week 1 here for MSL Thailand. We've gotten crazy games, some upsets here and there, but also Minions. I would give the MVP to Minion. I'm joking. It's Sylvie here who gets the MVP. 96% kill participation. He did a lot, and it's mainly the screening. It's mainly like the things you see outside of the team fights, right? And then in the last moment, obviously he got that big Raging Sandstorm that started things off.
Yep. You know, when you're talking about roam, there's a lot of things to consider. It's not just about tanking. It's not just about setting, but it's also about like vision, controlling mid prio, river, not allowing your enemies to like go to side lanes. That is what he was able to do in this game. He was preventing the Gwyn from coming to the mid lane, which sometimes is the correct play, because even if you have a hero like Khalid, most of the time you want to be able to poke out the mages. But in this game, he just provided vision on the Guinevere, prevented him from coming towards the mid lane, which kind of allowed the trio mid to play it chill for a bit, so that they get to that level 4 timing of the Leomord, where Zeros is much, much stronger. So there were a lot of like good solutions coming out from this team. I feel like even though they're risk takers, they're also good problem solvers, which is kind of ironic, because sometimes they're making the problems themselves, but it is what makes their identity, I guess. Like ACT, they just know what the problem is and they know how to solve it. Even in fights, especially that last fight you pointed out, that Raging Sandstorm that came out from him actually started that whole thing after the Lord reset. And then the true MVP of this game, the Minions just finished the game.
Absolutely, dude. Oh my lord. These team fights are great. You pointed it out. The Claude's amazing. It's an amazing Claude player. And Flukeo, even though there were a couple of misses here and there in the Blazing Duet, you know, you can kind of give him a pass because of how good and how much he's carried around these team fights. Always coming in late, always acting as the assassin towards the team, and it works perfectly. You don't want to go in first up against a final slash and a Violet Requiem. That can always ruin your game. And the fact that he always has the Purify up at the right moments and he's spacing really well. I don't know, is he spacing really well? I think in a lot of these team fights, it's also just, for some reason, Full Sense never targeting him. They see him and they go for other combos instead. So we have to see that problem get fixed by Full Sense for sure. But there you go. Look at them. Look at the way that they were able to push in through. I think the glimpse of brilliance that I saw in this game from Full Sense was Angelina, actually. I think that's the only part of the game that I was like, whoa, you know? He's doing a lot for the team. And it was through those big shots. It's just, that's why in this meta, we don't see the Novaria too much. We don't see too much poke like that, conditional poke. It's because sustain is ridiculous in the current meta. You have to take that into account.
Yeah, it's too slow, honestly. Like, even if you land those shots, we saw earlier just how quick Claude was able to regain his HP back. Huge shoutouts to the dev who thought Fighter Emblem could get some buff. And now we see the full strength. Like, Flukeo, even after getting hit by a big Astral Recall, took 2 seconds for his HP to go back, and then just used Blazing Do It under the Lord. Carnes was able to steal the Lord away from, from Full Sense. And that was the end of the story right there. And I think I would have preferred, honestly, the Kadita on the side of Full Sense. In that regard, like the Kadita, Kalea maybe could have bursted down more heroes on the side of ACT. But it is what it is. Even though he had an amazing performance, I think you're right. Like, there's a lot of things that Full Sense needs to fix come game number 2. Like team fight control, targeting, and maybe draft as well. Because even though it looked great for a couple of moments, this Novaria pickup really did hurt, even in the late game. Even if the damage was there, they just didn't have the right tools to deal with ACT.
Yeah. And ACT had all the ways to deal with it, right? Again, a couple of moments where the spheres did land, but then you take the comparison straight up in the mid lane. You see Karns on the Eve, consistent damage, CC that you bring to the table. I understand maybe it wasn't just about the poke, it was also about the Astral Echo so that the hitboxes are better for the Final Slash and the Guinevere, but it just didn't work out because against elite teams like ACT, they know when to walk up, they know when they can just play the long lane, they know how to split up as well. So even if you get a Final Slash, I think the most they got was 2, right? Like 2 members. It's never more than 3, it's never 3 or more. So again, the combo just never really was there. And if you build the composition around just one combo, that's where we usually see elite teams, they're able to outplay it.
Yeah, because there's a lot of like openings, I would say. Even with the the concept of having a Novaria as poke, one might argue that it's good poke, but good pokes in this meta usually have follow-ups. And I feel like Novaria is just too slow. Even if you take down a huge chunk of somebody's HP, they're gonna be back and full in just a second. That's why heroes like Alice, Uranus are very prolific in this current patch. A lot of like the fighters can get their they have higher uptimes compared to old meta heroes, which is why I think good burst and good poke is very important in this patch, and that's something that they lacked in this draft here for Full Sense. So I'm expecting a lot of adjustments come game number 2. But hey, we did ask for the second half to have amazing games, extended games. Now we're getting we're getting everything that we asked for. Maybe we get a stop on game number 2. I don't know, but it is an interesting match between these 2 teams. But let me just say, the qualified teams, man, there is something else.
Dude, for now, it really looks like the qualified teams are on a level of their own. We'll see if they can actually beat the experienced Thai team, Buriram, right? They obviously showed a very good game. They were super clean with it. They were actually even faster getting those matches against Hydra. So we'll see. Again, that remains to be a question. I'm glad we already have so many questions here. Coming into week number 2 later on, week number 3, and later on the playoffs, even more questions as these teams will upset each other. These teams will beat each other around and we'll have like a definitive power rankings before the playoffs. But again, in the playoffs, it'll be different, right? The open qualifier teams, they make it to the regular season. The regular season might go smooth, but in the playoffs, that's where experience really comes in handy. And that's where maybe some of the experienced players can show up, or we might get that lightning in a bottle situation with these 2 teams from the open qualifiers. Maybe they'll make it all the way to the grand finals. I wouldn't complain. Any way it plays out midnight, I think it'll be a banger.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's happened so many times in the past, even in the recent years, recent memory. One team pops up to my mind. It's Team Liquid ID. These players were very young at the time. They were very fresh, and they got to the grand finals out of an M series. Maybe we get the same story for MSL Thailand. I'm so glad we get to do this, right? Like, having to cast for a region such as Thailand, it's one of the first few regions to be able to I'd say come out for MLBP. And now that they're back in the competitive scene, you get amazing storylines like this where even amongst the experienced players that come from multiple titles, we still get to see teams coming out from qualifiers beating out these experienced players. Mind you, there's a lot of champions on the side of Full Sense. For Filipino fans out there, Dominic is in this lineup, and we get to see like ACT pull out an amazing victory against them. Granted, they got the help of the minions.
Yep. So again, back to the drawing board. ACT, can they keep this momentum alive? I think after that game, it makes sense for us to just say yes. Yes, it is going to be very good for them. Yes, they will be able to keep this momentum alive. They looked really good, and they were surprised. They got that momentum boost. I mean, they were celebrating that win. I don't know exactly who that was who just spamming 6-7 as they were winning there. But hey, a win is a win. And I think it might be a bit tilting for Full Sense to lose in that fashion midnight.
Yeah.
Going into this matchup, I hope they've reset. I really do. If they haven't, it's going to be a long game. And I don't mean a long game literally. I mean a long game for them because, yeah, it might be a stomp after those kind of games, man. Usually when we see a close game go in the way that it did, the next game gets a bit stompy.
Yeah, I agree. Because the thing is, even if, let's say, they win game number 2, they still have to play game number 3. I think the only real reset for Full Sense is for them to actually stomp game number 2. But it is something that they have to do. Keep your composure, reset, remain calm. Because at the end of the day, you didn't lose to ACT. You know, you lost to minions. And Full Sense, they have a lot of adjustments that can be utilized in game number 2. First off, maybe change how the archetypes of the mages that they want to play is made. Because I don't think Novaria is that good in this patch. Even though we saw the ability of the hero, the capacity for damage, it's just not fit for the current meta.
Yep. And it's the same, well, it's very similar bans, but it's just reversed. Now ACT are on the blue side. So Full Sense, after losing that game, they decided to swap over, decided to take over the red side. We'll see if it actually works out for them here, because like you said, red side has been favored in a lot of different series, in a lot of different regions as well. I think in MPLID as well, it's the red side that has been winning a lot more than blue side, just because you have the final say in first phase, you have the final say in the second phase. You're able to leave way more heroes open and snatch away so many more heroes open, because there are a lot of OP heroes. It's not just a one hero meta like it was back in the day.
Yeah, it's actually so annoying playing blue side, because even from my experience, like the problem with red side is you get so many advantage from red 3 and red 5 already because of last pick flex factor, and then also now you add the mage problem to the mix. Red 4 suddenly has its value increased because you cannot remove mages as the blue team, because the red side can just snatch up the remaining mage on red 4, which is why I think Full Sense likes red side, because they like picking heroes that are not mages. Let's say they pick jungle, XP, gold first 3, and then they pick mage red 4. They can protect it with, you know, the second phase bans. So I feel like this team likes playing around Angelina's heroes when it comes to the second phase. So we'll see what they're gonna be doing here for you know, first phase. They get the Baksha, they get the Sora. Good answer against the Freya, I'd say, especially the Baksha, right? Like you get the damage reduction and also like the shield reduction and HP regeneration reduction from the Toy Toy Poison. So it is a good answer from Full Sense.
All right. So again, they stick to that. The Freya gets left open. Do ACT just want to pull an alter ego here? Pick up a Leomord as well? There's a Guinevere that still works against the Baksha if you want to go for that. But ACT, hey, they pulled out the Leomord against the Guinevere. So I'd say the Leomord against the Baksha is a pretty solid choice too. Just go for damage. They go for the Khalid. So already a bit of the previous game showing here. But they instead go for Zetian. Interesting. So are they just heavily prioritized? Is this just a pure pick for mid-prio? Is that it? Like they just want mid-prio, they just want to rotate, they want to stop the Baksha from taking invades?
I guess it's two birds with one stone, right? Because we see the Valentina, Zushin, and the Eve band, basically the trifecta in the mid lane. And ACT, I think they understand that this team lacks second-facing mages. So the way to solve that is there's already the 3 mages removed. Let's just get one that is quite annoying on the hands of Angelina, and then we utilize the second phase bans to remove some of the powerful mages out there, like the Kimis, the Lilias, against Full Sense. So now I think Full Sense, they're pressured to pick the mage right now, because if they don't, they get Hylos, all mages will be removed on the side of ACT.
Yeah. So the Hylos gets picked up. Now they gotta remove Shred, right? They just get the carry out of the way, maybe even the Claude, or carry Moskov maybe. Just get away the Shred, pick up. The Freya's gonna go gold. That's the thing. That's the thing for ACT, right? Like, they can just play with that. They can still go gold lane Freya if these marksmen gets banned out. They can go for a CC, perhaps, in the XP lane. Still very, very possible as well. Goes through the Shred. Great lane against a Sora. So that's a 2 birds with 1 stone situation again. And it's actually the Moskov ban from ACT. So is this just... I think it's opening up for the Freya to have a good lane, no?
Yeah, I think so. And you know what's funny? Like, Full Sense, I think no matter what they do, there is a checkmate angle here for ACT. I hope they see it, because Glue is such an amazing option here for ACT. It counters the heroes that we see here from Full Sense. And, you know, the thing about Full Sense is if we, again, go with the narrative, right? Like, Full Sense will likely pick up the mage on Red 4. If it's not a Faramis or Vexana, then Glue just gets a free game. Because honestly, if you put Glue here and then pick up a fast jungler like a Nolan, I think it's game over for Full Sense.
So they get rid of the Harley. Moskov already banned out. What do they go for next is the question.
Kadita maybe?
Kadita?
Lunox. Yeah.
You really like the Kadita.
Okay, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't. They just go for the Yisun Chin. So, you know, the carry ban actually works in favor of ACT if the Freya does go into the gold lane, because that's another lane or another matchup that a lot of people would go for if you're up against the Freya. Full Sense, though. Let's see what it is in the gold lane. They set up for a very interesting gold lane. I'll just say that, you know, with the carry ban and the Harley ban, they wanted something that's vulnerable but does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Moskov was banned. Did they just go for Claude? Take that away from ACT? It's not the best lane against the Freya, though.
Yeah, I think it's worse. Maybe they go... I don't know how to feel about this, but I feel like Clint should be okay here. Granger, I don't know. I don't think there's a good mage. There's a good gold lane here. Yeah, Full Sense again. Red 4 mage always. I think that's been this team's identity, especially with their coach. That's just the drafting style, I guess. Now ACT, they see no Faramis, they see no Vexana. I think it's a perfect Glue game, honestly. Even though there's a Lunox, you're not laning against the Lunox, so you don't care. Just go Glue Nolan, I guess.
Glue Nolan is a solid option here. I agree with you. I think the Glue still works very, very well. Not against Lunox, but yes, that's not really the main target anyways. I think the CC is still a pretty good option as well. Pop into Vengeance, you should be able to deal with that single target hero. They go for Suyo in the jungle. That is a very interesting choice indeed. And they go for the Glue. So at least the Glue we got, but then the Suyo. And usually Full Sense will... Oh! I don't know if I like the Obsidia though.
I guess they have a Hylos. But I don't know, it's too slow for me. Like, this draft feels too slow.
I agree with you. It really feels like the Lunox not gonna have a fun time. The Hylos as well in the mid lane, they're really gonna get bullied. Baksha then will try to look for invades, but the Suyo matches him in mobility. And then there's a Sora in lane against the Glue, which is a bit 50-50. I guess there's a way for you to play safe on the Sora. And then there's a late game Obsidia that can't really rotate. Meanwhile, Flukeo is gonna be active all around. I think even from Turtle 1, because it's up against an Obsidia, right? You just cut the wave. Obsidia can't do much. Very immobile early on. So I think ACT might have drafted a composition where they could just snowball.
Yeah, I think it's a surefire win for ACT just based off the draft. I've seen this draft before, and I like Obsidia against Freya, but I don't like this Obsidia Freya version because there's a lot of problems that they have to address. First off, this Glue is going to be annoying in the team fight, you basically have to kill this guy first before you target Freya, because the way that this composition works for ACT is that if you ignore glue, you're losing out the poke battle against the Zetyan, against the Suyo. So there's a lot of ways for ACT to play this. So this cut, what the hell is this cut? What the?
Zeros? Oh, they're actually gonna win it out? What? How did this work out? Zeros just got first blood. It's gonna be a double. No way, 2 kills at the start. How did they? Sylvie's gonna walk up. Oh, quick Sandguard to slow. Angelina got a flicker. It's an early invade. What a cut. We were judging it like level 1.
Oh my god, dude! I didn't even notice. Like I thought ACT was red side, and I'm like, what the hell is Boxer doing here? And then the map reveals itself. It's blue side going over the red side. So
that's ridiculous,
invading,
bro.
Oh, the risk takers, man.
Dude, I don't know what's more ridiculous: the fact that they did that, or the fact that it worked.
Hey, you know what? Like, maybe they think, okay, we have a Suyo, immortal form, by the way. Damage reduction is good. And then they were like, what's Boxer gonna do? Like, is he gonna roll around? No, he's level 1.
I guess, you know, with the Khalid, with the Zetyan as well, you have multiple procs of your skill 1. And with the Suyo, you're right, you do have the immortal form. But the thing is, everybody was magic, right? It was a Hylos and a Baksha. Sure, I guess the Obsidia. I don't even think Nezia was really there to hit all that time.
Yeah.
But hey, it is what it is. The killing spree is also a very, very good shout, because he was able to get a little bit of HP from both the low targets of Porzan and Flash SR. And because of that, they cannot play for Turtle 1, man. Flukeo, want to go for the cut. Just Valkyrie's Ascent out of there. This is what I'm talking about when it's the Freya dude. It's just, you can't kill him. You got CC immunity. He's even got a Purify. That's an all-in on Karns. But he's able to get away, and it's a free Turtle. Act 1.2k gold lead so early on.
And that's why, this is why I feel like it's too slow. Like, there's no punish against the Freya. Even if you go and stop the Freya from like cutting the wave and then going to the turtle, Suyo doesn't care. If you're all topside, let me just take turtle, right? So full sense, even though they have a sense of what's going on, I don't think they have the time to react on it.
Nope. I agree with you. I think that's really just the problem. We dissected the draft. We spoke on how slow it was, how bad it could be if a snowball were to happen, and I mean, we didn't expect the level 1 snowball, but hey, that is a snowball. That's a retry as well by Zeros. Takes it away. Flash SR. If he jumps over on those guys, he's dead.
Yeah,
so
dude.
he just got to take it right now. He tries to proc the passive. He does. I guess there's something that they get. They pop the Poissons. Whoa! Fear the Phoenix. So many resources used up earlier. And at least they get something. They get on the board.
Yeah, but that's about it. They get a Khalid at best, you know, like full sense. They have to commit everything just to get one guy. At least they're giving space to Nezia. That's a good thing. But they're also not touching this Suyo. They're not touching this Freya. And by the time 5-minute mark comes, they're gonna have one more big problem on their hands. The Patrick is gonna come to mid.
That is very true. The Patrick is going to come to mid. He's going to start participating in the team fights. And if you're behind on Baksha while going up against the glue, yeah, it's going to get tough. And remember, folks, we're so used to seeing glue roam. Glue XP is, he gets online a lot quicker. So be on the lookout for that. He's already rotating over. And the fact that they have 5 members in this fight instead of just 4, it'll be, what happened in the mid lane? They get a big pick off. That's going to be the all-in. But Dominic goes to the skies, and that's the Patrick having to back away, flicker out already. A brawl ensuing in the mid lane. Dominic gonna be taken very low, taken out as well. Boom! Seros picks up the kill. The Sky Piercer as well. Shoutouts to James Panks. And I guess it's a win for ACT. Yep, especially with that Soul Sever. Queller onto Porzan. Hylos is out of the fight. The turtle will go to the hands of ACT.
Yeah, it's a sad shout out though, because AP Brand just lost to Aurora, but this
no.
Suyo is winning in this early game. 4 minutes, Mirko. It's not even 5. Like the Patrick's here, and they're now feeling the wrath from the sea. Full sense has nothing against Piper. Even the Dominic found a good engage against Karns, because the Zetyan passive was not there, especially with the shifting skies. He's able to sort of like displace the Zetyan, but that was about it. This is the problem with this lineup, especially if you don't have the Obsidia. You're not able to take anybody down on the side of ACT. Oh, top lane though.
Yeah, that's a skirmish. Oh, no way! Raging Sandstorm, the Freya's going crazy! Flukeo there, bought enough time for Zeros to rotate over. Nezha doesn't even have the Hunt of Bone. The Queller doesn't land. They still want to stay here. But look at Angelina on the Lunox, already positioning to stop that from happening. All right.
Yeah, this gives them mid-priority for ACT. And this is the biggest concern I had during the draft. Like, if you look on paper, it was okay when they picked up the Obsidia, but when you add the other factors in, like battle spells, or as we see Dominic die on bot side, Flukeo is just gonna go Purify on this Freya, and he's gonna be able to fight into the Obsidia. And you also have this Khalid problem. Basically the ultimate from Nezia is negligible in fights because there's a lot of heroes that can catch it that don't die to Obsidia.
It's tough, dude. Look at how they're already giving the resource over to the Suyo as well. The Glue's just a roamer at this point. They're gonna deny waves too. I thought it was gonna be a turret take, but they're denying waves from Dominic instead, which I think is the better move. Sylvie zoning Porzan. They're gonna go for the steal again, man. Flash SR is already down 2 levels. That's a stun over to the mid lane. Angelina forced to use the Brilliance to get out. That orange buff isn't even taken by Zeros. It's taken by the roamer. Oh, Sylvie. The twin.
Yeah, it's fine. He gave it to his brother. But problem is, map. There's nowhere to go for full sense. This Obsidia is locked onto one lane while Suyo is busy triple laning. It's not even double lane. It's triple laning. You add bot lane, mid lane, and then the jungle camps. That's 3 lanes.
That's the type of Suyo game I want to play, man.
Yes, sir.
It's just everything for the Suyo, especially with the Sky Piercer. I don't think he's on the board just yet with the Sky Piercer, right? No stacks?
Yeah.
Right now?
I think one.
Okay, so he's sitting on 1. It's still geekable in Indonesian terms. Because they have a late game carry, right? The Lunox, the Obsidian, they're technically late game. It's just that I think ACT might have a little bit too many bodies. Too many bodies for the single target heroes to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with geekable, just not Vamos, because we saw that last year's. Oh, Sylvie. Okay.
Sylvie with the quick sand guard is still able to survive. Oh, he just sustains through it all, despite the anti-region of the Baksha. Now it's Piper looking for another mount on Angelina, and he doesn't have the Brilliance. Has to flicker out. Piper gets away, baiting out that ability. A wave up top takes the turret down. Flukeo's just stopping the rotations from happening. Look at him going on the green camp. Flash SR. He can't even farm in his own jungle.
Yeah, all they can do is stare, honestly. Like, at this point, there's nothing to do. They cannot even take the Khalid down. Dominic went in with a full combo, but he got mounted on by Piper, and then he landed a beautiful stun onto the 2 heroes on the backside. And ACT, again, there's just so much frontline for this lineup. There's so much Patricks, honestly. Like, even the small Patricks are a problem for full sense, because you pointed out there's so many single target spells on their side.
It's too single target, man. It's too single target for them to enjoy this game right now. It's looking kind of cooked. Dominic can't even make plays on the Sora, despite getting his hands on the Sora, and no Valentina on the other side. Flash SR, I mean, he gets the shield unity, but there's no way they commit on a glue. It still has a pass. It was building Glowing Wand, by the way. He doesn't even care.
Yeah, oh,
1v5 here, the Phoenix for... Oh my lord, he survives that, and now the all-in happens. Sylvie with the Raging Sandstorm in the back. Now it's the Soul Sever. Flash SR will die to Piper. Oh, they have won. I think they have literally just won the game, Midnight.
Yeah, I mean, when they picked up the glue, it was already over. Like, you have to be very careful about glue problems, right? Especially the second phase. It's very similar to, like, Uranus, Alice. Glue is also, like, a big problem, especially when you first phase Baksha. And then you pick up something like a Hylos, you know? So, ACT, they're literally just stomping over full sense right now. Full map control, no damage whatsoever on the lineup of full sense. Literally, Piper can do whatever the hell he wants in this game. Build Glowing Wand, maybe build full damage on this glue, because he doesn't die this game. Okay.
Oh man, the Hunabone is kind of a suicide ult now. Oh, the all-in from Flukeo. He actually does die, Flukeo. At least that's one guy. Piper's going to take some turret aggro. He has to flicker out of there. But here comes the raid boss with a Sky Piercer. Oh, don't walk there. Don't walk there, Dominic.
He's dead. I think.
Oh, Zeros doesn't want to go for it. Okay. They're going to play discipline. They did lose their gold lane, so no reason to risk. They're just going to chill.
Yeah. Well, I guess with 2 stacks, you're kind of hesitant to just try and burst somebody. But with 4 stacks, that's a different story. Anybody dies with 4 stack Sky Piercer Suyu, especially 8 stacks. So ACT, they're kind of playing it chill because they made an error, I'd say, on the orange buff. Like you do die, okay? As much as we say you don't die, if you play properly, okay, you don't die. But if you force something like that, maybe you die, because even if you purify the Hunt Bones, there's still a lot of damage coming up from Full Sense with Angelina's combo on Lunox, and also the shield reduction coming out from Retorto's Poison. So ACT still has to be very careful. But Piper, you literally don't die this game.
Yeah, you can just go for the mount. It's so tough to kill him. I mean, they do a good job at defending the Lord. That's one thing the composition does with the Lunox and an Obsidia. They are pretty strong when it comes to high ground clearing.
Yeah.
But ACT, as long as it's outside of the base, as long as they get enough Lords, this will ultimately just, fall. It'll go back to what they've always wanted. Let's take a quick item check here.
Oh my god. I wonder how many Thunderbelt stacks this Khalid has, because there's a bunch of like melee heroes on the side of Full Sense. This guy's so tanky. Look at this Khalid. He's so tanky.
He is. Oh man. I don't know what to say at this point. It really feels like Full Sense are delaying the inevitable. There is a comeback angle. ACT have shown that they can throw inside of the Shifty Skies, but Dominic is just zoning the minions. He just wanted to clear on the minions. But again, we've seen ACT. They've shown tendencies to throw when they're inside of the base.
It's the risky moves, right? They're the risky team, ACT Esports. I feel like they understand after that game 1 victory that they are capable, I guess, of throwing. So, and after that Freya death, okay, maybe we don't play aggressive. Maybe we just wait for Lord. Maybe let's just freeze the map, similar to how top teams play, freezing the map, play for their resources, and then just force Full Sense back into their base. And right now they're coming out as 5 Full Sense. They want to look for somebody. They find Flukeo, however.
Okay, but I think Flukeo found them. He goes back in. The whole team comes around as well. Piper, massive stamps on the pass. Zeros picks up another stack on the Sky Piercer. Now it's the mount on Porza. I think they got to feed it on Zeros, right? Yep. Yet another Sky Piercer for Zeros. Oh, man. They want more. Raging Sandstorm! Oh, I thought it was going to be bigger. I thought it was going to be the follow-up coming through with the Blade Surge. But Zeros, he was barely out of range. Now he looks for another stun on Dominic. Spaces out well. That's a tier 2 in the mid lane falling. They want some more though.
Did he have the Soul Sever? I don't think so. Could have been
the Blade Surge, you mean?
Double kill. No, the Soul Sever after the Raging Sandstorm.
No. I was just thinking, he was gonna Blade Surge to stun second time and then Soul Sever. Unfortunately, couldn't land it.
Oh, that was disastrous fight for Full Sense. I was about to say, like, if you walk out as 5, you find somebody, it better be Zetian, because if you find the other 4 members, they fight back, by the way. Raging Sandstorm, Valkyrie's Descent, Glue just being Glue, and then Suyo with the Sky Piercer, they will fight back. You better find Zetian, because if you don't, you're not gonna get a kill, honestly. Like, there's no way. It's literally impossible for anybody on the side of ACT to die unless, again, they play incorrectly. Now we're getting an instant replay for the first minute of the game, because this was the most interesting, I would say, moment of today.
Absolutely. A lot of fights happening. It's just the brawls, we get to see the brawls in 4K in a replay. But that's about it. Right now with a free Lord, this should be at least a base turret cracked, and then they can play slow again, or they can get a wipeout here if Full Sense decides to oblige. They gotta be careful. Oh man, Flukeo in the bottom lane. Good job picking up the base turret in the far lane already. Full Sense. I think they prioed the wrong lane there. They went all up top to clear out the wave where they maybe should have gone bot.
Yeah. They had to stop somebody, honestly, but I think they're just too scared to walk close to the Freya, because again, looking at this lineup, you feel the pressure of being jumped on by the Glue, by the Freya, because there's so many follow-ups. You also have to consider the Fury, the Phoenix. I say that.
Oh, with the Raging Sandstorm too. Zeros picking up everything. He's godlike. That's another kill. He gets away. A double for Zeros. He's so low. And now it's this Neja and Flash SR. 3 members down already. A weak full almost of sweeps except for one, but day 2 is all about sweeps there. We got the boy going 6-7 here with a Freya performance that was top-notch. Phenomenal performance by both the open qualifier teams.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Like, this is just impressive from the qualifier team, especially considering how game 1 went, right? Like, they were quite risky, but this game, even though there were risky moments, they played wonderful. And again, with that draft, I keep saying that there's literally no way for them to lose that game. I just want to give a shout out to the coaching staff. This was a really phenomenal draft from ACT. They understand fully well what the second phase was for when they did the Zetian blue 3 pick. They stole a lot of options from Angelina, and when they saw this Lunox, it was just an easy glue pick. Even though I was looking for a Nolan, this Suyu was also like fitting into their lineup. We just needed somebody that would flash farm, fight with timings, and they found it. ACT played it again phenomenally with this composition.
Agreed. It's just, man, these open qualified teams, they went all in, dude. Really proven to us all that they can stand top against the best teams in Thailand. Again, a lot of these teams, people were expecting them to really perform, especially with the imports. Oh, let's walk us through this again one more time, Midnight.
Yeah, again, this squad from Full Sense, they tried looking for a kill outside their base, but the problem was there was so many re-engage, there's so many problems on the other side. Even the glue alone is able to stop the entire fight against Full Sense. There's no reset button on their lineup, which is what led to their demise. Let's talk to the winning team on the stage with their host.
ก่อนอื่นเลยแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะชื่ออะไรแล้วก็เล่นตำแหน่งไหนบ้างคะ
ชื่อในเกมเซวี่ครับเล่นโลมชื่อในเกมเซอร์ลอครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิลครับ
นะคะอันนี้สงสัยนิดนึงหน้าตาคล้ายกันมากเลยเป็นอะไรกันหรือเปล่าคะเป็นคนข้างบ้านใครพี่ใครน้องคะผมเป็นพี่ครับผมเป็นพี่นะคะหลักๆงั้นพี่ต้องเป็นคนตอบแล้วนะน้องจะได้พอแบบดูไกลๆได้ไม่ต้องเขินฉีดยาแล้วนะคะคำถามแรกเลยค่ะนะคะคำถามนี้นะคะน่าจะหลายๆท่านนะคะอยากจะรู้นะคะว่าความแค้นที่เรามีมาตอนนี้ได้หมดไปกับเกมเมื่อกี้หรือยังคะตอบได้เลยเอาตามความคิดของเราได้เลยค่ะได้หมดติดฮาติดจริงจังได้หมดเลยค่ะตอนนี้แต่ตอนนี้ติดเครียดแล้วนะคะค่ะความแค้นที่เรามีมาตอนนี้ได้หมดไปกับเกมเมื่อกี้แล้วหรือยังคะ
ยังครับก็ถ้าคือฟูลเซนเข้ามาให้ได้ครับเพราะว่าผมถือตลอดในรอบเพลย์ออฟครับ
เขาบอกว่าจริงๆแล้วว่ามันก็ยังไม่หมดเนาะมันก็ยังแอบมีไฟเขาบอกเดี๋ยวยังไงอาจจะเจอกันในรอบเพลย์ออฟนะคะไม่ธรรมดาเลยทีเดียวนะคะแล้วก็แล้วทีเนี้ยค่ะอยากจะทราบว่ามีเขาเรียกว่าเอานี้ด้วยกันพอที่ไทยเนี่ยมีลีก MSL ของตัวเองแล้วนะคะเราสามารถไปต่อนะคะแล้วก็ไปต่อในรอบของ Global นะคะในอนาคตเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะลีก MSL ในครั้งนี้นะคะเราเนี่ยอาจจะได้ไปต่อในรอบของ Global นะคะเพราะว่ารอบนี้เนี่ยเราแข่งกันนะคะก็จะมีในระดับของ International ด้วยนะคะเราอยากจะทราบว่ารู้สึกยังไงคะถ้าวันหนึ่งเนี่ยเราได้ก้าวเข้าไปสู่ในระดับอินเตอร์จะมีวันนั้นไหมมันต้องมี
ก็มีโอกาสครับก็ถ้าได้ไปก็รู้สึกดีใจครับอยากลองเจอกับทีมตึงๆครับทีมเก่งๆของต่างประเทศว่าเราสามารถจะรับมือได้ขนาดไหนครับ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วน้องมีอะไรอยากจะเสริมไหมคะไม่มีนะคะโอเคตามพี่เลยนะคะหรือมีทีมอะไรที่เราอยากจะเจอเป็นพิเศษไหมคะเอาในลีกนี้ก่อนก็ได้ค่ะ
ก็ในลีกนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์ครับเพราะว่าเขาบอกว่าเก่งครับก็อยากเจอทีมเก่งครับจะได้รู้ระดับตัวเองว่าต้องพัฒนาเรื่องอะไรบ้าง
ค่ะนะคะแล้วเราเคยมีการแบบเอาไปกดแรงกดอะไรเงี้ยแล้วเจอทีมบุรีรัมย์มาก่อนไหมคะเคยมีไหม
ก็เคยครับแต่ว่าเป็นช่วงที่เพิ่งเล่นแรกๆครับ
นะคะตอนนั้นเราก็เลยอาจจะยังอยู่ในช่วงซักซ้อมกันอยู่ด้วยใช่ไหมคะนะคะแล้วคิดว่าลีกไทยครั้งนี้ค่ะจะสามารถยกระดับนะคะวงการโมบายลีเจนด์แบงของเราได้ยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็จะทำให้แต่ละทีมพัฒนาเพื่อสู้กันให้พัฒนาเรื่อยๆครับ
ค่ะ
เพื่ออยู่ในระดับที่ดีๆครับ
ค่ะนะคะน้องมีอะไรเสริมไหมคะเหมือนพี่เลยครับ นะคะแล้วบรรยากาศในวันนี้เนี่ยแตกต่างจากที่เราซ้อมกันมายังไงบ้างคะบรรยากาศในห้องส่งมีคนมานั่งเชียร์นั่งอะไรอย่างนี้กดดันไหมคะหรือว่าดีเลยได้กำลังใจจากกองเชียร์
ก็กดดันนิดนึงครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้เยอะมาก
โอเคแล้วน้องล่ะคะเหมือนพี่เลยครับ เราพูดบ้าง
ไม่ได้กดดันครับ
ค่ะแล้วก็เวลามีคนมานั่งเชียร์อย่างเงี้ยเราดีใจหรือว่าเรารู้สึกยังไงไหม
ดีใจที่มาเชียร์ครับ
โอเคนะคะอาจจะพูดไม่เก่งแต่ว่ารับรองว่าฝีมือเก่งแน่นอนนะคะสำหรับแฝด2ท่านนี้นะคะแล้วก็สุดท้ายนี้อยากจะให้เรานะคะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์เราหน่อยค่ะนะคะอาจจะเชียร์เราหรือว่าเชียร์ทีมเราก็ได้เราเริ่มก่อนบ้างฝากถึงแฟน
ๆขอบคุณที่เชียร์ทีมเรามาตลอดจะฝากติดตามด้วยครับ
ค่ะพี่เสริมนิดนึง
ก็ฝากติดตามทีม ACT Sport ด้วยครับเราจะพัฒนาเก่งพัฒนามากขึ้นให้โชว์แสดงให้เห็นครับ
ค่ะแล้วบอกหน่อยเจอกันรอบเพย์ออฟ
ครับ
โอเคค่ะขอบคุณนะคะทั้ง2ท่านนะคะก็เดี๋ยวให้ลงไปพักผ่อนนะคะก็เก็บคะแนนในวันนี้ไปนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตนะคะส่งต่อให้กับ3แคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเราค่ะ
There we have the twins giving out the interview. Again, unfortunately, we don't understand the Thai, but big props to those guys. They performed really well in this game. Another sweep, Mirko. Another sweep. It was a day of sweeps, and I honestly were impressed by the team's performance, the showcase, especially from the open qualifier teams. I'm excited for the upcoming weeks for these two teams, especially when they face up each other. But I have to give MVP. The broadcast will give MVP to Zeros, not me. Man, Suyo invade level 1, by the way.
It's a crazy invade, dude. Like I don't even think to do something like that. You already get your ultimate at level 3, so that's already usually a plus. So once you get level 3, you just start going invade. You start going for those brawls. But he took it a step further, level 1, and again, it was up against magic damage, so it wasn't really even an all-out win with the immortal form. But hey, it worked. We can't knock it if it worked. It was a 2-0 start to ACT Esports Club.
I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. Like it was either an invade or even a cut on the gold lane. But I just saw like 4 heroes on the the side of ACT. Yeah, it was a cut with the Suyo and the Freya, and then they found the Baksha, and then it's just snowballed from there. Like even if they didn't do this, I would say the game would have turned out the same way because the problems were still persistent on the side of Full Sense. The fact that they cannot take anybody on the side of ACT, but it was just an added insult to the already existing big problem that is Patrick for Full Sense.
They just accelerated it, I feel, right? Like that's the right term to use.
Yes.
It was an acceleration. They were able to get clearly way more ahead in such an early portion of the game and made it free for the first turtle. So it just accelerated with a snowball that was inevitably going to happen with a super slow tempo comp.
Yep. I'd like to give some commendations to Piper as well. He played it, I would say, almost perfectly because his ability to zone this game is based on how conscious the glue player is. Like you have to be really aware of the skills being thrown out. Can you actually engage? Who do you engage on? And most of the time, he just annoys the right people, especially like this Hylos when they see the the glorious pathway. He tries to go on 2 targets. It was either the Sora or the Hylos, sometimes the Baksha as well, and it was just done beautifully. Like they didn't overextend. They chose the right targets, and when they do that, when they stick to their jobs, there's no risk involved. I mean, aside from that orange play from Fukeo, was a fairly calm and collected gameplay from ACT. Unlike game 1, actually. So yeah, full sense. Even though they lost 0-2 against ACT Esports, I would say they put up a good fight, especially in game number 1 where they got, they got close to almost making a comeback against ACT. But game number 2, it was just an overall draft victory. I feel like the coaching staff of ACT understood what Full Sense were trying to implicate yesterday. And to be fair, Full Sense did have 3 games yesterday compared to ACT's 2. So you get to read and understand more a bit of how Full Sense wants to draft, how they want to play, and how they want to, I would say, shift things around between their players. So ACT did have a bit of an advantage coming into this matchup because they just understood that, okay, maybe mages will be a thing in this matchup. And they did just that. When they picked up the Zetyan on blue 3, they blocked a lot of options for Angelina. And the glue came around.
Yeah, the glue. Man, it's such a good pick. It's such a good flex as well. They were able to really utilize it. And, hey, nothing much to say around this game. I think game number 1, definitely, like, we could have analyzed that for days because of how messy it was, how good it was to take objectives, but also an amazing team fight from ACT really stopped those objectives from being a problem for ACT themselves. And again, for Full Sense, they got to get better at team fighting. They got to get better at these moments in the early game and the clutch moments, because I think a lot of times, man, Flash, especially on the Guinevere, so... I guess it's panic, because he just pops in about Requiem, pops in these big abilities out of random, it feels, and you gotta stay a little bit more clutch than that, man. You gotta be locked in those situations, especially in the late game situations where it, involves the Evolved Lord.
Yep. Unfortunately for ACT, they did lock in the match, and they're now locked in as the number 1 team of the standings. As you can see on your screens right now, the open qualifiers, yes, they are number 1 and number 2, and then Buriram United at number 3. Given the fact that they've only played 1 game, it's kind of expected that this is going to happen. But the other side of the bracket, this is where things get tough, especially for Hydra Esports and Solix Esports. They're now down 0-2 and 0-4 in terms of games. E-Arena, we did see lose earlier on, but some of the teams here, they're sitting okay. Like, I would say they're not feeling the pressure right now, but compare that to the 2 teams that are in the bottom 2, I don't feel like they're gonna have a good week. And speaking about good week, we have a good week coming up next week. Is a schedule for week number 2. We're gonna have Full Sense versus VLTH Esports on Saturday, and then King of Gamers will be fighting off against Tenacity. Bacon Time will be fighting off number 1 and E-Arena against number 7/8. I guess the last match, that is something that you should watch out for, because it's momentum once again that we'll be witnessing. Either E-Arena gets their foot back on the the playing field, or Solix Esports ending their losing streak.
Everybody has shown how good they can be. It's just, unfortunately, some teams aren't able to close the game out. And we kind of sense it coming midnight in game number 2. After such a close game number 1, and after such a dramatic end to game number 1, the tilt kind of came in as well, for sure. Especially after getting invaded level 1 like that, dude. I'll be fully tilted. I'll be like, all right, GG's, bros. Let's just go next week, We can reset. We can try to go next week. We can try to do better. But it looks kind of cooked in this game. It's whatever. Next week, everything can change. We've seen how many teams can improve on just a week, on how they can just do the VOD reviews on what mistakes they made, little changes here and there. Because I think a lot of times we see these teams lose, it's with a draft that's all right, with a draft that could win, or with a draft that could have done better at least, right? So I'm really looking forward to the improvements, the development of all the teams in MSL Thailand. I think this is an amazing first week for a new region. I expected way less coming into it, honestly. I'll just be honest here, but I was very pleasantly surprised with the performances of all the teams.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to week number 2, honestly. The storylines, also the performance, the players, even the metagame, it might change over the course of a few days, but that's about it for the regular season. Week number 1 here for MSL Thailand Season 1. This has been your casters, Midnight and Mirko, and I'm just gonna say it that I'm really looking forward to the next few games here of MSL. But for this week and today, it has been it. I'm let me just say thank you for Thailand for having us here to witness this amazing tournament for you guys, and for you guys at home watching this, I really thank you. So that has been it for week number 1, day number 2. We'll be seeing you next week.
นะคะเดี๋ยวเจอกับวลีไทย e-sport นั่นเองนะคะในสัปดาห์หน้านั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าตอนนี้นะคะหมดหน้าที่ของดิฉันแล้วนะคะยังไงก็ต้องขอตัวลาไปก่อนแต่เพียงเท่านี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ